Oh, we got a busy show today. I wasn't planning on being on until about 8 o'clock today. It's 5 here in my time zone, so getting a little bit of an early show. Full disclosure, it is because it is snowing and usually have a D&D meetup on a Thursday, but yeah, not today. So this worked out for me. Hey Brandon, what's up? One more day till the weekend. Oh, you're telling me. Although my weekends are soon to be non-weekends. Yeah, you know what, Brandon? Since you're here, I'll make the announcement to you and Anna here. Central Time Zone is fake. EST or nothing. You know what's sad? I have to. Most of the programs, like wrestling or whatever the hell I'm watching, are all set to EST. So anytime I do it and they don't always do, you know, the Central Standard Time. But yeah, I forgot D&D tonight too. Yeah. No D&D today, because one thing in Florida you guys do not have to worry about is the snow day. Yeah, we're getting pretty decent, like they're calling for almost blizzard-like conditions, so it was one of those times where we all kind of just went, next time, guys. We'll play next week. Or I think that we're just going to start the new year. Actually, we're doing a new Pathfinder game. That'll be fun. I love the Pathfinder system. I know this is some nerd talk, but we also play this this new game called Fabula Ultima. Fabula Ultima is literally set in a JRPG setting, and it works just like a JRPG. It is awesome. If you don't know what it is, it's awesome. It's so good. But anyway, wanted to just take the time to say that, yeah, my Saturdays we're finally going to be doing the fun streams. I'm going to be playing some games. I'm going to be doing whatever. But I'm going to be, yeah, I know, ew, Pathfinder, ew, I know. We kind of do a mix of Pathfinder with 5e, even though we're integrating the new system. But you know what? No, they got really... I'm sorry, their class system is a little bit better as far as like adding gunslingers and like doing more, but I'm just saying. We're trying to do more of a Wild West type of game, so this one really worked as far as like creating gunslingers. Realistically, that's exactly the reason we did it. Because we were thinking about doing it through just 5e, and we're like, nah. Then we got to rewrite the whole thing. Hey, what's up, Smoke a Tie Pot? Thank you for popping in. All right, guys. Yeah, Saturday stream is going to be a thing. Also, I actually got some more news on the debate front here. I have started setting this up. Looks like I'm going to be going on Modern Day Debate here. I'm also going to be bringing Ryan from Modern Day Debate onto this show to do like a little interview / maybe debate. Who knows? The thing about us is when he contacted me, we just ended up, you know, nerding out about a bunch of stuff. I think we agree on more than we disagree on. So he's also the leftist host. So he's yeah, he was definitely the one to contact me on that one. Yeah, it's so crazy. Like when I saw the contact, I was like, this has got to be fake. This has got to, no way. It's legit, guys. It's a happening. So also we have a lot to get to, and it's some pretty cool stuff. Yesterday, I have to admit, was kind of a slower news day. Also, like there wasn't a lot of just leftist content to even go over there. Everybody was kind of pooped, I think. But today, we have got a plethora. But first, I wanted to get to the news. Sponsored by Ground News. But before we do that, charged up Scaredy Bear. We're all ready to go. Need to cheers, you guys. I love that we do this. I also love the fact that you guys like jumped on so quickly. That was really cool. Actually, if you guys could sound off, what's a good time for you guys? Because, like, is 4 o'clock good or is 5 o'clock better? I would like to do 4 because then I can smoke out, you know, my local time with you guys, but I don't know. That 5 o'clock start was not that bad. I kind of liked it. I'm not gonna lie. I have been finding myself getting like the not even like job anxiety, but you know what I mean. That just that it's like a generalized anxiety where you know, like I would actually equate this more to like a con anxiety where you're going to like a convention or something like that, something fun like a concert, and you just know you're going to be doing it, so you get like dumb anxiety where you're just like, I'm gonna be doing stuff. I have to say no to anybody else like trying to make plans with me, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. 4 is nice because I can listen while I'm at work, the drive home hour. Awesome, guys. All right, Brandon, thank you for that. I really appreciate that. It depends on what task I'm doing at work and if I'm able to listen while working. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, 4 kind of... I kind of want to keep it at 4 for my main schedule. I'm also working with my D&D crew. Oh, Anna, I'm sorry. I mean, with all due respect, I'm kind of taking a more of a broad. This is a broad ask of the audience. Obviously, yeah, I'm gonna just put my stuff out whenever I kind of feel like it. Wednesdays obviously are going to be the ones where I start a little bit earlier. I kind of feel bad yesterday. I in the middle of you know, just kind of hanging out. I had to do stuff for the show here. I had a situation where I had to talk to Modern Day Debate there and kind of set some stuff up, and yeah, I'm sorry if you're seeing this, Arcadian. That was my bad, man. I'm sorry. So shout out Arcadian Knight. Also, you know what, guys? I'm gonna start posting some of his, like, my artwork, but I'd also like to post some of his because he's got some really, really good stuff. All right. We've got ground news to get to. Cool. How's the collab working? Good. Real good, Anna. Real good. We spoke yesterday, last night. I kind of went on his stream for a little bit just to, you know, get the vibe, and the vibe was good. The vibe was very good. It seems like this is going to go well. The one funniest, there was something really funny. So I guess he's from Canada, and he didn't really have a grasp on U.S. geography, because, you know, he asked where I'm from. I say Chicago, and he's like, how long would it take you to get to New Jersey? I was like, well, that was kind of yeah. Apparently they wanted to possibly do something live. I don't know, but that was kind of funny. Or it's just we had that moment of, oh yeah, you know what? Because I had to start thinking about, like, well, I know Canadian geography a little bit. Apparently, Ontario is way bigger than I thought. So just stay grounded. Pun intended. No, Anna, I'll be honest. I am a little scared of that. 16 hours driving. Yes. That's about it. Yeah, 16, 19, depending on traffic. Also, depending on if Ohio decides to do the whole, like, we're gonna pull you over, especially if you have out-of-state plates. Don't tell me that's not the racket. I have been pulled over in Ohio way too many times. You're in the rack? Yes, I'm in the rack. Smoke a Tide Pod. I am in Shy. I love it though. Don't call it Chirac. I hate calling it that. I hate playing into that stupid stereotype. It's God. It's so weird. I'm not even kidding, man. I got cousins that think I live in like a war zone. They're just like, how do you go outside? It's just like, the same way you do. I'll admit there are occasionally some times where, yeah, you gotta be a little more aware of things. Actually, just today we had a situation where this guy did like a blatant hit and run right in front of us. And oh man, he tried to do like that thing where he tried the 3-point turn while his bumper's hanging off his front bumper, and then he peels out, and as he whips out, like that under part of your fender, like the black plastic part, just shoots out from. We're all just standing there shocked. Like, what just happened? What's up? What's up, Lex Thompson? We got the member squad popping in. But I'm not even kidding. Like, I have so many people that are just like, how's the crime rate over by you? It's like, it's honestly not that bad. One thing I do have to say is I really hope that we can get a homeless program going. Because, man, it sucks. Like, I really, I hate it. Because it's one of those things where we, like, I got some pretty cool homeless guys. Like, I actually have like they know me at this point, but they even say that it's getting a little unruly because even the cops are not stepping in. So, like, they're having their, I guess, internal quarrels, and it leads to some shit. Because I was talking about this the other day where, right by me, they have this homeless in tent city, like, it's right by the train tracks, and it went up, like, it went up, and I'm talking, like, this was it would be a 3-alarm fire if they had alarms, you know what I mean? Because it was big, like, you could totally see it from where I was like, holy shit. But there's speculation that it was local business owners that did it because they were getting real pissed and they were doing some stuff, but then the official report that's coming out was that it was an internal fight inside the camp, and that, yeah, it was a territorial dispute. So that kind of sucks. But yeah, I'm trying. I honestly am. And Anna, I'm not sure if this makes it lame, but I was reading a Spider-Man comic. And Spider-Man, if you don't know, his Aunt May, they actually put this in the movies. She works for a organization called Feast, where it's not just, it's a homeless facility, but it turns into like a broader program. So, yeah, our local homeless area caught fire too. I have suspicions as well. I'm telling you, man, the timing of this is lining up, because, like, I wish I could convey how big this encampment was. It was big. Like, this had to be probably about 200 people, like, big. And there was nothing that the police could do about it. They tried so many times to disperse them, and they were back there by the end of the night. And I mean, I watched it happen. I watched the cops just kind of go, whatever, man. At one point, because, I mean, if you think that the homeless guys know me, they know, like, I've seen it so many times where you'll see the cop and it'll just be like, hey, what's up, TJ? It's just like, hey, Mr. Officer, how's it going? Which is kind of funny when you think about it. Like, the way when I'm seeing this happen, it's not a bad interaction. They seem like they kind of understand, like, yeah, how's your day? Because they always ask, like, how's your day? Kind of stuff. I'm like, you guys have more pleasant, like, in real life interactions than I have sometimes. Like, interesting. But no, like, I was like, now that I see that, like, somebody else, Smoke a Tide Pod, if you don't ask me, if you don't mind me asking, what area are you around? Because, not like, if you're in Shy, just say Shy. But yeah, that's crazy. The under tray, hell yeah, he nearly froze to death. Yeah, well, that's what I was just saying. Like, I actually was reading a Spider-Man comic, and okay, all right, cool. But I wanted to just say, like, I want to do something more like Feast. Like, I would love to be able to organize something like that, but also, so I had this weird idea where, like, in the area that I'm in, we have this very large industrial lot that has been vacant for damn near my entire life. And I have looked into it. It's not one of those situations where, there's a lot of, like, dangerous, hazardous materials or anything, like, still hanging around. It's just there's been an ownership dispute. And then this dispute just finally got resolved where it went back to the city. I'm just kind of like, what are we doing here? Because in this specific lot, you have so many like tents already kind of like popping up. And then you have, of course, the residents around, specifically like the building that's outside of this one. which, you know what, if it was right outside my building, maybe I'd say something too. So I don't want to come from that place of privilege, because yes, it's not outside mine or my house, but it is, yeah, it's kind of, it sucks to see just how they talk about them and how openly they'll do it. And like, I've seen a bunch of these guys they'll just like start pushing them. Like if they're walking across the street and say the homeless guy starts panhandling or doing whatever the hell they're doing, if you can always tell the residents to the non-residents, because they've had it, but they're aggressive. Like they're aggressive. It's scary. Property is theft. Kids need to learn to redistribute wealth and smash hoarding unless they are hoarding themselves. We do not want Junior Elon. Yeah. Gamer Jame, I actually appreciate you stopping in here, but yeah, you're right. Although, what do you classify as hoarding? Like property hoarding? Because I covered that yesterday. I talked to one of my regular viewers here who was saying that he is a property owner. Well, not just a property owner. He's a landlord. Sorry, I should be more fair. Yeah, and we got into it a little bit because he was like, well, I'm a good one. You know, I'm a good landlord. And he did say one thing that made me give him a little bit of credit, where he was just like, yeah, you know, any of my tenants that have medical issues, I just he gives them like locked in rates for rent. I'm like, all right. It's like, ew. It still didn't make it any less gross. It's just like, bro. And then he started arguing about how, like Airbnb, like we shouldn't be able to even have an opinion on whether he uses, you know, his property as an Airbnb, whatever. Yeah, icky. It was icky. I hated it. And honestly, I hate the idea of like certain types of landlords, because again, if you're good and you honest to God, you do the thing that's, you know, moral, and you take the money and you put it into the place, and you don't just do landlord specials all the time, and you're not just using it as this profit machine. Especially like a couple that's like over the age of 50 that says, you know, it's their long-term investment kind of thing, or it's their, you know, passive moneymaker. Oh my God. These people have no idea how much they're contributing, and then they're the first ones to bitch about the housing market and the homeless. That's kind of where I was going with that too, is the landlords are always bitching about the homeless too. Listen, a landlord can be a nice person, they're still a landlord. That's kind of where I was at with it, Anna. I just had to be real, where I'm like, you know what? You still suck. You're still a landlord. Like, I'm not gonna give you the credit that you think you deserve just because, oh, well, at least yeah, exactly. Get a real job. You know, like, again, investing in certain properties, like, for instance, if I could say what I would do if I was a landlord. I would do, like, the low income housing situation, but I would also not try it. I would try to make it abundantly clear, like, hey, this is what we need to upkeep the building. Let's do it. But get a real job, like streaming. Hey, you know what? I don't know. I had some jackass just kind of come into my my comment section talking about, oh, this is all we needed, another political commentator. Yeah. I also, you know what? I'm not sure if they're here, but I think it was Ruben's Train. Somebody went to one of my like old Joe Rogan videos from when I first started, and they left me a really nice comment, like a really, really nice comment. They said like they were really appreciative of my content and the way that I curate leftist content, and I was like, that I really needed that. You know what? Because I've also got those assholes that, you know, look at the lefty XQC, can't even produce his own content, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I mean, I would understand that a little bit more if I was doing 2-hour streams and just VODing the entire thing and just content jacking, but what the hell? Anna, do it. No, do it. Start a stream. If you have the time and like you have the patience for it, yeah, definitely start it. Because like I have a situation where I have, you know, the time to do this and the ability to do this. Specifically because, yeah, like my other gig is pretty easy. We love you, Pep. Oh, thank you guys. Oh, I love you guys. You guys rule. I'm blushing. I am. I hope you guys are also prepared. There is going to be just a little bit of nerdy content. I'm not going to start the show with it, but we are watching that Superman trailer. I can't wait. I can't wait. They brought Superman back. He's hopeful, guys. Like, Superman's back. He's not like this dim, dark, killing, freaking, ugh. I hate it. Yeah, man, you're creating a good space here. Thank you, Ruben. Yeah, was that you in the Joe Rogan video? Because honestly, man, I read that last night and I needed it. I'll admit it. I was at that moment where I'm just like, man, I got a little down on myself. Yeah. And believe it or not, this isn't even from like reading negative comments because I, for the most part, really try not to. But I get a lot of notifications just through my emails, even, which they don't hide them. They just don't hide the comments. So no matter what I do, I'm always going to see some of them. But that's also why I do like doing what I have created. What I've started doing here is I'm gonna just read them with you guys. Like, fuck it. These people think that they're guilty. Nice, Ruben. I appreciate it, man. I really did. That mattered a lot to me. So, not gonna lie, I'm very tired of Marvel, DC, and SW at this point. Wait, what do you mean SW? I missed that abbreviation here. I hate being this guy where it's like, wait a minute, wait. Not gonna lie, very. Yeah, I'm kind of done with, like, I'm not done, because, I mean, of course, I just love comic books in general, so giving me any comic book movie, I'm gonna generally be happy, but, yeah, man, like, the way Marvel, Sony has been bastardizing the Spider-Man franchise just by releasing so many different things that aren't even tied to Spider-Man, it's just too much. Brandon Whitney, you know what? I said this, and I have to retract a statement. I said that there was too much Star Wars, and that I wasn't going to be watching Skeleton Crew. I lied. I watched it, and it's actually really good. I was kind of surprised. I would definitely give this one a shot if you're actually sick of Star Wars. This is a good one. Like, it just so happens to be set in the Star Wars universe, but this one's not like your average Star Wars thing. Although there is this jarring, like, so they put suburbia into Star Wars, and it strangely works. So, just my humble opinion, of course, but I think the occasional billionaire sacrifices. Oh my God, we got the what is it? The Wicker Man over here. What is it? The effigy? Not the bees! Not the bees! Oh man. As I said, keep it TOS, guys. Keep it TOS. We don't need to invite any bad stuff over here. Especially Twitch has been a little odd with the way that they've been responding to certain words. I gotta be honest with that one too. The G word. Yeah, I'm not sure if like you guys knew that, but if genocide, if that is said too much, then I can get hit, which, yeah, that's not stifling language at all. Like, that's not sus. Not at all. What are you talking about? All right, let's go into ground news here. I know I never actually took my hit, but you know what? I never did take my hit. Give me a second. Cheers, guys. Then we'll start. Yeah, guys, definitely check out the first episode. I haven't seen the second one, but, you know, it was okay. But, all right. All right, this next segment is sponsored by Ground News. We all know and love it because, yeah, it kind of gives us a little bit of ammunition against some of the new arguments about your new, like, I know we've all been there. I know that we've all had these arguments where, oh, where do you get your news? That's my favorite part about this personally is in my private life, I've been able to just show them how Ground News works on my phone. They shut up immediately. I've also gotten 2 of my family members to sign up for Ground News because of the way that I presented it. I was just like, yeah, man, I guess I'm good at that. So I guess I'm good at selling something where it just like it kind of calls you on your BS, where it's like, no. See, you can't do that because did you know about this story? Because I knew about your side. Yeah. Which brings me to the interface. The interface is awesome. It is very streamlined, completely user-friendly. They break it down by center, left, and right, who's reporting on it. And then when you click on the article, you can see it broken down by who's on what side and how they're reporting it. But my favorite thing that I've also found here is the ownership, finding out how much is individual, media conglomerate, government, corporation. Yeah, you can literally break it down by which corporation is paying to have these stories put out there. So I thought that was a really, really cool thing. But also what they have is blind spot. Now, this one's my legit favorite function of the website because the algorithm, no matter where you're at, I don't care what site you're on, is keeping you in your own little bubble. And like if you are seeing right-wing content, it's because they want you to engage with it in a certain way. It's not like this where this really does. I've been even looking into it a little bit. Apparently, Google wants to shut down Ground News because they feel like it's kind of taken away from, oh, well, we're not able to push our news through the algorithm anymore if people just constantly, call us on the BS. Well, so for the left, you will see here that most of this is curated by the right. Ooh, we got a Kim Fox story here. Let's see, because everybody loves going after Kim Fox, especially in Chicago. Libs like going after Kim Fox, especially in Chicago. I hate to say it, man. Some of her bail policies were really dumb. Really dumb. She was directly responsible for letting out a few people that had committed murder and then got out on bail and then went on to do more. So, yeah, she sucks. If Google doesn't like it, then it's got to be good. Exactly. See, now, I got to be honest, man. When the other conglomerates are starting to push back, when NBC is just like, we're not going to carry anything that's covered by Ground News. That's why you will not see MSNBC reports on here. Believe it or not, Fox News has more integrity than NBC in this regard. So let's just call a spade a spade. But yeah, this is why I personally love Ground News, and this is why I have accepted them as my sponsor, and I'm happy that they accepted me as their client, because honestly, I really do like being a partner with them. So they make my job a lot easier too, to be completely honest. So, hey, Vitor Benedetti? I can't do this, man. I can't do this with some of your names here, because immediately I saw Victor Benedicti. I think that dyslexic thing might be real. I did get tested. I think that I might have a little bit of it, because I always kind of find myself looking at things like, out of order. Got to see it from a shareholder's perspective. Well, and that's kind of the nice part about Ground News that I like, is the fact that, their owner, even, he's not like he's not your average rich guy. He's not a billionaire. He is somebody that genuinely has a passion for making sure that, the average person has the news. And he got so sick of the fact that like he got to give him some credit, saw this in the 90s happening, where he would go to the grocery store and just see how many people would talk about, you know, National Enquirer like it was real. But he always said, like, it was always like a very specific political skew. So he wanted to kind of start getting those people to read the actual news. But then, Trump did what he did. Yeah. For dyslexia, try changing computer fonts. There are fonts designed for people with dyslexia. Oh, no shit. I didn't know that. Do you know what the font is? Because yeah, at that point, hell, I'll just change all my stuff. That will help. That will help a lot. But, Luigi Maggione's New York City return to New York City could be happening soon. Luigi Maggione is facing multiple charges, including first-degree murder with intent to promote terrorism. Yeah, because I hate reusing a bunch of like the buzz lines that are going around the news right now, but really we're going to charge him with, terrorism, but not school shooters. But then some people are like, well, some of them are charged with terrorism. Yeah, some. Okay. Any Sans Serafont. Okay, cool. Thank you. You know what? Let me take a look at this. I might be able to change this. Squishmallow free Luigi. Yeah. Dyslexia. I appreciate that. I love Comic Sans. I got made fun of for using Comic Sans as much as I used to. One of my favorite things I've ever done was I was in the middle of just writing something for myself, and I didn't switch the font back, and I didn't think about it. I just hit print, handed it in. It's just so funny to watch my teacher's face just go, "Did you really just hand me something done in Comic Sans?" It's like, yes. Oh boy. Thank God it was a teacher with a bit of a sense of humor. And like, my favorite part about that was he comes up and he's after class, he's like, you know what? Of any kid that would hand me something done in Comic Sans, it'd be you, Pep. So I was like, yeah. Thanks, Mr. S. I appreciate that. They're gonna martyr him, Saint Luigi. I don't think so. It really depends on like how like this goes, because if it goes into federal court, he is screwed. Drop a link for the font in your Discord. I will do. Oh, you did. Thank you. Oh. Oh shit. That will help me a lot. This is dyslexia font. Thank you, guys. Like seriously, I appreciate you helping. This has been a huge help. Just seeing if I can apply it while I'm on stream, or will I have to restart my computer? Ah, shit. Yeah, it wants me to... Yeah, it wants me to restart. I'll, I always run into this. This is like the third stream I've run into a problem where I'm like, huh, I'd have to restart and cancel stream. That's not happening. Well, at least it's not like the other problems I had that were legitimate bugs. My first one was really annoying because for some reason, after I did the latest update, my frickin' all of my taskbars, they would just disappear and not come back. So it was wait. Yeah. No, thank you. Yeah, it says just restart required. Not a big deal. Again, thank you for the help. All right, let's finish the Luigi Maggione story. Maggione has waived his extradition to New York and could be returned as soon as Tuesday or Thursday, pending a hearing for his Pennsylvania charges. That means the Pennsylvania charges are probably going to get dropped. The charges against Maggione include serious penalties with the maximum for first-degree murder, including involving terrorism with life without parole. Yeah, they're gonna. Well, see, now that's. I hate to say it. That in itself, that's the martyrdom right there. Like if they take away his freedom forever, kind of thing. I don't know, though. I don't know. We'll see. Trying to be more hopeful about this story, but I'm also not trying to be unrealistic about it. Okay. Veteran Neil Cavuto leaving Fox after 28 years. No shit. Is he going? Where does it say where he's going? It doesn't look like it. Okay. Wow. Everybody's reporting on that too. It's surprisingly pretty big. Powell says Fed cannot hold Bitcoin. Not seeking to change that. Interesting. The Fed position on Bitcoin is unchanged, as stated by Jerome Powell. Powell emphasized that the Fed's current policy regarding cryptocurrencies remains firm. Wonder if the futures for crypto are going to take a dip because of that. Wonder. All right, and then yeah, apparently they avoided the government shutdown. I think I may have forgotten to sweeten my coffee. That's great. Whatever. Black coffee it is. I have to get ready for a wedding, have a kick-ass rest of the stream. If you're live when I get back, I'll come and say hey. How long do you usually go for? It's Thursday, so anywhere from 10 to 11 maybe. So, smoke a Tide Pod. I hope to see you. Have fun at the wedding. If it's an open bar, get drunk. Definitely do not waste that. But also tip your bartender if it's an open bar. Tip the bartender, please. Not enough people do that. It's so sad. There's nothing that makes me more upset than when I'll see be 50th in line and there's only maybe $10 in there. Come on, guys. I always throw a 20 just to make sure it's I'm covered for the night. I always make sure they see it. Or it's no, me, remember me. Boom. And yeah, that's usually how especially if you're at a concert and it's the sidebar or whatever, it's the best time to do it. We have a specific venue here called the Vic that, yeah, every time I go to the Vic, I know exactly where I'm going. Most of the time, they will actually have the same guys working, so I've also been running into that problem where, but I consider it a problem because it makes me think I might have a problem where I'm just oh, you guys do you recognize me that? So that means that I'm either coming to that many shows or, yeah, it's a great venue. Also, thanks. I'm allergic to alcohol. I break in. Oh man, but I'll be effing. Yeah, nice. Hell yeah, a nice high wedding. Can't tell you how many times I had a few of those too, where it's just you disappear with somebody into the parking lot and they're where were you guys? Never mind, we know. Just what do you mean? Are you guys telling me the food's not out yet? Is there anything worse than when you go to a wedding and they the food is late? I hate that shit. It's only happened once to me, but all right, real quick. Pushes new proposal to avert the government shutdown. Let's see. Did it actually keep? It did. So it looks like they're keeping the trans provisions in, which limits funding for here. Where is it? Doesn't say anything about it, so maybe they did get rid of it. Oh, yeah, no. The Republicans are going to maneuver. Yeah, it looks like that they're going to put the trans provisions back in, and I saw an independent report saying that was going to likely pass because the government, like the Democrats, don't want to use that social issue as the leverage that they knew they could if Kamala had won. So I think that they're just going to give up on that. All right. He will replace Saint Olga of Kiev for the patron saint of vengeance. Nice. They're doing the terrorist angle to ensure supporters are seen in a similar light. Yeah, no, exactly. Honestly, the most disturbing story this entire week is that copycat story out of Florida. Can we be real? It wasn't like the way that they even called it a copycat. The woman doesn't own a gun. She never even left her house. You know, she made a veiled, and that's what it was, a veiled threat at the overall industry. Not even a personal threat to the person that was on the other end. Yeah. Hers, I don't see holding up. I see that one, even if it goes to the Supreme Court, it's like, okay, so you're telling me that freedom of speech doesn't exist, that now we can do this thing where we can start prosecuting Donald Trump for things that he said when he wasn't president, because he said the same stuff. He was in a position of, instigating, that whole thing. Yeah, right. I know. I'm trying here. But, wait, really? And I think I might check out that link here in a minute. I actually got a lot to get to, so if you guys want to drop the stuff in the recommended, I'll also take a look at that. Actually, were you recommending this for the show, or were you recommending this just for me? I need to make that more clear on the recommendeds. So, all right. It passed. Shit, Brandon. Nah. All right. No, I didn't see that it passed. I had heard about it this morning and that it was going for the vote. Crap. I didn't know that. Fuck. Dude. Yeah. Yeah, I was in the Senate. This is insane. Yeah, Anna, here. Let me pull it up here. Oh, yeah. The thing you posted in Politics, the bad faith video. Yeah, that's the one I'm asking about. Are you looking to have that as a recommendation? Because actually, I'm gonna just fix that right now. Here we go. Military members will be disallowed from having their children use puberty blockers, I think specifically for trans youth. Yeah, like 40 Dems voted in favor. It's time for a fucking change. No, that's not for the show. You can decide. Okay, thank you, Anna. Yeah, no, it's definitely time for a change. I think that the Democratic Party, man, it's they're pushing it. Like, they're pushing themselves out of this, because you're gonna have a lot of disaffected left-wingers come this next election cycle. And I'm talking about the midterm. All right, so actually, let's get to that then. Because this kind of has a little bit to do with it. Here. Let's start with this. Kyle Kulinski did a great piece on the polling and just how much people are agreeing with each other on this. So,
all right, guys, I'm sure all of you have seen this poll by now. This is wild, dog. This is crazy right here. So look at this. I believe this is from Emerson. 41% of young voters say United Healthcare CEO killing was, quote, acceptable. So just to put that in perspective for you, The number of people who called it unacceptable, the percentage, was 40%. So, more young folks, as a percentage, said it was acceptable than said it was unacceptable. Now, to be clear, the age group there is 18 to 29. That's how they felt about it. And then as you can see here, as you go up, the trend is generally that it kind of goes down, right? So 30 to 39-year-olds, that's my people, 23% said it was acceptable, which, by the way, still kind of crazy. It's like 2 out of every 10 people you talk to who are between the ages of 30 and 39 said it was acceptable. And also, let's be clear, I would expect these numbers to literally be 0 across the board, because who on earth would tell a pollster, yeah, that murder where homie got shot in the back, like...
That's a great point. I didn't think about that.
What do you want me to tell you, dog? What do you want me to say? Like, imagine telling a pollster that? To tell a pollster that, the degree to which you have to feel it to tell a pollster... Yep. Yeah, it was all right. Like, that's crazy, bro. Holy shit. Wow. 40 to 49-year-olds, 13% say it was acceptable. 50 to 59, 8%. 60 to 69 was 9%, and 70 or more was 11%. I mean, so here's what they say. U.S. voters between the ages of 18 and 29 were more likely than their elders to accept the recent killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York City, new polling found. The reaction to Thompson's death and suspected shooter Luigi Mangione have captivated America. The event has laid bare public outrage toward the insurance industry, curiosity about Mangione's digital footprint, and a blatant lack of empathy from people online. So I actually think the better way to ask this, and I don't think you'd get fair numbers no matter how you ask it, but the closest you can get to fair numbers, I think, is, do you feel sympathy for the United Healthcare CEO who was killed? I think that's the best way to ask it, right? And I think that number would be significantly higher if you say, it would be significantly more people would say, no, I don't feel sympathy. Honestly, it'd probably be a majority that say, I don't really feel sympathy, right? Because that's the thing, right? Like, everybody knows murder is wrong. That's obvious. The question is, how do you react in a scenario, just to, draw an analogy here, where let's go back in the day when slavery existed, and you had some slaves kill, like, a slave master. Well, obviously, that is morally way less egregious than somebody who shoots up a school, right? And so, like, people are gonna categorize these things in where there's, like, a hierarchy of how do I feel about each one of these individual circumstances. In other words, not all killings are created equal, if you will. And if you want to soften the analogy a little bit, I brought this one up the other day. The head of some indentured servant company was killed by somebody who was an indentured servant, right? It's like, yeah, you're going to feel less bad about that than some grandma who was killed in cold blood walking down the street minding her damn business, right? So I think the best way to ask this would have been, do you feel sympathy for the United Healthcare CEO killing? Or just for the United Healthcare CEO? And I think that probably would have been a majority, like, nah, I don't really care, right? People don't really care. They don't really care. Because they saw that, everybody kind of knew, oh, yeah, I know why that happened, right? Like, I said there was a small chance it was like this dude had some gambling debt or something and the mafia axed him, but it was overwhelmingly likely, like, oh yeah, so, this is because these motherfuckers reject countless price gouge you and then deny claims on the back end and people die as a result of it and people go bankrupt, like, fucking of course, right? Of course. All right, so let's continue here. Most voters, 68%, think the actions of the killer were unacceptable, while 17% overall found them acceptable. Again, that's crazy. Basically, 2 out of 10 people who you talk to are saying to a pollster, that's acceptable. It is acceptable to murk this dude. On this. 2 out of 10 people. That's wild, bro. Young voters were far more split. 41% found the killer's actions acceptable. 40% found them unacceptable. About 24% found them somewhat acceptable. And 17% said completely acceptable. Wow. Look, this ties into the story that we actually just discussed, right? They charged Luigi Mangione with terrorism. And the reason they charged him with terrorism is they genuinely want to have a chilling effect. They see the reaction online. They know people feel like this. And they're attempting to send a message, right? That even just feeling sympathy is over the line. I showed you guys this before, but Seb Gorka, who's going to be Trump's counterterrorism czar, he compared Mangione sympathizers to terrorists. And then you have Ken Klippenstein reporting from a few years back that U.S. military training describes socialism as a terrorist ideology, right? And they have them listed like right alongside neo-Nazis. And so I expect a lot more infiltration of left-wing groups, even though Mangione himself was actually not a leftist, right? But I expect much more infiltration of left-wing groups. I expect much more spying. I expect more situations like we saw with that woman in Lakeland, Florida, who basically cursed out her insurance company online and said, you guys are next. And she got arrested for it. They are attempting to crack down on this overtly and clearly so people get the message. You know, they don't want to see a reaction like this. Somebody said on Twitter, I wonder if they're going to make CEOs a protected class. I wonder if they're going to make CEOs a protected class. And you know what? That's a fair question. But it's hard when this many people are willing to say to a pollster this. I mean, good luck trying to put that toothpaste back in the tube, homie. Good luck. Because it's such a widespread sentiment, right? It's such a wide... This is why you saw in Ben Shapiro's comment section and Matt Walsh's comment section. I mean, these people are not... They're nobody's lefties. And they were like, yeah, I don't feel sympathy. And I don't feel sympathy because we all have horror stories, right? We know that this is a dirty business. We know that...
Oh, you know what? One of my commenters just kind of reminded me. Yeah, 15 more subs to 1,000. Let's try and get there, huh?
They're gangsters. They're a cartel. They're a mafia. Their whole business model is decrepit and immoral and unethical and shouldn't be allowed and it shouldn't exist, right? And so people feel that way because there's all the evidence and reason in the world to feel that way. And so it looks like they're really going to try to use this. This is like an inflection point where they say, oh, we need to crack down on this extremely strong so that we don't see anything like this again in the future, and we don't get this sort of shocking outpouring and this reaction in particular, which I think is scaring a lot of people. It's like Bill Burr said. He was like, I don't care. Make the CEOs afraid again.
Yep.
Again, that feeling is coming from somewhere. That feeling is coming from somewhere. And I'll also say this. The fact that the numbers here are what they are, it means that the actual number out there is higher. Way higher. Because these are just the people who are willing to say it to a pollster.
Yep.
That they find the actions acceptable. Right? There were other polls that put it in a more crass way where it was just like, do you support the murder or something like that? And that number was lower. But this softened it just a touch by saying, do you find the actions acceptable? So that softens it just a little bit, right? And the number went up. But again, this is who's just willing to say it to a pollster. So, I mean, look, you're not going to get that much sympathy for somebody from an industry that shouldn't exist because the whole industry is incredibly exploitative and immoral and unethical and leads directly to people going bankrupt and people dying. It's just like, it was always going to happen. It was always going to happen.
Yep.
But they're going to do everything they can.
You know what? And they're just mad that it happened when it did. Nobody is more angry than guys like Donald Trump and the billionaires that he's trying to hire because they're just like, oh, guys, I think they're onto us.
Snuff out this response. There's no doubt about it. They're already doing it.
Yep.
They're already doing it.
Yeah.
As opposed to like looking at the reaction and using that as a catalyst to move towards a better system, they're going to do the opposite. They're going to double down on it, triple down on it, protect the system,
and then they're going to try and make us fight each other. No, just wait for like the double down of social issues to come through their like little news feeds. So they just get us to completely stop talking about this.
Price gouging system and not allow any dissent. That's the direction we're going. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
You know you want to. Yeah. Watch the Bill Burr thing.
Sort of what is going on globally is everybody is just choosing money of the bag, as kids say nowadays. That's what the problem is. Nobody is, everybody's screaming and yelling about that doesn't matter. like stand-up comedians. They'll yell about that, but they won't talk about literally people poisoning their own countrymen. I mean, they should be put to death for what they did.
There's plenty of reasons why Bill Burr is one of the best comedians in the biz, and though he has his moments, when he's spitting facts like this, you should definitely listen up.
Over here, the big thing is if you know somebody's fighting for the people, they're immediately branded a socialist or a communist, and they somehow try to tie him to Putin. It's just like, or he just thinks the banking system's a little up and maybe...
kind of nice. And like, here's the problem is now they're trying to label Bill Burr as like a far leftist. You have so many people like Ben Shapiro and they're just like, leftist comedian Bill Burr. He used to be funny. But he's still just the like most centrist dude like in entertainment. He just happens to see
Though
it
he
the
didn't
way it is.
explicitly say it. Burr is highlighting arguably the most pervasive and self-destructing aspect of American culture, a complete lack of class consciousness. Corporations and the ultra-wealthy have and will always stick together and align politically to ensure their financial interests are protected no matter who's governing in Washington. But as we've seen over the years with the Republican Party making big gains with middle and working class voters and Dems abandoning the populist economic policies that would improve the material conditions of their base of support, the real enemies to the American people, billionaires, corporations, etc., have infected our political system so much that the people who want to uphold this system would rather lose elections and...
I hate to say it, this is a smart way of getting away around the warnings, because this is not just transforming it. This is literally just this is beyond transforming it. This is making it your own content at that point.
See symbolic gestures than doing what is necessary to win, cutting money completely out of politics.
He lived up to so many of the promises
Bill Burr
he's made.
isn't a leftist at all leftist, but he
being
does
a transitional
have
figure. He could resign the presidency in the next 30 days. Make Kamala Harris the president of the United States.
If this is your response to getting blown out in a presidential election to one of the weakest candidates in American history, then you should never be involved in another presidential campaign again.
Oh, do you know how many people the week after the election that were coming out and saying, "Oh, Biden just needs to drop out and just make Kamala Harris the first female president."
But what else do you expect when the Dems donors have the same class interests as Republican donors?
Multiple sources tell me tonight that Musk has been seen at Mar-a-Lago nearly every single day since Donald Trump won, dining with him on the patio at times. Today, they were seen on the golf.
Okay, so now, guys, here's the new way we do this. Every time you talk about Donald Trump in any public sphere, he is now Vice President Trump. He is going to lose his shit if enough people start questioning whether he's actually in control or not. Because remember, Elon has more money. Elon has more power and control technically.
Off course together. Musk has been in the room when world leaders have called Trump. And tonight we've learned he's also weighing in on staffing decisions, making clear his preference for certain roles even. Publicly tonight, Elon Musk is backing Florida Senator Rick Scott as the next leader of the Republican conference to replace Mitch McConnell. While Musk himself is still not expected to take any kind of formal position inside Trump's administration, given how complicated it would be with his companies, what's becoming clearer tonight is that he doesn't really need to, with one source telling me Elon Musk is having just as much influence from the outside.
That's the whole game right there. There is no deep, thoughtful,
and yet,
ideological...
deep state, blah, 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 blah. What? Come
reason
on.
why Elon bankrolled Trump's campaign.
These fundamentally
That's all a distraction to cover for the reality
assholes.
that he made a financial investment in Trump's victory. And since Trump won, Musk is now expecting his return for that investment. That return won't be limited to just staffing preferences and exclusive access to world leaders, business deregulation, environmental deregulation, and a boatload of new government contracts to extract more wealth from the American public and funnel it directly into Elon's pockets. But the old guard of the Dems would never say this out loud, which is a major reason why they're steadily losing voters to the Republicans.
The cost of living has gone up within these past 4 years, and I think that everyone here has been a victim of that.
In the future, I want to be able to own a home. And when he was president, the prices were a lot lower, especially for home buyers. And that is a huge issue for me. I want to be able to own my own home. I want to be able to start a family at an affordable cost.
I like the no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. I'm a big fan of lowering taxes personally. And in high school, I worked jobs that I earned money through tips. So that would have been able to help me save a lot more for college. And I think that would have helped me out a lot more in the long run.
What the Dems have failed to realize is not only are all of these voters' concerns and feelings valid, but that there are left-wing solutions to these very real economic pains. Aggressively combating greedflation and corporate price gouging, outlawing corporate landlords, enforcing rent caps, investing in fixed income housing, raising the federal minimum wage, implementing Medicare for all, and so many other solutions would all quell the cost of living crisis so many of us are feeling right now. But again, recognizing this reality forces the Dems to reckon with their core belief that everyone can capitalism ourselves out of the situations that we are all in.
I hope you know, a lot of people are going to die. A lot of people. Ukrainians are going to die. Palestinians are going to die. Women, trans people, trans kids, immigrants, both documented and not. Poor people are going to die. A lot of people are going to die as a result of this. And not only that, but Project 2025 is fully on the table now. Our institutions have never been more threatened. The Supreme Court's going to become even further solidified as the nightmare repression tribunal it already is. RFK Jr. is going to outlaw 5G, and Dana White's going to be the goddamn Secretary of Education. But hey, at least eggs will be cheap, right? Except, oh wait, no, they very won't, because that's not how any of this actually works.
Comedian and friend of the network, Trey Crowder, sees this reality as well.
Your boy's going to round up all the egg workers. You think that's going to help grocery prices? Come on, man. The only reason things are as expensive as they are in the first place is because Big Egg and the rest of corporate America realized that they could hike up prices and people would still be able to pay it on account of Joe Biden's economy has actually been rocking pretty hard. Jesus Christ. I hate everything. And then lastly, we also know that there's plenty of people in this country who would gladly burn democracy to the ground just as long as
for them specifically
libs
too.
Get owned in the process. And who knows? They very well may have done so. I guess we'll all find out. All we can really hope for now is that these people continue to be as fundamentally incompetent and dysfunctional as they historically have been, and as such, maybe some of their more destructive plans will not come to pass.
Though the second Trump administration could very well be just as inept as the first in achieving its dystopian goals, we'll hold our breath because MAGA has had a full 4 years to organize themselves and chart out their course of action. So even the slightest bits of competence will lead to disastrous.
Sorry, that's a pretty funny comment. True tech. Billionaires don't die, not since the invention of the billionaire. Oprah is on her 4th harvested liver because of owning a vineyard.
Outcomes.
Our lovely fellow Americans actually get what they voted for here, then things are going to get pretty catastrophic. And if they do, then maybe 4 years from now, this fickle, shuddering empire of ours will once again turn to a Democrat to clean up a Republican's mess, as it has so often done in the past.
Now, on that point of things getting pretty catastrophic.
Third, we will ensure our classrooms are focused not on political indoctrination, but on teaching the knowledge and skills needed to succeed. Reading, writing, math, science, arithmetic, and other truly useful subjects. Fourth, we will teach students to love their country, not to hate their country like they're taught right now. Fifth, we will support bringing back prayer to our schools. And one other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education.
Per these dopes' own explanations, don't they learn to hate America in college? So they don't have any...
in Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states. We want them to run the education of our children because they'll do a much better job.
And then we can watch Mississippi continue to be 49th. We can continue to watch every red state dwindle in the numbers. Cool.
Of it. You can't do worse.
Things
I feel bad for Anna because she can't leave Florida.
Texas and those 13 original colonies would have never signed the treaty that formed the first Constitution of the United States if they didn't think that their right to protect themselves and defend their own people was protected.
We've got to say, what agencies don't we need? Why do we have the Department of Education? Why? Our states should be doing that.
This guy literally looks like one of the ghosts of Christmas Past.
In the education system, we should let each of our states do it, and we'll find the best. You know, if Florida's the best, other people emulate it. What I did as governor, if I saw somebody doing something well, like Rick Perry, I tried to emulate it and do it better than Rick Perry. That's what we should be doing. It's the United States of America. It's not the federal government of America. It's the United States. Let's go back and give our states the ability to do these things.
America is for Americans and Americans only.
You have two policy objectives that you proceed with utter determination on. seal the border, no illegals in, everyone here goes out. That's very straightforward. You would establish large-scale staging grounds for removal flights. So you grab illegal immigrants and then you move them to the staging grounds, and that's where the planes are waiting for federal law enforcement.
You mean
to then
concentration
move those illegals
camps?
home. You deputize the National Guard to carry out immigration enforcement.
Oh, this is so much fun, guys. So much fun. Ugh. Oh, boy. Yeah, we're in for it this time. This will be a blasty blast of the next 4 years. I'm glad that now I am starting to... It's weird. I'm the one having the alternative reaction that I thought I would, where I thought I'd be one of those guys that's just like, you know what, we'll figure out, what the Democratic Party did wrong. We'll pressure them. We'll make this a referendum on them. But now, I hate to say it, like, I'm doing that a little bit harder than I thought I would be, because the only way I see the Democratic Party even winning anymore is truly embracing the populist policies of the Bernie Sanders type of, Democrats. That's just how it's going to have to go. Otherwise, they're just going to keep losing, man. Because somebody brought it up on Majority Report today, where the problem is, since this isn't the 90s anymore. In the 90s, you could kind of do that theoretical thing, like, since the 70s, we've always been the underdog. But no, this time we've been, they've been in power, and nothing really changed. The corporate influence didn't change. None of it changed. So we gotta sue the Brown Age Mafia. Or Bronze Age. Wow. I don't know the one I said. What the hell is that? Bro, I'm in Oklahoma. It's not cool. This sucks ass. Damn. Yeah, see, and the way that they're always doing that, these elitist blue states, with their education. How dare you? How dare you get educated? How dare you? You should only be educated on the Bible, and that's it. Only the Bible should be taught, and everything else should be conjecture. I hate to say that is exactly how they would totally govern us. Nothing will fundamentally change. Biden, December 2019. Yep. Well, after today, the report that came out from the New York Times about Biden, and just how much they knew about, his mental decline going back to 2019 even. Ugh. Whatever, man. It sucks. Yeah, they prefer dumbed down complacency. Well, that's exactly it. And that's why they want the Trump supporters. Honestly, that's why these guys wanted Trump to win, is because the dumbed down complacency is literally the Trump supporter. It is the person that will not ask for these systems to change, who doesn't even see a problem with the system, because they see the problem as people they don't like. Whether it be different colored skin, trans, whatever the hell it is, they just see the other as the problem. Not the fact that it's these rich assholes, taking everything from them, and then kind of patting them on the back and just saying, you need to thank us next time. And then they're just like, oh, my bad. I will totally thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Corporate Overlord. I appreciate you. Sorry for doing the Southern accent. Yes, I'm one of them stupid Yankees that... I do that occasionally. I did it. I just finished my coffee. Completely sweetener free. Ew. Which I use sugar in the raw. Don't even use that white sugar. It's because I'm so ashamed of my whiteness. According to these putzes, it's just you're just so soy. You're one of them cuck boys. You're afraid to even say that you're proud to be white. It's but I'm not. What a weird thing to be proud of. It's nah, I'm good. Wall Street kneecap Bernie Sanders like Tanya Harding. Yep. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. They're sitting there waiting with that crowbar. Just, all right. Practicing the swing. Remember, it wasn't actually Tanya Harding that swung it. It was her idiot boyfriend at the time. So, God, I remember that one. My mom was obsessed with Nancy Kerrigan. She's just like, she's such a good skater. Oh, my mom was so into like Olympic figure skating. It was, yeah. That was always the thing. All right. Well, we're going to go to the next segment. Give me 1 second here. Jeff Gillooly. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, Jeff Gillooly. Yeah. Man, haven't heard that name in a long time. Shit. Or is it Jalooly? It might be Jalooly. But yeah, totally. God, what was the other big story from like that same year? Lorena Bobbitt? Was that it? The one that, the snip to her husband? And his henchmen of competitive arenas. Skating. I mean, dude, the fact that it was all about, like, figure skating, man. And, like, she had, again, the fact that it was Tanya Harding and she had I'm just going to say it, man. She had a straight up white trash version of, like, her explanation of things. If you've never heard it, I highly recommend it. And I use that term, I try not to use that term just like flippantly, but no, for real. She talks about just, she always had the better hair. She always had she got the better stuff. And because of that, she always was getting the better scores. But I was always doing better. I was always the better skater. I was always the one doing, I was the one that had the heart. It was like, wow. Oh, the Wayne Bobbitt hasn't been seen smiling ever since. Yeah, Wayne Bobbitt. He has the 1,000-yard stare, probably from trying to find his member. No, he's. They call me the spider now. My little spiders tell me things. Sorry, Game of Thrones joke if you don't get it. I just kind of realized, I'm like, oh yeah, not everybody here reads all the same shit that I do. Although you should. Come on. Like, what are you doing? If I say I read something, you should immediately go to wherever you get your books. I actually just started getting audiobooks from the library. So I just found out that they did that. So Audible can go away. Relations gone wrong. Yeah, dude, I just remember that story. It was probably, God, maybe 10. I was like maybe 10 years old. But yeah, I do remember just how it like that permeated. And then was that the same year as the OJ trial? I kind of feel like that was the same year, like 94. You know what? I got this thing called Google that I can look. Let's see. When did the Wow, I don't think she wants to be remembered by that, because yeah, 94, January 6th, 19... Really? Jan 6? Guys, just remember, Jan 6 this year. Oh, no, it was actually this year. It was 30 years ago. We must remember Nancy Kerrigan's knee. We all have an ex we are not proud of, but Wade Bobbitt had it worse. Oh, yeah. Oh, I got one of those. She was definitely, in hindsight, it's just like, oh, wow, she was a monster. Like, she was a narcissistic fucking monster. Yeah. Gotta love that. All right. All right. Well, a old member of the Majority Report, who I really do miss their contributions to the show, Jamie Peck. She was on Chris Cuomo and apparently had such a good segment that it may have changed Cuomo's mind on a few things. So I wanted to take a look at that with you guys. So let's just go right into it.
Mass resistance to medical debt. If everybody burns their medical bills in front of the health insurance company offices en masse, that's going to create change.
Boy, do I have a lot to say about this discussion.
Wow, that's a great idea.
Cuomo of News Nation had on Jamie Peck for a lively discussion about for-profit healthcare and Luigi Mangione. Now, Peck is a self-described communist and host of the Party Girls podcast and also formerly of the Majority Report, and is introduced here on News Nation as a spokesperson for the Luigi Mangione Defense Fund. Speaking of this fundraising that is going on.
Wow.
Now, I want to be clear. It's not clear to me whether or not Jamie actually set this up. Whoever set it up is anonymous, but she is speaking on behalf of them here, and they have raised over $150,000. The goal is $500,000. To be clear, they go on to write as well, this is a preemptive legal fundraiser for the suspect allegedly involved in the shooting of the United Healthcare CEO. We are not here to celebrate violence, but we do believe in the constitutional right of fair legal representation. So I'm not clear whether or not this was set up before it was known that Luigi Mangione can clearly pay for his own lawyer. So again, it's not clear to me where the money's actually going to go. I don't think it sounds like they're not going to accept it from what I'm reading, but regardless.
Tech, I'll actually say that they're not talking about it enough. No, because this is the closest we've all gotten to class consciousness and having an actual conversation about this. The fact that it's still about the shooter, the shooting, and it's not just going based to, like, right back to, no, these CEOs are totally screwing us, and it's the system, we need to change it. You know, we were at the cusp of having the right conversation, and you know what? No, this is how we do it. I totally disagree. Talking about Luigi as long as possible is how we start changing.
So I want to get to the first clip here, and I got a lot to say about what this.
The fact that the right wing isn't even staying with this, like the right wing isn't even the ones having like the bad takes on this. Surprisingly,
just in terms of the discourse around right-wingers, what is going on right now in terms of healthcare, but also the discourse around what the left actually is.
Help me understand. Why is it a beautiful thing? Why do you support him assassinating another human being in cold blood?
So I was definitely joking a little bit, obviously drawing a comparison between what Donald Trump said about himself and the sort of explosion, this appetite, this excitement for the conversation that Luigi Mangione started. But I do think to call this an act of terrorism is an insult to the intelligence of the American people. Terrorism is...
Okay, hold on. Those CEOs are mass murderers in a different way. I'm in Canada, but the USA is savage if you break... Yeah, dude. I have to live through this, man. I have private health insurance. I have to live through this. Even... So you, like, because you're in Canada, I can educate you a little bit on this. I have what you would consider one of the best plans that you can be on as far as, like, in America. I can't say exactly which one, but I know a lot of you guys can guess. Somehow, some way, I still have to worry. Like, every time I go in for something, I have to worry like I don't have insurance because they'll just arbitrarily decide, oh, you didn't need that at that time, so we're not going to cover it. They did that with an x-ray that turned out that I needed an MRI instead because, get this, you can't show kidney issues on an x-ray. Weird, right? You know, it's not like I had a bruised bone or any of that. No, like, but then the MRI got covered because that ended up being something. That's how this works. But guess I couldn't repeat, like I couldn't go and just say, hey, can you guys not charge me for the x-ray? I asked. That's about all we can do. And I'm not even kidding. We're told that we should. Like, and I'm not even kidding about this, though. If you guys do get a medical bill and your first instinct is not to call to just say, hey, can you lower this? Just live by this motto. The worst they can say is no. Just call. Don't let your anxiety get the best of you. Trust me, I have some, phone call anxiety occasionally too. I understand. But no, you need to, yeah. It's essentially, no, that's exactly it. And then you have to essentially just do like the JFK Jr. faith healing, and that's why a lot of that holistic stuff is also pushed, and strangely, oddly enough, you actually bring up a good point. I know you're kind of joking here, but the fact that it's JFK Jr., like the fact that he's one of those, crackpot, anti-vax numbnuts who, again, the fact that fucking Jenny McCarthy is the reason that we are talking about this bothers the crap out of me, guys.
Is something designed to strike fear into the hearts of non-combatant civilians.
Sorry.
Right?
And
the
that goes
general
to the
population.
Anti-vax shit.
Nobody but a tiny class of CEOs has been made to live in fear by Luigi's actions.
Yep.
But nearly everybody knows what it's like to live in fear of having a necessary.
I'm only way out there if you're not a big fan of killing bears or having different women saying that you may have SA'd them or cheating so much on your ex-wife that she just decides to end it and then also just blatantly tells everybody about it.
Medical claim denied. The fear of having your life ruined or potentially ended by a stack of medical bills. And I think in a system with so much violence that's directed from the top down, it should come as no surprise when violence begins to boomerang back from the bottom up onto the 1%. Also, I would like to remind you on the subject of terrorism, nearly 3,000 Americans lost their lives on 9/11, right? This is the largest terrorist attack this country has ever seen. An estimated 190,000 people are murdered each year by our broken healthcare system.
Yep.
That is
and that's
the
how we need to
equivalent
constantly
of
say that.
52 9/11s worth of deaths every year. Every single week, another 9/11 happens. So I got to ask, who is the more prolific terrorist in this equation?
All right, I'm going to get to Chris's response, but before we even get to anything, even Jamie's points here, I want to just discuss what something like this means, having this conversation on a television program, what this means generally. So first, credit to Jamie for being willing to go on and face potential, blowback online for making this appearance, and also credit to Chris Cuomo for inviting her on. This is where we get to how important conversations like this are. Even if you think Jamie goes too far in, advocating for this legal defense fund, this conversation is beneficial to a media discourse. People for a long time now have this idea that the left is about, woke scolding, and it's about hyper reactions online to you saying something improperly or making a mistake and people freaking out over it, when that's not what it's about. The left is simply about human rights and freedom from oppression. And you have neither when corporations dominate a very basic need, such as healthcare. So this conversation, I think, helps pull people back away from a far-right discourse that has been, really dominating for not just since Trump, but forever. There has been this domination of corporate politics, of capitalist politics, has been the dominating discourse in mainstream press for the obvious reason that these are run by capitalist organizations. So there's going to be a certain slant when it comes to simply the hiring process or who you invite on. How often do you see a communist invited onto a news network?
Like never.
I can't even think of another example.
Never.
Maybe at some point it's happened over the past decade or so, but I haven't seen one. So this is the first time I've seen this. This is completely beneficial to just having to pull, or the need to pull the conversation back towards a place that is a little more sane. That isn't to say, there are people that are going to be like, oh, but isn't this just going to turn people off of the left, seeing someone like Jamie here, advocating for raising money for Luigi Mangione? But ask yourself, has that hurt Trump? Think of all the focus on Trump and Trump's cult and far-right politics. Has that hurt him? Has that hurt the Republican Party? Clearly it hasn't. What's ended up happening is by dominating the news cycle, you have people conditioned to thinking in terms of right-wing framing. Even if they don't agree with Trump and far-right politics, whatever is a little more to the left of that, mainstream conservative politics, appears to them to be a little more sane because, at least they're not the crazy Trump cult. But when you have someone like Jamie on, and more people like this, more communist socialists in a mainstream discussion, it helps to pull discourse back towards the actual center. Because right now, all of political discourse is just drenched in far-right and capitalist politics. And the anger at for-profit healthcare is real. Anger at how much wealth is concentrated at the top in the hands of a few is real. And getting people to know that broadly, that's what the left is angry about, I think, is a positive thing. Now, quickly before I get to the next clip here on what Jamie was discussing, I think there's no doubt that what Luigi Mangione did, allegedly did, is a violent and illegal act. But what for-profit health insurance does by putting people in situations where they're denied claims is also a violent act. But it's a legally violent act. I think that's the clear distinction there. Both acts are violent, but one is illegal, one is illegal. And I think Jamie here is trying to highlight that, how insane it is that we just all accept, that Americans accept that for-profit healthcare is normal, and it's perfectly normal for people to be denied healthcare and then die, when that should not be normal. So it isn't just Jamie who's questioning, by the way, the terrorism charge. Here's a quick clip from MSNBC, also questioning the charge of terrorism.
I'm just questioning the terrorism charge because I start to worry that you get into a slippery slope by charging, by using the terrorism charge, potentially using it in this way. And maybe I'm wrong, but it's just something that piqued my interest.
Yeah, and it piques my interest too, particularly you and I were discussing during the press conference that not only is it a slippery slope with respect to the use of the terrorism charge, but the very use of certain evidence in this case is itself reflective to some of the existence of a police state. For example,
so much surveillance
all the electronic surveillance that's been involved here is itself something that concerns many civil libertarians. And so you're right to say that this is a concern, and I'll be very curious to see how they attempt to persuade a jury, particularly a Manhattan jury, where Luigi Mangione may have taken on folk hero status already, that he intended this act not only to kill Brian Thompson himself, but to intimidate others in the course of conducting
And just
that
a
killing.
question.
MSNBC's Katie Tur and her guest there also openly questioning the application of the terrorism charge in this case. But Chris Cuomo has a bit of a different perspective. So here's his reaction to Jamie's response at the beginning, as well as Cuomo says something at the end here that I take a little issue with.
Well, first of all, as you may know, Jamie, terrorism is a specific legal standard, right? There's no question that Luigi did what he did in furtherance of a political agenda. He said it, okay? So I don't see this as a question of fact or law. It's about the policy behind it. What I don't understand, and you are somebody who in your positions is constantly trying to embrace the humanity of situations, right? I've been looking at why you support what you do with what's happening in the Middle East conflict. To me, this seems to be anathema to this. Nothing within a system gets changed by violence.
All right. The French Revolution, the Boston Tea Party, the American Revolutionary War, Stonewall riots, all violent acts that led to big changes.
Yep.
Now, you can both condemn and discourage violent acts, and I do.
This is such a
while also understanding the role that violence
privileged
has
position to
played
hold
in history against oppressors for the oppressed. And it's always been a reaction to what is already happening to a group of people. It doesn't come out of nowhere. There is historical context.
True Tech, the Cuomo family is a symptom. Yeah, but you know what? David actually made a really good point here. The fact that they're even platforming Jamie and they're platforming her positions, I got to give them credit on that.
For why people act out when they feel like they are being oppressed or people that they represent are being oppressed. And he also attempts there to call Jamie a hypocrite by analogizing Jamie's condemnation of Israel's mass atrocities against Palestinians to what her reaction should be to Luigi Mangione, which I find to be bizarre, because Jamie's support for Palestinian human rights is born out of the oppression of Palestinians at the hand of the Israeli government, which is why Jamie and others are using this moment to speak on the oppression that normal people are facing under a for-profit healthcare system. So I don't think Jamie's being a hypocrite here. I think she's being consistent. But Chris Cuomo is pulling the whole element of power and who is oppressed, who's the oppressor out of this equation, which doesn't make any sense in the context of what the discussions actually are. Let me get now to the last clip.
I want you to understand that I don't think that the energy that you're putting towards backing this guy is getting us to a better place with the problems of the system. That's my point to you. Use the money you raised for the people who need it, not this guy.
Well, I believe we really need to treat the causes of problems rather than merely the symptoms. And I think if you want to know what kinds of tactics I do advocate for.
John Doe, this isn't CNN, this is News Nation.
I think we need a mass movement. You know, change comes from the bottom up,
but not a bunch of Luigis.
Down. And I'm talking about.
No, actually, you know what? That's a good point, John Doe. That's the only thing you were wrong about is who this is. No, News Nation could be testing the waters on trying to see tests to see if, they get some leftist support, because that could move the numbers on their end. I'd start watching News Nation if they started having more people on like this. We got to start supporting people that, would have us on.
Mass resistance to medical debt.
Even if they have a
Cuomo,
I hate to say it.
Everybody burns their medical bills in front of the health insurance company offices en masse. That's going to create change. And we're just trying to figure out how to use this moment of of popular excitement that has been touched off by Wait
a minute. She has what now? Wait, what? For real? Sorry about that.
In furtherance of a political agenda. He said it. Okay? So I don't see this as a question of fact or law. It's about the policy behind it. What I don't understand, and you are somebody who in your positions is constantly trying to embrace the humanity of situations, right? I've been looking at why you support what you do with what's happening in the middle system gets changed by violence.
All right. The French Revolution, discourage violent acts, and I do, while also understanding the role that violence has played in history against oppressors for the oppressed. And it's always been a reaction to what is already happening to a group of people. It doesn't come out of nowhere. There is historical context for why people act out when they feel like they are being oppressed or people that they represent are being oppressed. And he also attempts there to call Jamie a hypocrite by analogizing Jamie's condemnation of Israel's mass atrocities against Palestinians to what her reaction should be to Luigi Mangione, which I find to be bizarre, because Jamie's support for Palestinian human rights is born out of the oppression of Palestinians at the hand of the Israeli government, which is why Jamie and others are using this moment to speak on the oppression that normal people are facing under a for-profit healthcare system. So I don't think Jamie's being a hypocrite here. I think she's being consistent. But Chris Cuomo is pulling the whole element of power and who is oppressed, who's the oppressor out of this equation, which doesn't make any sense in the context of what the discussions actually are. Let me get now to the last clip.
I want you to understand that I don't think that the energy that you're putting towards backing this guy is getting us to a better place with the problems of the system. That's my point to you. Use the money you raised for the people who need it, not this guy.
Well, I believe we really need to treat the causes of problems rather than merely the symptoms. And I think if you want to know what kinds of tactics I do advocate for, I think we need a mass movement. Change comes from the bottom up,
but not a bunch of Luigis.
Top down. And I'm talking about mass resistance to medical debt. If everybody burns their medical bills in front of the health insurance company offices en masse, that's going to create change.
You know what we get if we have a bunch of Luigis? No ghosts. Ghost-free zone.
Figure out how to use this moment of popular excitement that has been touched off by, a violent act that I would not advocate for as a tactic if it were up to me, but it happened. And we're trying to figure out how to ride that wave and move this conversation forward into mass action that can really make a difference.
Well, listen, I'm here for it. I always have been, but we're covering it. I would love for that to be the discussion. But as long as this guy is glamorized, it is a distraction.
All right. Jamie has already succeeded, because in that clip, you see Chris Cuomo appears to be open to the idea of mass resistance to medical debt, of burning your medical bills, not paying them off on a mass scale. This is something that I feel like he would not be so open to if the discussion didn't start from, why are you raising money for this alleged assassin? But because that's where the conversation began, all of a sudden, when you bring things a little more to, the center of that, then it appears more reasonable. This is why these sorts of discussions are so important. Having communists, socialists on news networks are so important because it helps to move the conversation. So great job here from Jamie. And again, credit to Chris Cuomo for willing to have an honest conversation here.
Cuomo was only half salty.
He has a disagreement and he's voicing it, but he's not doing it in a way where he's shouting her down or not.
Yeah, I dare say he was halfway buttery.
Hearing her out. He's willing to let her talk. He's allowing her to speak and make her points. And credit to him for doing that. There are very few people that are willing to have honest conversations.
Yeah. No, that's what I was trying to say. I'm like, nah, because if we're going to sit here and denigrate fucking Cuomo just for being Cuomo, no. Especially when he is doing, like he's having Jamie on. No, not doing that. Robots work for free. That's awesome for our species unless it's 1%. I mean, you're upset. I mean, you're okay. So number one, your channel is called True Tech. So I almost said something like, you seem to be obsessed with robotics, but then I'm like, I could understand why. No, so let's put it this way. So I practice my own horticulture. And I can tell you right now, there isn't a robot that could do what even I do, even the basic stuff. Yes, there are some things that can be automated, but realistically, it's just very hard, to actually see that way. But yeah, you also made a comment in there that was damn near Terminator. Cyberdyne, it's just when are they gonna do the robot uprising? Rage quit thoughts on Trump's new proposal on public bathroom crisis. Whatever. We're sitting here literally talking about class consciousness. We're talking about tearing up and burning medical debt and medical bills en masse. But here we are, they're trying to do the bathroom bill thing again when this could be so easily solved by just having, gender neutral bathrooms, which are a thing. They just are a thing. Because that's what happened in Chicago. You know what? You know how they solved this? They just made every bathroom gender neutral. And guess what? Who was really pissed about that? Guess who gets really mad when they go to the convention centers and see that there isn't any male bathrooms? What? And then guess who ends up using the handicap stall when they're not handicapped? We need to channel our rage to the actual monsters in this society, those who use the handicap stall when they are not handicapped. Meanwhile, literally every time that I see a handicap stall that is open, that's where I go. So, which I'm not even going to pretend that that's not one of my biggest fears, is walking out of a handicap stall and seeing the disappointed look of a man in a wheelchair just how dare you? You do not get dude. And I would probably quit. I would probably stop after that, especially if they said something just do you understand how lucky you are and the fact that this is all I have to look forward to, and you ruined it, you ableist mother effer, standing peeing all over my seat. Hey, at least I'm not that kind of monster. But You know you're all guilty. You know it. You know you're all guilty. And now, fast forward to my new fear. Having somebody in the chat just be like, well, I am guilty considering I am handicapped. Just like, uh-oh. Shitter's full. Nice. Sam Cedar managed to let Jamie Peck go quietly without her issues going mainstream, at least. Oh, I didn't know that was a see, I didn't even know that was a thing. Like I knew she had ties to like a problematic dude that is like in that world that she outed. I do remember that, like, because I remember that was like one of my first exposures to her outside of Majority Report. I was surprised by that too. I was like, oh wait, because like this guy was like pretty big in the like art community outside of the prawn community. So, but yeah, no, I had a feeling it was something like that. I thought it was a contractual issue, if I'm gonna be honest, because like, yeah, it seemed like she just disappeared after a contract issue. The one that got me was Nomiki. Like I know that there was a problem with the way that she was running her campaign with the DSA, but nobody has really been able to tell me like exactly what happened. So if you guys know what happened in Nomiki, I would love to know that. I asked that yesterday too, where I was just like, does anybody know? Nobody said. So, as evidenced by Pep not having known about it. Oh yeah, I mean, again, I thought I am a Majority Report listener. I've pretty much listened every day for going on almost 12 years. Holy shit. Open source first monetized. Oh, okay. All that liquor. Sam doesn't care about Jamie. It is a number of other things. Yeah, I had a feeling it was a bunch of other things. Not even the gender neutral thing. The sickening part is what they're proposing for parties with high levels of stench. Wait a minute, is that whole thing where they're trying to like pull the racism by being like, if you have like so much musk? I mean, again, coming from white old politicians who probably smell like a mix of split pea soup and wet dog. Like, come on, man. No, you want to talk about humans that smell awful? Old white people smell fucking awful. They smell like, as I said, split pea soup and depression. I was beaten by a Dow chemical and remain as if Michael J. Fox's cousin. I don't get that. I rise. Yes, that dude abused her trust, but she had other stuff out there as well. Oh, okay. I trust my employer at the time, but they were sociopaths. Wow. I'm sorry that happened to you, man. That really sucks. A basic dust mask instead of a proper breathing apparatus. Oh, yeah, see, and this is why I keep saying, like, the risk factors that go into, like, certain work sectors. You know, we only find out that they get screwed when, you know... We actually, I think we have we got the DuPont chemical factory is kind of not too far from, well, not too far. They're like 45 minutes away from me. But what I recall, she ran against another progressive in MR that MR was supporting. Okay, and she made a racist remark towards that candidate by implying she wasn't local. Oh, which is weird considering I kind of remember that time she was going back and forth to Puerto Rico a lot. So like she would be broadcasting from Puerto Rico and I'm like, okay, weird. It was part of his issue with her. You could tell. How could you tell? I mean, if they didn't discuss it, how could you? That's actually a weird observation. I mean, I'm going to go with Duke on this one. Like, the vibe that I caught was just more so they were having more and more on-air disagreements about how to continue like supporting DSA and where to go with like the broader movement. I also did sense that like after Michael was the glue that held that portion of the show together, so like I had a feeling that she was only there because of Michael. And that's why after his passing, she just fulfilled her contract and then moved on. I mean, I'll be honest, Steven, like I've done some work like just in basic broadcasting, and I can tell you, usually it's boring stuff like that. And yes, when a contract goes up, they don't usually talk about it. They're not everybody is Howard Stern or even the Opie and Anthony's, where it's like they try to use that as a way to leverage their contract on air to try and get more money, which is, you know, that was a smart move to do. You know, that's why Howard is called the king, but the apparatus was about a 1,000 BUX compared to dust. Makes being under $1. All right, got a little lost there, buddy. Sorry. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Smelling like mothballs and depends. I mean, if we're talking about white old people, that is dead on. Mothballs. That's a good one. Yeah, you know what? They do smell like a little bit like mothballs. That split pea thing, man, though, I'm just telling you, every time I've gone in to like one of the like local nursing homes, it's just I don't know why. And now every time I do smell split pea soup, which I actually like split pea soup, but yeah, I try not to smell it, which thank God I have a diminished sense of smell anyway. Like I barely, like to almost an unsafe degree. There's one thing that sucks though, is because of the fact that like I have such like a lack of smell that like if I'm at the dispo and they do the thing where they're just like, what do you think of this? I'll just be like, oh yeah, that's good, that's strong, it's very strong, very potent. But in reality, I'm just like, it smells like every other thing that I have that is from this. I hate to say. That's like the one thing. Taste, surprisingly, still got that, so. Engaging for the algorithm. Hey, I appreciate that. Also, like the stream and sub to the channel if you enjoyed this content, because, yeah, I really appreciate it. Rage quit. I question sometimes what planet we live on. Yeah. Ooh, Squishmallow Dragon. How did the beef stew turn out yesterday? Awesome. It turned I'm actually going to be eating that for leftovers tonight. I am Can you tell by my giddiness that I'm like, yeah, they turned out, man. Like they turned out. You want to talk about some just primo seasoned meats. That's all it's about, is just make sure you I don't understand the people that are afraid of seasoning the meat before they cook it. What is wrong? Like, man, I pretty much like put a dry rub on that stuff, but I also like I like to put a lot like I coat it in olive oil and then put a little of the Worcester sister. Somebody said that in chat yesterday, and that made me laugh for about 20 minutes. I'm not even gonna lie, that was so fucking funny. I've never had it broken down like that. It was. Thank you for that. And now every time I use it, I'm going to be saying that. So now you have done something that has become a permanent fixture in my mind. So how you guys turned into the influencers, I don't know, but you did. Jill wasn't. Oh, wait. Sorry, bud. I got lost here. Yes, I agree that once Brooks died, Cedar wanted to shift center somewhat. Yeah, I think that I saw that. I saw the writing on the wall when it was happening too. I was a little scared that it was, that was the reason. And yeah, but Pep is already deep red. Man. All right, fair. Very fair. At least centrist compared to Pike. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, you know, or Peck, you mean? Yeah, because Jamie is super. I mean, yeah, she was like the leftist on the show at that point. I mean, she made Matt kind of seem centrist. So, Jamie does have a tendency to make flubs. As I said before, I have even corrected her in the chat, and it caused a commotion. Stuff like that could happen regularly. Yeah. I mean, honestly, just for, like, I don't know. I'd have a hard time probably like talking to her about stuff like that because, unfortunately, she would like just get aggressive with me, and I'm just a chill guy, man. Which honestly, I'm getting less and less okay with just people getting super aggressive with me in the like just trying to talk about stuff where I'm like, yo, tone it down. And then they're, tone it down? Why would you tell me to tone it down? It's just like, come on. Why does everybody always need to be just amped up to fucking 5,000? Meanwhile, I'm just like, can I just go back to power level 50? Power level 9,000. Wow, in Maryland and PA, you don't want to get a sniff before you buy. Wait, why? Oh, you don't? Oh, you don't? They don't show you this stuff? No kidding. Well, wait. I was about to say, no, because, like, what they have is... So what they do here is they'll have, like, the sample jar, that, like, it is, of the specific strain, and only, an employee can handle it, obviously. But yeah, they literally have, like, little testers, types of things. Like, you can't smoke in, the areas, or, like, at all. But yeah, you can do a little sniff test. It's cool. I've participated, even though I kind of knew damn well that I was kind of doing it performatively. Where I'm just like, let's see. You know what does suck though? Farts, like methane. I can smell methane. I actually had such a minor gas leak that like they had to use a special tool to detect it. And the guy looked at me, he's like, how the hell did you smell that? I'm like, he's just like, that's insane. And then just thinking about it, I'm like, wait, how come I could smell that, but I could smell nothing else? This sucks. I deep fry things in record time. Nice. Yeah, I'm already deep fried. I like that one. Thank you for that joke. That was pretty good. I don't think it's about being centrist on positions. I think it's more about presentation. I could see that, but at the same time, that almost made the charm of the Majority Report kind of what I kept returning for was the fact that they were all so different. You know, the fact that, you know, Sam and Matt and Jamie, like, they were all such different people. And then even Michael, like, Michael was so different from all of them. But they all... That's what I really enjoyed about, like, being able to think about that as, like, as a leftist, where I'm like, oh, well, that's just how being a, leftist is. We're just a bunch of different people that can agree on these things, and then, you go outside of that majority, like, the Majority Reporter, like, that program, what they were that they were having. I don't know why I just had a brain fart there, but yeah, like, so you go to anybody else's stream or something, and yeah, it just seems so much worse and infighty. You know what I mean? I don't think it's about. Here in Oklahoma, they're gonna do prepackaged soon. Really? I didn't know that you guys had. Oh, well, yeah. Everything here is prepack. By the way, it's not. Yeah. So, that's why I was saying, like, they have, like, these... They have the pre-packed, and then they have, like, the ones that the employees can handle and just be like, here, do you like this one? Do you like the look of this one? Like, that's also what they'll do. They'll pull out the buds and kind of, like, show you them. It's kind of cool. Hold on. Having... No, Steven, I don't think that having nude vids floating around the interwebs is part of a presentation, unfortunately, or not. No, I mean, I'm trying to think if Sam would have a problem with that, but I don't think so. Although, best or something unknown strain that I grew from a random. Yeah, I actually just accidentally created my own. I had a happy accident happen. It's called my brother. They should sell packs of rolled joy. Yeah, they do that. They do that, True Tech here. We have packs like that. Actually, I have a advent calendar that's like that. Stephen Colbert cheese. In a year or two, all of us will have AI. Most likely. Who cares? God, I've always thought that was kind of like, who the fuck want to see me naked that well, not like that badly. So weird. To play devil's advocate, there's nothing wrong with being fiery and passionate about things you care about, and these aren't always just talking points for people in their experience. Yeah, no, and that's why I'm saying, like, no. And I hope I didn't come across like I was just being flippant about that. Yeah, Duke, I think that the fact that she might have had nudes out there, I don't think that's a problem. We did Dolly Star. Yeah, Brandon, they kind of tried that a little bit, and we did that for Med, but because of the way that like recreational went, they started having to do pre-pack, so I missed that. Anna, like I said, shut up about it. Literally no one cares. Honestly, Anna, like if you can notice, I don't. Like it doesn't make me think anything, different about her. I had also kind of like, I'm not sure if I have this wrong, but I heard that she like kind of used to kick it with the Suicide Girls. Not sure, but like Insta breakfast. Well, yeah, no, True Tech. Yeah. No, you know what? Screw it. I'll be right back. I'll just go get it. Pick it up. Say, yeah, this is the way that it breaks open. It's very, very cool. Oh, man. Soon robotic gardening. Oh, two people dipped while I was getting it. Nah. I hate that. Yes. That'd be nice. I mean, True Tech, that's kind of where I was going with the horticulture part. Yeah, it's gonna, trichomes. You see that? It's a Christmas tree. I don't know what you're talking about. It's effing sweet pep next year. I'm getting one. Hell yeah. This is the best way to celebrate the 12 days of Christmas. Yeah, and guess what? Can I say it? Here. Yeah, I think I can. Infused. You know what I mean there? Dragon Ball Z infusion, huh? Yeah. Been popping into a lot of weird streams lately. Last one was 6 people talking, and a lady said women should only date within their tax bracket. Told her it is classist, and she got mad. Well, the thing is, you know what's funny about that? actually like that 18-year-old that was in that one video where she's like, yeah, I just want to buy a house. The thing is, these people, like, these kids are fucking unrealistic. Like, they think that you're supposed to get right out of college or right out of high school and just go right to making that type of money and having that type of, you know, life. I'm not sure, like, at the risk of sounding old as fuck right now, I'm going to chalk that one up to the fact that they did grow up with, like, social media and, like, these influencers, and, like, that kind of fucking wrecked their brain a little bit. Because, yeah, they definitely don't have, like, the leftist perspective. But I didn't think mine was a leftist perspective at all. Like, I thought that mine was just more of a millennial one where I'm just like, yeah, I don't need somebody said this. I took this from them, so I'll just say it. But I don't need ruin the planet rich. I just need live comfortably and make other people, you know, within my life comfortable kind of rich is kind of where I would like, if I'm going to participate in this capitalist society, that's what I would like. And then be able to, you know, make my locality a better place because of it. So, you don't do bingers yourself. Just so you know, True Tech, we call them bingers here, just to avoid, TOS. So, if you can help me out with that, when you mean that, just helps me a little bit. End up getting way more than I meant to. See, I almost exclusively do the water pipes. Like, water pipes and bingers are, like, pretty much it. As far as, like, when I smoke, when I go for flower. When I go for the flower power. My boss is working on a 7G. Oh man, you know what, guys? Here, if you're in the Discord, I'll just put this up. Why not? No, I'm not, because I mean, I could like say bongo, but I'm just saying it from my. I call them bingers anyway in my everyday life, like. That's what me and my friend call them. Like, anytime that we get together, it's like, hey, man, you want to go rip some bingers? So, that is me instituting my my lingo onto you guys. So, vape pens too. Tokes from those end up with major... True Tech, I call this one my scaredy bear, because I like to call when I, you know, get in this frame of mind getting scared. Actually... you know, for you and for, you know, everybody else that knows this, but me and my wife, that's our thing. Like, if she wants to smoke, then she'll just be like, you want to get scared? And it's not scared, it's scared. Like, we talk like we're like little kids. But yeah, then I'm just like, I want to get scared. Yeah, and I found out that the stand-up comedian that I enjoy also calls it getting scared. So apparently that is a thing that is around. I've actually heard that from other people. Avoiding demonetization on SM is so random, it's almost funny. Yeah, dude. At this point, because again, the fact that like, when I'm talking about a serious topic such as, you know, grape, like, dude, what the hell? That shit truly bugs me, because it's just like, I'm whitewashing my language and censoring my language. It's like, ugh. I bought some water hush. That's intense tea. Yeah. I had a new thing that was insane. I'm not sure if you guys have had them, but it's actually kind of like this thing. So this is my, when it's working. Yeah, here. So this is my, just, oh my God. I almost called it a hydrator. This is, marijuana has affected the brain. Yeah, it's my little humidifier. And what I did was I smoked something that was like that, where it did just this, where it has a like a cart that you put in it, and it just, you know, you have to, an atomizer. Thank you, an atomizer. Yeah, man. The atomizer is a sit there with a little straw, and like it's got this little dome. Yeah, man, that shit was wild. And as somebody who has got a little bit of a tolerance, it was that was good. That was vape. That was fire. Hey, Voss Jr. Talk about Nick, please. Hey, what's up, Armas? I appreciate you popping in. My boy from Mexico. The fact you call me Voss Jr. Ew. I think that God, I'm older than that guy, like by a long shot. Well, long shot, 7 years. It's weird. I still think of people like in high school terms where it's like, wait a minute, where were you when I was a senior in high school? That's how I like still, where I'm just like, wait a minute, you were a baby. Good market. The party helmet. Oh yeah. Yeah, I have something like that. And it was an old one. It's an old World War I mask that I rigged up to one of my old butane vape things. Wow. Okay. Sorry. I also just had somebody send me some more stuff. I don't want to really do that, if that's okay. Really? Okay. Alright. We're good. Why? Why is it gone? Huh. Well, never mind. I was going to just play this video somebody sent me, but it's a dead link. Okay. Sorry. Can't do nothing with that, so we move on. Which, this will be fun. This will be a fun little segment coming up. But I enjoyed that Jamie Peck video, though. It was also just nice seeing her. Like, I haven't actually seen her on any shows or anything for a long time. Unfortunately, don't follow her show. And I didn't know she was on a different show now. I thought she was still, like, on the Antifada or whatever. All right. We're going to watch the Piers Morgan debate that was apparently a huge breakdown or a huge fight between Dave Rubin and Cenk Uygur, because they apparently were trying to bury the hatchet and just ended up talking specifically about all the crap that they were talking to and about each other. So, and also Dave Smith, one of my favorite libertarians, is in this. The only reason I like Dave Smith is honestly because he's just a comedian who is into politics. Although, the more and more, I hate to say it, because, wait a minute, is that what is part of the problem? Yeah, he started a new podcast, great. Never mind. I was going to be way too charitable, because I'm like, oh, you know what, he's just on comedy podcasts. It's not like he's even a political figure. Nah, he wants to move into the political streams, or political arena. All right. True Text, Stop Old Program, Speak Spanish. Okay. Me habla inglés. Wait. I can do a little skit for you. Maria y Francisco, mi amigo. Porque Francisco es muy grande y tú es muy pequeño. Maria. Sorry. I got in huge trouble for doing that in high school. And that's honestly like the extent of mi español. Hablo. Yeah. Niche market, a little gimmicky, wouldn't expect it to catch on broadly. I mean, hey, I accidentally did read a Spanish article from Ground News yesterday that, hey, I did not do that bad. You could go back to it, and I think that my pronunciation was on point, and I think that I honestly do still, like, I used to call it auto shop Spanish, where you walk into an auto shop and you're just like, I understood that. Luxury herb market. Death Internet. How can I know you are not bots? LOL. Who, these guys? You're talking about my guys here? Like my chat? They are definitely 2000% not bots. I can tell you that they are indeed, they have passed the human test. Everyone seems programmed by the parents. Oh, now we're getting deep. Uh-oh. Now we're waxing poetic on are we robots who are programmed the second that we are born, and then the program is just coded a little bit differently as we grow. What? Como tu encontrar Pep? Where? You mean encantar? Wait a minute. Now you're just doing the thing where I'm like, uh-oh. ¿De dónde eres? Wait, where'd it go? Wait, you know what? Screw it. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, encantar. Yeah. That's what I thought. How you enchant me? Wait, what? As I said, I barely speak Spanish, and I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna just do the thing that I should do and just go Google this. No, I'll be honest. When I saw it in Encontra, I'm like, wait, did she misspell Encanto, or did she misspell Encontrar? Oh man, you do speak Spanish. Oh really? Like you actually? Okay, John. Yeah, but it's a verb. You have to conjugate it. That pesky conjugation. This is the reason that I never got past Spanish 2. Honestly, I've been thinking about doing some of that, was it Duolingo stuff or whatever? I am not a bot. What chat are you reading? I'm confused. Oh, Mr. Dink, I'm on my YouTube chat, but I also do engage with my Twitch chat as well. But yeah, my main chat, I'm actually one of the rare guys that has his main chat as his YouTube chat. So, yeah, it's interesting. But if you, here, give me 1 second. I will give you a link to my channel so you can just hop on over there and subscribe to the channel and also join that chat if you would like to, because, yeah, it is a fun place to be. Oh. Hi, guys. Wait. I didn't mean to start that. No. We can't start that yet. This is important. So I asked, how did you find Pep? Yeah, how did you? Trust me, you know what? If you guys can always answer that, I would love to know. If you can tell me just how you found me, I am very interested in that. Because I don't know how much longer I'll be able to say this as a YouTuber with less than 1,000 subs. I think I only have 15 to go to break that 1,000. But yeah, as a newer YouTuber, I am very interested in how people came here. So, also, John Doe, I will be observing. That sounded ominous. Like, just with the ... I was like, Uh-oh. They're going full Spanish. Uh-oh. I mentioned Spanish too, and I'm like, well, apparently now they just know. This is how you get around me. I'm always hitting the live button and scrolling down to find the small streams. Oh, nice. Nice. You know what? I appreciate that, because that's kind of cool of you, man. Like, I gotta say, like, the fact that you're kind of seeking out smaller YouTubers. That's dope. Alright, where's my link here? Here we go. Did it not pop up? Oh, come on. What is happening? This is the second time I posted it. Oh, there it goes. Alright. Or I just didn't hit enter, you know, like the silly person that I am. And here you go, Twitch chat. This is the link over for my YouTube channel. You guys can sub over there. And also, you guys can follow me over here. I'm almost to 50. Actually, to my YouTube chat over here, if you guys have a Twitch account, please sign in and go over and follow me, because I'm about to hit that 50. And apparently, that's where I will be able to get monetized over there. So that'd be nice. So I appreciate all the support. And speaking of all the support, you know what? I don't want to say your full name, so I'm gonna just say JS White. Thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. You guys are awesome. Yeah, and did you not put a message in? Yeah, because you guys can leave messages. I just wanted to let you know that. So. El gato está en el matea. El gato en escena piscina. Hey. I'm so white. I really am. God. Yeah, Scott, don't worry about it, man. Sad part is, you know, that last name Pepper. Or, as they like to say, Pidieta. Am I saying that right? Oh, thank you, True Tech. Yes, you know what? Guys, you can't even see him. Look, he's hanging off his bed and he's just like, meh. Que bueno, gringo, habla. Yeah, I see, Anna? I know that one. I know what you're saying. I know what you're talking about. Right. No puedo oh no. All right. Now you guys are doing it. Now the cat is in the suitcase. I said the cat is in the pool. I believe. Yeah, dogs are mellow for the most part. Oh, it's so funny. Somebody actually said that, like my buddy who was over last night, he was just like, wait, so they think your dog is chill? I'm like, yeah, they're like, oh, how they don't know him. Oh, Hablasville. Okay. Oh, he can't breathe. He's laughing so hard. Oh, God. Well, I'm glad that I'm here to entertain, but also, oh boy, I know where this is coming from. Damn it. Well. Maria! I still will never remember that. Porque? The look on my Spanish teacher's face is... She used to call us queridos, and she was so wrong. Like, this old white woman, she'd be like, hola, queridos! Just like, that's not right. But okay. He also likes your pink sweater. Nice. I love my pink sweater. I love this sweater. It's CM Punk. One of my favorite wrestlers. Your poor dog always getting scratched by the car and burned and farted on. Yeah. By the cat, you mean? Yeah. I was about to say by the car. No, God, getting him in a car. He stands like Bambi. So, like, if you put him in the car and I'll lift him in it, he'll just stand there like this, stiff, and then he'll start shaking like, dude, you gotta sit down. No, I don't. Oh, thank God my vet is not far away from me. Otherwise, that would just be a thing. Like, a thing. He's a lot. That's why I'm just sharing it, because honestly, he's, for anybody that does think he's so chill, yeah, my vet has to give him special treatment. Like, they come and give him his shots in the car, because he's that freaked out when he goes in there, so... Yeah, he's a good boy. He's a very good boy, as you can see. He's also a very sleepy boy. Oh, that would be bad, trapped in a microcar with a farting nervous dog. Yes. Thank you. Yes. You understand my plight. This dog also, man. You want to talk about, like, chemical warfare? Just send him into a frickin' war zone. Actually, there you go. Feed him chorizo, and then send him into that war. Oh, man. That happened by accident. One of my friends is just... I hate to say, he's just not... You know, he doesn't think about that stuff. So, he fed my dog half of a chorizo taco. That was a nightmare. That was a nightmare. It was as bad as... It was actually probably worse than you can even imagine. I mean, dude, I woke up and it was all over my house. All over my house. Dude. Ugh. And this wasn't the same time, thank God. But also, yeah, there's a reason I don't have a Roomba anymore. I was one of those where my Roomba turned on and my dog took a crap in the living room and that was a bad day. That was a bad day. Yeah, my mini car is perfect for hotboxing though. I mean, dude, I haven't hotboxed in a while. Just thought about that. That's something I used to love doing. Absolutely love to do. But I haven't done that in a while. Alright, so we're going to go to the Piers Morgan and TYT thing, even though I've been having tons of fun with you guys over here in chat. He fucked the Roomba? That's the greatest response to... Okay, man. No. No. What? Yeah, you know. Come on now. He's a chorizo taco. He gets the farts, and then he gets the poops, and then he poops, and then the Roomba turns on, and then I have poop all over my house. Dude, I'm sorry, man. That was perfectly timed. He fucked the Roomba? Wow. Twitch chat, if you guys aren't, like, if you guys don't have both chats open, I feel sorry for you, because honestly, YouTube chat, again, I got one of those rare ones. This is one of the funniest damn chats on YouTube. Had a dog that had the runs all the way down in the carpeted hallway. It was like watching a brown road line painter in action. Yes, I have a 13-and-a-half-year-old lab. She's a very good girl. She can't come down the stairs here, so this is why I can't really see her. But if you follow me in the Discord, I will be posting a lot of pictures. But yeah, she's done that, and it sucks. Actually, just yesterday, we're chilling on the couch, right? And I'm just relaxing, having a great morning, and she like perks up because she's sitting right next to me on the couch, and I'm like, "You okay?" And she's just like, "What?" And then she just like she kind of leans over and just goes "Wah!" and like projectile vomits. So, back to it. Mr. Dink. Oh, dude, I just checked your YouTube and realized that you're in a leftist echo chamber. Bummer. Back to the I am really important. I don't know, man. I mean, Mr. Dink, I kind of feel like I'm not in the echo chamber just by the way that I report my stuff. Also, because of my sponsor, Ground News, I do try to keep things, grounded and report everything that I can on this stuff. But yes, I do have a leftist lean. I am not a Trump supporter, if that's your thing, but I also don't begrudge you. I'm not gonna just say, get out of my community, bro. Especially if you're 420 friendly. Like, dude, this is something we all need to be able to do is have a nice sit down smoke sesh and then be able to talk things out. But I appreciate you also thinking that, you're in an echo chamber. Yeah. Anybody that usually accuses somebody of being in an echo chamber is in an echo chamber. So, a dense coating of mist of pressurized urine. What did I just read? All right. Wait. Anna, you guys are hilarious. No, for real, you guys are. I'm not, not blowing smoke up your ass. You guys are very, very funny. Trust me, as somebody who has spent enough times in other YouTube communities, and as Duke has seen this week, I was in there stalking the MR chat and popping in there occasionally. I saw your comment on Discord while I was in there. It made me laugh pretty hard. Someone needs to stop Francesca from playing fart noises at the end of her streams. Yeah, the thing is, it's not as funny. Like, it's funny if she maybe does it like once in a while, but nah, I'm with you. Especially as somebody that loves farts. I love fart noises. Like a good fart. Like, did you guys not catch the fact that like Kyle did a perfect raspberry yesterday where he was just like, and like it was perfect. I couldn't even do it. And it made me laugh, like legit laugh. And I also kind of realized I'm like, I am legitimately a freaking toddler because I'm laughing at like, not even farts. I'm laughing at raspberry farts. Like, just a good fart noise. My neighbor's cat walked up and sprayed the floor console TV screen, then walked away. Yeah, you know what? I had an asshole cat too. She used to pee on my shoes. I don't miss that. Francesca is my spirit animal. Squishmallow Dragon. Yeah, Francesca. Yeah. Shout out Franny Fio. She is the shit. We definitely love her here. I didn't know it was if he thinks you're in a bubble, he should he should stay and chat. Yeah, no, for real, dude. Like, Mr. Dink, stay in chat and honestly, like, pop into YouTube chat. Like, there's a few. I don't think that I am in a bubble, but okay. It's the warp stoner human. Sounds like an infection. Frantifa. I really like to try and escape other people. Wait, I really try to escape other people's farts. You're telling me you don't just sit there and just you're training yourself for chemical warfare, so you're just like, I can handle this. Frances is great, one of my favorites right now. Yeah, no, she's legit, man. It sucks that she has to do the contractual thing with YouTube with TYT right now. I have a feeling that's why the Bituation Room will be more than likely moving off of the network of TYT, because it's starting to look like she figured out I don't want to be part of this. Damn it. All right, give me 1 second. I just got a notification. I have a package waiting for me outside, and it's in the middle of snowing, so this is fun. So let me set up my next segment. We'll go right for it. All right. And if you guys haven't already, like the stream. It really helps me out. And I really, really do appreciate it. Also, oh, hey, we got 2 more subs. Cool. Somehow lost a few last night, but don't know what I did. I always love that, where I see, like, a few subs kind of leave, like, within an hour or two, and I'm like, what did I say? Your farts are always Wait, your farts always are more zesty when you're shopping and moving through the aisles. Yeah, dude, crop dusting at the grocery store, man, is there anything funnier than doing that, especially if it's a good one? I was just recently, like, shopping for Thanksgiving, and I had one of those moments where I had to cut through, and everybody is like at the spice aisle. So I strategically, I was like, no, wait for it, grabbed my sage. As I turned to walk away, I'm just like, just walk away. It was wonderful. LOL, true fart. True farts over here. Hey, you know what? This is kind of sewer. I mean, we're literally losing viewers over the farts, so I think that we're going to move on from the poo talk. What do you mean? I thought that you guys wanted to talk about Pooh and Pooh Bear. Didn't you know that I am now part of the... I am now not covered under copyright. You can do whatever you want with me. You can make me a naughty little bear. I already don't wear pants. I was trying to give you guys a hint, but nobody took it except for that weirdo Tigger. That weird Tigger, I'm telling you. He's motherfucker has problems.
You're going in the last few weeks, you will be a fully fledged member of MAGA before we know it.
I'm not like Dave.
And I'm starting to think that the rabbits might be a little bit of a namby-pamby.
Rubin, a giant sellout fraud who changed all of his positions and is totally useless, and it shouldn't even be on here. He's just a waste of space.
Piers, it's barely worth responding to this ridiculous buffoon who's the joke of the industry, but...
That's what... What is this monologue? I don't know. It's Winnie the Pooh.
Us disruptors are doing. He really...
I thought this was a political show. I didn't know we were going to the 100-acre wood to see all the disturbing creatures that Christopher Robin left behind. Did you know that he became a drunk? I didn't. I was very sad, but he started using Piglet as a football. He would just be over here. Look, Piglet. Look how far you can go. Oh,
really does want to drain the swamp. And when you begin to drain it, well, all of those creatures start showing their teeth and hissing and wailing. And
whoa, what happened? What happened? This is Laura Bobert
snapping at you. And
she looks like she had,
I think
like,
it's time
bad hair plugs.
Now
Whoa.
to drain it once and for all.
Popular wisdom is that politics has never been so bitterly divided, but scratched beneath the surface of our everyday outrage, wash away the red and blue tribal paint, and there's a more interesting picture. President Trump...
Scott, have you ever seen the stock porn? Did you know that I was the proprietor of that category?
Trump has demolished the traditional divide.
I'm just a silly little bear.
Of right and left. A classic liberal believes in free speech, free markets, and the freedom of individuals under the rule of law. Classic lefty is anti-war and highly suspicious of institutions. They support homegrown manufacturing jobs and the working class. Above all, they're very good at selling a vision of how things can be better for everyone. Right now, that all sounds a lot...
I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I didn't hit record. Give me 1 second. The more evil, the more your hair recedes. That's a good idea. Okay, that makes me look at this a little bit different. Wow. Need to have a forehead off between her and MTG. All right. Give me 1 sec. I forgot to hit record for the segment. So this is why I was doing For Gondor. I kind of started abandoning that. Got to bring For Gondor back, guys. That'll keep me honest and at least get my my recording button on point. All right, so we are going to watch the Piers Morgan debate where we had Cenk Uygur and Dave Rubin finally squaring off. We've been waiting for this one for a while, so let's go.
I mean, many people saying if you carry on down the road you're going in the last few weeks, you will be a fully fledged member of MAGA before we know it.
I'm not like Dave Rubin, a giant sellout fraud who changed all of his positions and is totally useless. And it shouldn't even be on here. He's just a waste of space.
Piers, it's barely worth responding to this ridiculous buffoon who's the joke of the industry, but...
That's what us disruptors are doing. He really does want to drain the swamp. And when you begin to drain it, well, all of those creatures start showing their teeth and hissing and wailing and snapping at you. And
she knows all about that. I mean, being so into Beetlejuice and all.
And I think it's time now to drain it once and for all.
That's what she was looking for in that guy's pants. She was looking for the snake. She's like, my favorite part of Beetlejuice is the snake. I must find Snake. Where's Snake?
Popular wisdom is that politics has never been so bitterly divided, but scratched beneath the surface of our everyday outrage, wash away the red and blue tribal paint, and there's a more interesting picture. President Trump has demolished the traditional divide of right and left. A classic liberal believes in free speech, free markets, and the freedom of individuals under the rule of law. A classic lefty is anti-war and highly suspicious of institutions. They support homegrown manufacturing jobs and the working class. Above all, they're very good at selling a vision of how things could be better for everyone. Right now, that all sounds a lot like, well, MAGA. Voters clearly agree. Black voters, Latino voters, young voters, working class voters, and voters with no college degree have all flocked to the big red tent. Even First Lady Jill Biden now appears to love Trump and loathe Harris as much as anybody. But the big problem with big tents is that the people who've been inside them for the longest are highly suspicious of newcomers. In a moment, we'll debate this and more with a star panel, all of whom have copped a public backlash for shifting their positions. But I'll begin with the OG of the political trans movement, Dave Rubin, creator and host of the Rubin Report. He wants to respond to my recent interview with his former colleague, Anna Kasparian. Well, Dave, great to have you on Uncensored. So look, we had Anna on. Very interesting pivot that she's been making in the last few months. But obviously you and her have a bit of history. And in the interest of fair-minded balance, this is your chance to say what you want to say by way of response to her.
Sure. You know, funny. I enjoyed your intro there. I guess I did sort of get on the trans thing early. It just wasn't about my genitals. Look, Piers, you're absolutely right. What Donald Trump represents, and then I will address the Anna situation, but what Donald Trump represents right now is something that is well beyond conservative versus liberal or left versus right or anything else. It's a restoration of the American dream. It is a wide tent party that has now brought in classical liberals, not only like myself, but Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, who will be in the administration itself, or someone like Elon Musk, who was basically a default lefty his entire life. And it has brought them in conversation and in government and in culture with Republicans who tend to be more for the old institutions and more for, let's say, pro-capitalism, things of that nature. This has created a pro-America movement that I think almost everyone in America can get on board. Now, as it pertains to Anna, yes, I was part of the Young Turks Network about a decade ago. We were very, very good friends. She was invited to my wedding. We hung out all the time. I did see her on your show about 2 weeks ago.
Well, for those who didn't, let me stop you there, because for those who didn't, I want to play two clips. One, this is for those who may be coming cold to this. One is a sort of mashup of some of the things she said about you before. Then I'm going to play a clip of what she said on this show 2 weeks ago. So let's watch the two things.
He was lazy when he worked here. He's lazy now with his ridiculous show where...
Random question, True Tech. Recently got a laser cutting rig for my woodworking. Does that work on plastic resins, like from a 3D printer? Or do you think that would just completely like melt the resin?
He proves time and time again that he doesn't know anything. He has no political identity. He is not an honest actor. He is not an intellectual. He is a fraud. But if you are someone who considers yourself libertarian, consider the fact that Dave Rubin is a public figure who represents you, and he doesn't actually genuinely believe in your ideology. And he's going around the country embarrassing you. You need to at least know your shit and know how to back up your argument. Even if it's like a BS argument, you need to have an argument. Yeah. And he doesn't even he doesn't even do the legwork to be a grifter, right?
Oh,
look, I don't know. Maybe
one of my
I was wrong
favorite things seeing that. Do you realize how well Michael wears a suit and like how, like, dude, that fit him perfectly. That was a nice suit.
Dave Rubin. But I just felt that he, first of all, after he left TYT, he did lie about us. And that bothered me because we were still friends and I didn't understand what was going on. He did leave on good terms, so it was weird. And, you know, he kept saying that he was this classical liberal, but had trouble defining what that meant and had trouble reinforcing or at least backing up some of the claims that he was making about, you know, his newfound identity.
So, Dave, there we have it in all its inglorious fashion, all the digs she had at you, then what she said online, which she herself, of course, was pivoting. What's your response?
Well, first off, I should note you don't have 10 years of videos of me saying anything about her because we did leave on good terms. As a matter of fact, when I told her I was leaving, we went to Zinc on Melrose. I took her out for sangria and she cried because I was leaving and I was bringing my producer with me. But putting that aside for a moment, if I can't explain any of my ideas, well, somehow this became a New York Times bestseller where I lay out all my classically liberal beliefs, and I've discussed them with you many times, and I believe in laissez-faire economics, and I believe in individual rights and all that. But what I would say, I think she's a little confused and perhaps was lied to by her employers about some of my behaviors or something like that. But I love the idea of anyone going through their own political evolution. You know, one of the things is that people go through it often in varying speeds. So I always say some people swallow the red pill and some people snort it, right? Some people just wake up overnight and they fully see it. I think one of the things that you have to do when you wake up is realize that many people have gone through this before you and that you might have wronged some people on the way there. So I was very glad to hear her say that she might have been wrong about Dave Rubin. Look, all it takes, honestly, like I know you know this, Piers, you've been in this game longer than me. You don't get any apologies in this business, and I don't like making things really about myself in that sense. But genuinely, if there was a mea culpa there or just a simple apology, maybe I didn't see things right about you, Dave, or whatever, I would gladly welcome anyone. And I don't mean to make this about her. If you're waking up to the ideas of liberty and limited government, especially post-COVID and seeing what this ridiculous Democratic Party has become, and you want to agree to disagree and dive into the ideas and have that battle, I will do that with absolutely anybody. So look, an apology probably, I would say, would be warranted, but I don't sit there and wait for it. And I think there are much bigger forces at play here than just the interpersonal battle of two people.
Out of interest, I mean, if I could make it happen, would you debate her?
Yes.
Uncensored?
100. I said that on my show after we played that clip. I'd be happy to do it with her live, just the two of us in studio. If you want to be the host or moderator, I'll do it under any condition because, again, I think there's something. I think it now represents something that could be unbelievably good for America.
Yeah.
Progressives who have called everybody racists and bigots and impugn motives. I mean, people just watch that compilation right there. Always going after people in the worst nature. If you've now woke up and from what I understand, I've seen some of her tweets, she's now being attacked the same way she attacked me. So I would say, much like Bruce Willis said in Die Hard, welcome to the party, pal. But we can be on the same side, even if we still have political disagreements. Okay, we don't agree on the marginal tax rate or the immigration rates or something like that. If you love America, if you think this place is fundamentally good, if we still have a country that will offer more opportunity for any other place and you want to be part of that, yes, whatever the circumstances are or the moderator is or isn't, I'd be happy to do it. But if it's you, that would be great.
You know, what's really interesting about what you just said, I totally agree with you, by the way. But if you look at Trump's picks for his cabinet, for example, they are so diverse in terms of their views, right across the board. I mean, if they all got together, they'd be arguing about all sorts of stuff, which I'm all in favor of. This kind of, rigid ideology where you have to all sign up to one viewpoint about everything. There'll be people in there that completely disagree with RFK, for example, about some of his views. Good. Have that debate.
Of course.
Have that debate. This is what democracy is supposed to be built on.
Of course, this is the beauty of what Trump is doing right now. And really, you can connect that so deeply. I mean, I would recommend anyone go back on YouTube. You can find Donald Trump on Phil Donahue or Oprah or a whole bunch of these shows back in the 80s. And he sounds like a Democrat. Yeah. So Donald Trump is not a traditional conservative. I would actually argue that Donald Trump's own political evolution probably, Piers, is much more in line with guys like you and me than say George Bush or Dick Cheney or someone that you think of as a sort of standard bearer for republicanism. So the fact that he is now going to bring in people who quite literally were running against him for president only 6 months ago, RFK Jr., and someone who ran against him for president on the other side, Tulsi, only 4 years ago. That shows you what's bringing them together. What's bringing them together is a love for America, a realization that we have been on the precipice of giving away the most precious, beautiful experiment in human history on how to free people ever. And I think Donald Trump actually now sees that. I also think that post-assassination attempt, I think he has a renewed fervor and sort of realization of what his role in life is. And that's the opportunity that, again, not to make this about Anna specifically, but anyone that's going through a wake-up. We know.
I actually pointed out, like, when he was talking about Luigi, how he was just like, he didn't even bring up how, you know, he might, maybe, you know what, I have a different opinion about this because I've been targeted. None of that. So that's why I'm right back to thinking, like, yeah, he knew.
So many people have woken up. I mean, look, for me, I think it was 2016. I did that wild video for PragerU.
Screw it. Don't know why.
You want everyone to get there the day you do, but you have to be gracious when people come around one way or another.
Yeah. Well, let's bring in my other panel members, because some of them are definitely going on a very interesting journey, including new MAGA enthusiast, Cenk Uygur. I said that deliberately to wind him up. The host and founder of the Young Turks. Libertarian Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem. Lindy Lee, the DNC Finance Committee member and advisor, and former woke activist turned YouTuber, Amala Ekpunobi. Well, welcome to all of you. So, Cenk, I mean, many people saying if you carry on down the road you're going in the last few weeks, you will be a fully fledged member of MAGA before we know it.
Yeah, there's absolutely no chance of that. I'm not like Dave Rubin, a giant sellout fraud who changed all of his positions and is totally useless, and it shouldn't even be on here. He's just a waste of space.
Wow. Really? After all Dave said about coming together?
Yeah. Yeah, no, got no interest in coming together with utter frauds like Dave Rubin. So, brother, you telling me that when you were on the Young Turks, you were Mr. Progressive and you agreed with us 100%. Now, all of a sudden, you agree with Trump 100%. You're not saying something nuanced like we are. Hey, you know, when the guy gets shot at and he puts his fist up, that's courageous. When he does the McDonald's photo op and it works fine, no problem, right? If he wants to cut the Pentagon, great. Those are progressive positions. Anti-corruption, progressive position. Anti-war, progressive position. But you change all of your ideology overnight and you expect us to believe that that's real? I don't think it's real at all. And I want an apology from you for all the crazy, outrageous lies that you told about the Young Turks. When is that going to happen, huh? Wow. When are you going to admit that you changed all your positions for money? Okay, well, what position do you still have that's in any way a so-called classic liberal? You fraud,
Dave.
Piers, it's barely worth responding to this ridiculous buffoon who's the joke of the industry. But I will say this, Cenk, I haven't spoken to you in 10 years. I haven't spoken to you in 10 years.
Fraud.
I don't think he's a fraud or a joke. I think Dave Rubin is, for what it's worth, I think Dave Rubin is one of the most.
Wait a minute, but Piers isn't right winger. I'm not a right winger. I'm not a right winger. He just admitted it.
Influential and significant voices out there right now. And I admire his honesty about the journey he's been on, Cenk.
Piers, I appreciate that, but the thing is, what Cenk just proved is exactly what everyone in America, and I would say all over the world, is getting over. Nobody wants what he just offered up there. Not only does no one believe it, and he had it prepackaged and ready to go, and it's complete drivel. Yes, I sold out. It's so nonsensical. Again, Cenk, I'll gladly send you a signed copy of the book, and you can read all of my thoughts. And if you're anti-corruption and you're anti-war, you should be on the Trump train. But your endless hatred, the division that you sow, calling everyone racist and white supremacist, all of that stuff, it's why you're not respected. But I don't mean to get into the personal side of that. I'm talking about now something that culturally has shifted, and everyone can see the grift that you're up to, trying to sort of dance with the thing. But it's just not necessary, and I don't think that many people will buy it.
Well, Cenk, let me put to you, Cenk, something that Laura. Hang on, Cenk. Cenk, hang on. I'm gonna read you something just to see your reaction. But Laura Loomer called you out on X, as you know, and she said this: you are the radical left, Cenk Uygur. You're a con artist and an opportunistic grifter who's gotten rich off demonizing President Trump, calling his supporters fascists and Nazis, promoting open borders, glorifying Hamas, and pushing conspiracy theories about Trump for 9 years. If you want forgiveness, get on your filthy knees and pray to Allah, because you aren't welcome on the right and you aren't ever going to find a redemption arc, no matter how hard you pander. And she goes on and on. I'm going to keep calling you out every time you try to move an inch closer to many on the right, because you're too dense and too dumb, because they're too dense and too dumb to decode your subversion, but I'm not. So look, there are lots of people on the right who think that you're on some great move here to, as she puts it, wiggle your way into the middle and over to the right, so you can then poison MAGA with your, as she puts it, subhuman political takes. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Okay, so look, this is people like Laura Loomer and Dave Rubin are the exact problem. And I think actually somebody else on this panel was part of the solution. That's Dave Smith. And I want to come back to that in a second. So when you have people like Dave Rubin switch all of their positions, what happens is when you go to do nuance and you say, hey guys, hold on, let me explain. Hold on.
No, he can't.
Yeah. Hey, go pleasure Trump again. Go pleasure Trump again.
Do you know that
he goes from Bernie to Trump and pretends. Come on, brother. Come on, brother.
I tell people what I believe in.
What do you believe in? You believed something yesterday. You don't believe in anything today.
Yeah, what position? What position do you think I hold that I don't honestly believe?
Can I answer the question?
Yeah.
Can I answer the question? Can I answer Trump?
Yeah, what position do I say that I believe that I don't really believe? Go ahead.
Brother, you went on Fox News with Tucker Carlson. You went on Tucker Carlson on Fox News and said gay people, that the fact that the fire department was recruiting gay people was why there was forest fires. You're a national embarrassment, okay? You pleasure those guys for a living.
You can pull up the clip tomorrow if you want.
Okay?
I was talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, that you shouldn't hire people based on their genitals or their sexual orientation. And we now all know that. You have been one of the prime pushers of all of this neo-racism. I believe in meritocracy, that whether you're going to be a doctor or a firefighter or a basketball player or anything else, you should be hired on your qualifications, not your genitals or sexual orientation or skin color. That's actually America. So you can keep trying here.
Cenk, finish your point. Then I'll go to Dave Smith.
Listen, yes. When this country desperately needs to unite against the establishment on things we all agree on. So things like all the populists hate corruption. All the populists hate war. By the way, Dave doesn't. Dave will demand that we start every war for Israel and pay for all of Israel's war. So he's been establishment on that all along. But when you go to say, hey, can we get an agreement on things that we agree on? The left pushes back because they're so afraid. They got traumatized by the Dave Rubins in the world. They're like, oh, if you take one step, not even in their direction, if you allow the right wing to take a step in our direction, they're worried that you're going to be a fraud like Dave Rubin and change all of your positions overnight. So my friends on the left, do not get scarred by this fraud of a man. There are other people like Dave Smith, who
let me bring in
is
Dave
a libertarian.
Smith.
We disagree on other issues.
Let me bring in Dave Smith.
We can actually unite on the things that we care about.
Right. Let me bring in Dave Smith.
In order to unite, you got to get past the frauds like Dave Rubin.
All right. Dave Smith, welcome back to Uncensored. Obviously, things have kicked off. I actually thought there might have been a coming together moment, and not the way it went, but it's gone the opposite way. Let's just take what Dave Rubin was saying and then how Cenk responded. But it seems to me that this big tent thing of Trump, I mean, it's very real. His popularity in America has never been higher than it is today. He's got an incredible mandate. The Republicans basically now are in charge of absolutely everything. You've got everyone who formally distanced themselves in 2016 racing down to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring and so on. I mean, it's a real opportunity, but it's undeniably an extraordinary coming together of people from all types of political views and so on, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And let me just say for the record that I like both Dave and Cenk.
So do I agree.
Cenk did work in a compliment toward me, and Dave, you weren't able to do that, so I'm going to be on Cenk's side on this issue now.
Dave, you and I have some differences. I've never gone after you. I like you, absolutely.
That's true. Listen, I don't look bigger than your guys like personal beef. I think it's what's going on here is really kind of amazing. Well, okay, but I'm just saying if you zoom out here, I think since this last election, people are focused on this kind of realignment and the new political dynamics in America. But if you look back 8 years ago in 2016, during this election in both major political parties, you had essentially civil wars. I mean, Donald Trump came in and took over the Republican Party against the will of the establishment and the donor class. In 2016, the RNC was floating out the idea of changing the rules, as you remember well, Pierce, all the way up until the convention. They were floating out the idea of trying to steal this thing.
Ironically, I actually disagree with you on this one, Duke. It is a shame that all these clownish grifters are big in media. The only one that really isn't the clownish grifter in this entire panel is the one speaking right now, and that's Dave.
From Donald Trump. Of course, that same year, the Bernie Sanders movement had to be flat out cheated by the Democratic establishment.
Not Dave Rubin, Dave Smith.
Right. So it's not as if these things haven't been building for quite a long time. I think what happened in this election is that the thing that unified people around Trump was one, like Dave, like you said, me and you disagree on a lot of issues. I think a lot of people who ended up supporting Trump disagree on a lot of issues. The one thing that united all of us is that we opposed the blatant corruption of the establishment and the corporate media apparatus, which is nothing more than the mouthpiece of the regime, constantly in the business of lying to the American people in service of the regime. And this is so this is how you're able to get a liberal like Bobby Kennedy and a liberal like Tulsi Gabbard and somebody like J.D. Vance or somebody like Vivek Ramaswamy, why they can all come together is that they all oppose the corruption that permeates D.C. that has truly profoundly degraded this country over the last 25 years. And I think that there's just with that basic understanding, there's a lot that people, even with very different political views, can agree on.
Yeah. Amala, I want to come to you, but I want to play a clip from Stephen A. Smith. This is where he's calling out people who say he's on the right because he's been criticizing Democrats. Let's take a listen.
No surprises. You're just continuing to piss me off. Why? Because every time I make a comment that's critical of the Democratic Party or the left, I get accused of being a pundit for the right. I voiced my concerns about Joe Biden and his ability to serve as second term as president. Then Biden stepped on the debate stage in late June and revealed what many suspected. He embarrassed himself. The White House and the Democrats eventually switched to Vice President Kamala Harris when he stepped away. I pointed out my concerns.
I hate to say that this was a bad look.
With the campaign and the Democratic Party along the way.
Especially after the report, after the report that came out about Biden. Yeah.
And a voice for the right.
Yeah, I mean, I just find it inexplicable.
Welcome to the program. Yeah, Dave Smith is a true believer. Yeah, he is. He definitely believes in what he believes in. So I can say that, I'll listen to him a little bit more.
Can pass genuinely constructive criticism about why Democrats got it wrong. And immediately he has to be branded a right-wing headbanger, and that's the only reason he's doing this. When in fact, a bit of serious introspection from the Democrats is obviously massively overdue. What do you think of it, Amala?
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with your characterization. I think this is a big part of why they lost this past election. And it's this sort of dogmatic fervor that they have for everybody to toe every single part of the ideology that they represent. And I had a very similar experience. I used to be an extremely radical leftist. I was working for a left-leaning organization, organizing students to work on all of these different woke campaigns that were circulating at the time. And as soon as I started to question the narrative or question the fabric of the ideology I was pushing, I was immediately, thrust out into the open to sort of explore these ideas and figure out maybe I'm on the wrong side here, because I was with a group of people that were claiming to be tolerant, but as soon as you have an ounce of skepticism, they are ready to push you aside and label you as far right. And I think much to their dismay, what this is going to create is a group of people that feel so isolated that they are willing to indulge in right-leaning ideology, what they would characterize as far right, but at this point is just, reasonable common sense. And as they are abandoned by their side, they're going to look to others and they're going to be accepted because we are able to explore. We are actually promoting skepticism.
That's where I recognize her from, is the PragerU stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lindy, I want to play a clip. This is Kamala Harris overnight. I don't know why she thought this was a good idea to come back out before Christmas as everyone was licking their wounds and almost like she was in campaign mode again. It's like, please, do not do this. But let's take a listen to what she had to say.
Get some rest over the holidays. Spend time with the people you love. I believe family comes in many forms. There's family by blood and there's family by love. I urge you, then, after you have had some rest, in fact, I challenge you to come back ready to chart our path to the future. Chin up, shoulders back.
Chin up, tits out, and watch for the shoe.
Forever impatient for change.
That's a wrestling.
I mean, Lindy, no disrespect to her, because she's a perfectly nice woman. She would not inspire me to open a bag of chips. I mean, seriously. And I think that she sort of personifies now the ghost of Christmas past, as does Biden. The Democrats have got to move on quickly, haven't they?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. She's indulging delusions of running for governor in California in 2026 and perhaps even running for president in 2028. And I just want to echo what a lot of you guys already said.
No. Let her run for governor. That would get her out of the race. Oh, that'd be refreshing. Then all these freaking neolibs could just shut the fuck up on like Facebook, Twitter, or wherever the fuck.
This past week has been harrowing for me. This Saturday, I went on Fox and Friends and I said that Democrats have a stench of loser hang over them.
Yeah, they do.
As soon as I said that, there were boycott campaigns against me, unblock, unfollow campaigns. I lost 40,000 followers.
Well, no, it's because you're a grifting POS. Like, you can't conflate the two. I'm sorry.
Really?
That's not how that works. No, it's the way that you just thoughtlessly just were like, yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I was the campaign finance chair for the Democratic National Committee. You're telling me we lost? Okay, time to wear the red shirt on TV and start pivoting my views, because I want to get some exposure. I like TV time. I'm definitely getting more, TV exposure. And then she did the thing because she went on Piers Morgan. And then the left criticized her. I mean, let's just call Piers Morgan's program what it is. It's the place where the right right can go to just it's their little support group. The left was mean to me, and then they bring on the leftists. Most of the time, it's like Jank, where it's like Jank was mean to me, and then they all sit here and bloviate each other or bloviate about it, and then they blow each other.
People have called me the W word.
I was actually going to say they just sit there, I don't
know what we're allowed to say, but you can fill in the blank.
We're uncensored. Let's say it.
Wait, we're uncensored. Okay, they fellatiate each other.
That's what the word was.
Am I allowed to?
Yeah.
Well, they called me a whore. They called me the C word. They asked for me to be deported, and you can just search for my name in those terms.
Yes, because you don't see how that could have been, the other side trolling the fuck out of you too.
Terms on X, and you'll see a bunch of them. So, all these so-called Democrats, the party of inclusion, the party of diversity, masks off. And it's even worse because they pretend to occupy the moral high ground.
They're doing it again, guys. They're doing the thing. The Democrats are the real racists.
Republicans, they are who they are. But with Democrats, they pretend to be, so loving and caring and embracing of diversity. But all of a sudden,
they need to hear a conservative tell them they're correct in English accents so they feel smarter. Yep.
When I dare to utter
what C word, Catholic?
Any criticisms of the goddess Kamala Harris, I get ostracized. Me, after having raised tens of millions of dollars for the party. And I'm being called a grifter when all these years, I've said on TV, I've said to the press, I'm a conservative Democrat. This is not a switch for me. This is just me. This is who I've always been.
So you're an asshole.
And also, my donors are pissed.
Oh.
They raised $2.5 billion across super PAC.
All right, so we already know that she exists in the tax bracket between $300,000, $500,000
in the campaign. It's my responsibility. It's my duty of care to ask what the hell happened with that money. Why did we spend it? Why did we spend millions of dollars on 5-star hotels for campaign staffers? Why did we spend $500?
I don't know. Can we look through that and see if you benefited from any of that? Did you stay at a 5-star hotel? Did she go to the parties? Was she invited?
$1,000 essentially bribing Al Sharpton moments before he interviewed Kamala.
Reverend Al. I'm Reverend Al.
These are legitimate questions, but no, in the cult you can't ask questions.
Yeah.
And leaving the Democratic Party or even questioning the Democratic Party is like leaving a cult. It's terrifying.
Yeah, Dave Rubin. I mean, that's actually really
she runs from one cult to another. I mean, that is how it works. Trust me, I've talked to enough Scientologists.
Listen to, isn't it? I mean, the idea that a woman who her only crime was to try and raise money for a pretty hopeless candidate, and obviously that didn't work. But the idea that immediately she raises criticism, legitimate and in my view entirely correct criticism of the party, she is abused in that kind of horribly misogynistic and disgusting manner. What does that tell you about where we are?
Sure.
Yes, because right-wingers aren't reprehensible fucking shit-eating douchebags that go on fucking every person. Like, you know how many times I've had just random right-wingers pop into my stream before I even had 500 subs?
Well, I would say, Piers, we have a living, breathing
my videos, I should say,
example of that happening on this panel right now, which is that what she just illustrated there is a bunch of attacks on her character and her.
Comrade Lennon, thoughts on Sneaky Jank's right-wing grift? Well, my thoughts are it wasn't as sneaky. I've always kind of viewed him as like he could just pivot back because he was always very open about him being on the right. But I don't know, man. I thought that with Anna starting it, that Cenk would start pushing back and also start trying to make the Young Turks like relax a little bit about the shifting positions. But nope, he doubled down, and now that's why everybody is calling it for what it is. Like I'm not going to call it a full-blown MAGA program like some people are, but I will just say the right-wing shift did happen. They are being way too charitable to Trump right now and the people supporting him. What they're saying about the Democratic Party isn't necessarily wrong. I will say that, but realistically, and I was just about to say, he took their Polymarket money. When you grift, you don't go back. Live from the Polymarket studio. Yeah. How the hell are we supposed to take that seriously? And it's funny because it's like, dude, this isn't even legal in the United States. how in the fuck are you going to sit there with a straight face and go, yeah, but we're the voice of the progressive left, yeah,
behavior and saying awful things, and you can describe them as misogynistic and all those things. Look at everything that Cenk just said to me. These are
also welcome, Conrad Lennon, 1905. I appreciate you jumping in.
For just attacks, not on my beliefs.
Leave a follow if you haven't already. Thank you.
But on my character, which again, he couldn't illustrate one thing that I say that I don't believe. I woke up very early to the excesses of the left, what we now know as wokeness. I came out against identity politics, and
Wait a minute. Do any of you guys know if Jimmy Dore left before or after Dave Rubin?
Wanted to return America to what it was founded on, which was individual liberty and judging everyone by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. The progressive movement is wildly attached to something that brings everyone back to ancient hatred. So when you leave the left, as both of the ladies just pointed out, you will get unending hatred, usually having nothing to do with what you believe or you say. And again, I would just have anyone rewind the video and listen to the nonsense that Cenk said about me to prove that it still exists.
Well, Cenk, I mean, you did launch it.
He will surely abandon the that progressive framing of all his reactionary beliefs. I don't know about that, because the one thing I'll say about Cenk is the fact that he can't really control himself in that way. So I don't know. Like when you say reactionary beliefs, it's like, but Cenk is like the ultimate reactionary.
A very aggressive ad hominem attack on Dave Rubin off the top, which was your decision to do that. But in relation to his specific question, Cenk, can you say one thing that Dave Rubin believes in today that you don't think he believes?
Donald Trump has YMCA. Isn't there a firefighter in there? There's a cop and an Indian. I'm not sure.
Hold on. Look, there's a couple of super important.
His joke bombed.
Important things to say here. First of all, in answering your question, look, Dave doesn't believe in any of the positions he believed in. Before he thought,
name one.
Yeah, this is nothing but gaslighting. Yep.
Affirmative action.
Name one.
This. Okay, affirmative action. And now he says it's the worst thing in the world.
Affirmative action. I evolved. I used to believe in identity politics.
Okay, so you changed.
Like
you asked me to say.
Yes,
why can't
you ask me to name something you changed on? I named it.
You're telling me I don't believe what I'm saying right now. You're calling me a sellout.
Did you believe the Russian propaganda you were paid for?
Oh, you are an utter.
Did you believe the Russian propaganda you were paid for?
I was not paid, Cenk. I was not paid.
You were paid $100,000 a video.
Oh my God, you clown! I would recommend anyone look into that to find out.
I mean, you can look into it, and that's the thing. He knows that the audience is not going to, and when they do, he's going to be like, "Well, I mean, it doesn't mean that it was Russian. See, it said Laura Chang."
A bit more on that, Cenk. How much when you took 1 mil from Jeffrey Katzenberg? What did that do for you?
And did I change my positions at all? Not 1%. Not 1%. Okay, can I just...
You might want to be careful here, Cenk. Everyone's been leaving the left for recently. Money is all on the right. Well, yeah. I mean, Anna at least went mask off with it, because the most mask off moment with Anna was when she was talking about Hassan getting his payout, and then they were talking about like how much money Hassan makes. She was just like, I can't believe this. I can't believe what I'm doing. And then she also made another comment about how like the right does pay better. So
what position do you think I hold that I cannot explain my
Jeffrey Katzenberg is in favor of Jeffrey Katzenberg is a good guy, but he's in favor of Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris. I was against all three. What part of that is unclear? So look, Piers, there's three different...
Okay, but hang on.
Politics for a second.
Cenk, here's my point. The point Dave Rubin is making is, why shouldn't he be allowed to go on an evolution of his views? And why...
There's a difference between evolution of your views and then just doing a straight up grift. Like for me, this is like if I pulled a Dave Rubin, what that would mean is that tomorrow like January 20th, I just conveniently go, well, guys, I fooled you. Guess who's been a right winger this entire time? I was a MAGA chud all along.
Does that mean that right now you can say to him, as you did, you don't believe anything you're
essentially what Rubin did.
Saying or believe now, when actually it's completely possible that he 100% believes everything he now says because he's changed his mind. Why can't he do that? And why don't you believe him?
I think that the left is scarred by people like Dave Rubin, who had a complete change. For example, Tulsi Gabbard goes from total progressive to total right-winger. On the other hand, RFK Jr. didn't go to a total right-winger. He still believes the things that he believes about the environment, about housing, about corruption, etc. So you have to be able to distinguish between the people who are doing it professionally, as I hate the word grift, but whatever it is that you want to call it, and the people who have genuine disagreements and genuine nuance in their opinions. So, for example, guys, there's...
me personally, I just see it as like if it's a slow evolution from like one minor issue, but like the way that Dave did it, he did it in a way where, and also he did it in a way where he had a job on the right almost like immediately. So
3 different branches of each.
In this space, that's how I would classify it.
Party. There is the radical right, radical left. There's the populist left and populist right. And
no, because I'll be completely honest. I hate the idea that anybody is just like, you changed your position. It's like, so we're not allowed to evolve. We're not allowed to change our positions with, being faced with contrary information to something that we were already thinking. Oh, okay. No, I'm with you on that one, Anna. And I hope I didn't,
the establishment of both parties. I despise the establishment with every fiber of my being. And I've been doing that same exact program for over 22 years, longest running show in internet history. And we've never wavered on that. But now the radical left, unfortunately, is doing what you're worried about, Piers, that the minute that they see anything where you say, I agree with the right, when they agree with us on something like anti-war, they go, oh my God, hold on, let me finish the thought. Let me finish the thought. And what people then say is, oh no, he's going to pull a Dave Rubin because these guys get paid to go fully right-wing and then they'll throw their own people under the bus. So they'll pick a gay guy like Dave to throw gay people under the bus. If you see me going after Muslims, if you see me going after people that I've always supported, then you have an issue. But part of and this is not a pivot, guys. We've been fighting the radical left for 2 straight years now because they say absurd things like, hey, if the right wing agrees with us, we shouldn't do it anyway. We had somebody leave the network because they said, everyone on the right wing is racist. If you agree with the right wing in anything, even if it's things that we agree on, that makes you racist, and it hurts black bodies. All right. See, that's absurd. Yeah. That's insane.
Of course it is. I mean, the irony is that you and Dave Rubin probably agree with a lot more than you're prepared to ever admit. You just don't think his views are sincere because he's changed his mind on a number of positions. By the way, I used to think I was liberal.
It's not just that, Piers. He lied about us 20 times
I have nothing in common with modern woke liberals. Zero. Let me bring Dave Smith back in. Let me bring Dave Smith back in. Dave, look, this is part of the problem.
Then you're just like, but I'm not a conservative.
Is that
God, Pierce sucks. He fucking sucks. All right, I really do hate his, and also just the manner he's just coming off like, actually, he's just gross.
If people
he's just so fucking
the ad hominem
smug.
stuff, they can find a lot of common ground. Where I think there's been a very rapid repudiation of a lot of the nuttier progressive left stuff, and you're seeing America actually through Trump, albeit through he has his inflammatory rhetoric, but you're seeing America, I think, coming to a far more centrist place, actually, which is why he's managed to attract people from all different walks of life. I think that's what's going on. And you're seeing the people on the extremities beginning to look more and more irrelevant.
A lot of times it's about how we use these words and what they actually mean. I'm not sure that centrist is the right word, but I do think, to your point, if you have people who call themselves liberals and they are blatantly opposed to free speech.
I do love how when he sets up one of his guests to try it, like he'll like sneakily try to get his guest to agree with him on something, but then they don't, and he'll immediately go, and then it's time for coffee.
Which there are quite a lot of. This has been very normalized over the last 10 years, really over the last 8 years. I don't mean to drive this into semantics, but what you're describing is not liberalism. I mean, this is just, and in a similar sense, like people who are, anti-war or pro-free speech, the idea that that's considered like a right-wing position is just nutty. I mean, I think anybody it's like at this point, then these words don't mean anything. I think that in many ways, whether you call something centrist or radical depends on the current environment, right? So like if you were in the middle of Adolf Hitler's rise in Nazi Germany, it would be a pretty radical position to believe in like Jewish rights. That today in America is a very normal centrist position that almost everyone agrees with. So what Donald Trump, again, I think the more correct framing here is the establishment versus the dissidents. And if you think about, everybody loves to brag about a convert. So when Dave Rubin goes from being kind of a progressive to being more of a classical liberal, everybody who's in that classical liberal camp loves that because they're like, look, see, this guy woke up and saw the light and he wants to be with us. And then the tendency of people who are in his old camp is to say, oh, no, he's sold out. But I'm not reading anybody's mind. I don't know. I treat everyone, I take them at their word. The point is that look, Kamala Harris was bragging about the Republicans that she had supporting her, right? But who were the Republicans that were supporting Kamala Harris? It was Dick Cheney and his daughter. And you know what I'm saying? Like all the establishment Republicans are the ones who joined him. Who did Donald Trump?
He's right.
Yeah, well, they were all of the dissidents. And, Tulsi Gabbard, again, Jake, I get your point. I mean, she has changed on several of her views, but might that have something to do with the fact that when she stood up and criticized the war in Iraq, the blood-soaked monster who sent her there called her a traitor to her country for that? And so when you have that type of dynamic and you get viciously smeared in that way, what tends to happen is people go to a different group and they start listening to that other group. And maybe they get compelled by some of the arguments. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you that it's also true that you always have to guard against audience capture and perverse incentives and things like that. We all have to fight that force all the time. But it's also true that, you know, I remember there's I'm a stand-up comedian, after Louis C.K. got in trouble and when he started coming back, they started insulting the people who were buying tickets to see him. And then they started saying that Louis C.K. only plays for right-wing audiences now. But their definition of right-wing was anyone who wants to buy a ticket to go see him still. So it's just like what happens is that if one group is saying, you're a monster, we hate you, you're a traitor to our country, you should be punished forever, and the other group is saying, hey, we like your point on that, people tend to go toward the path of less resistance and find a new home.
Yeah.
But I would also say there's something deeper there, which is that people on the right are much more willing to agree to disagree. So you can talk to people.
That's fucking bullshit, and you know it. Oh my God, this disingenuous mother effer. Like, seriously, he's gonna sit here and pretend that the right wing somehow is more cordial to leftist ideas, to agreeing to disagree. When any time that we bring up any social issues, that's all you guys can do is think about them and harp on them. Dude, I hate this shit. Like, honestly, this is what makes watching this so fucking hard.
Hey, he was running as a Democrat, and what happened? He got virtually nothing but hate from the lefties. By the way, for the record, I debated, because RFK was for affirmative action when he was running for president. I'm not. We debated it on my show, so I can clearly lay out my beliefs on that. And he sort of, at the end of it, kind of admitted that I was right. You don't solve perceived former discrimination with discrimination of today. But what you will consistently find, what I know my good friend Amala has found over the years, is that as you wake up and you leave the progressive plantation, what you will find is people on the right that you're told are evil and scary, like Dennis Prager and Glenn Beck and Bill O'Reilly and all these people, that you may not agree with them on everything, but they will break bread with you. They will be generous of time and spirit, and you will consistently find that. And there's almost no version of that on the left. That is just simply true. And again, there's a living, breathing example of it right here.
Well, let me bring Amara in on that, because actually, I'll come back to you. Hang on. Let me bring in Amara in on that, because I've had the same experience. I find that I've interviewed a lot of people that I always felt were certainly way more right-wing than I'd ever been, and I really enjoy talking to them. I had really good conversations, and I could argue with them about X, Y, Z, and agree with them about this, this, and this. And the common ground was all the mad progressive left stuff, which most of it was nutty. But it was also based, Amara, on something you've picked up on, which is a denial of truth. And that was the key thing for me. When I saw the progressive left trying to convince me it was perfectly okay for trans women, for example, to compete in women's sport because they're women, when in fact we all know they are biological.
See, he couldn't even go one show without doing it, thus proving my point.
Logical men, and I respect their fact that they want to be trans women. That's fine.
No, you don't.
And if they want to be called,
no, you don't. No, you fucking don't. Stop with that. No, you don't.
She or her or whatever. That's fine too. What you can't do is erode women's rights at the altar of this movement, and that is where I realised the left were losing their minds and losing their track on reality. And you said it was basically a denial of truth generally. Was that one of the things that you would say was an example?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I had tons of motivations for changing my political ideology and rethinking things. Number one being the gay firefighters. That was the first thing that really started things up for me. But I think it's a...
No, it had nothing to do with you seeing the fact that there was, you know, offers for you to go to with Dave Rubin and, you know, get some of that bag from, you know, Prager. Shut up.
The combination.
And the fact that they're using you is hilarious, because honestly, you know that she's going to come out couple years later and just be like, the stuff that I dealt with behind the scenes.
Yes. With that example that you just used of this trans issue and in Title IX, we're failing to acknowledge how far left the progressive left has moved. And that's a big factor. You know, a lot of people say, I didn't leave the left left me. And you're sort of standing in your positions and watching as people become more and more extreme. And for me, farther away from the truth and reality. Now, you couple that with this feeling of being lied to, in that you've dedicated yourself to this ideology. You've worked to promote these ideas, and then you feel abandoned by this group. So we're building an equation here. On top of that, we have the other things that our panelists have mentioned, the smear campaigns, the attack that you get on the other end of even just trying to raise your hand and get a question in is just absolutely insane. And then you mix in a little bit of the acceptance that you get from the other side as soon as you're willing to hear them out and maybe accept some of their ideas. And you have a wicked combination for somebody really steering themselves in the complete opposite direction when it comes to their ideology. Now, I think if we're going to keep our logic intact, what you have to
do is take in all the factors of that equation, sort of swallow it and stomach it for a little bit, and then meet the ideas where they're at and hope that you're being logically consistent without all these other factors of the acceptance and the smear campaigns and the hatred and the feeling of being lied to, and hope that you're driving yourself closer towards the truth.
As you're saying all that, Mediaite has come out with its annual list of most influential people in global news media. Last year, I was thrilled to be 20th on this coveted list. I've just been informed I'm now number 15. Joe Rogan is second. Elon Musk is first. And the citation for Uncensored, I rather like this. It says, ever wonder what it might look like if Mehdi Hasan and Sarah Palin went at it? How about Cenk Uygur and Douglas Murray? Piers Morgan Uncensored has you covered. Morgan is poised to thrive over the next 4 years at the centre of the action. I can't actually think of a better panel to be here as I read that citation out, because this is exactly what I'm trying to do. And funny enough, Joe Rogan, funny enough, had a little pop at me the other day, not in a bad way, but he said that he finds it all a bit too noisy, the debates we do. He prefers one-on-one, and I do a lot of one-on-ones too. But the reason I like this is I do think that when we get through it into the real nitty-gritty of what's going on in the world, bringing smart people together to thrash it out is a really valuable thing. And there should be more of it, not less. Lindy, let me just ask you before I want to pivot to another topic, but I'm horrified by what you've been through, and I'm really sorry you've had to go through that. I've had a lot of it myself. I always think the perfect...
It was my birthday, too, by the way.
Well, happy birthday, and I'm really... Well, happy birthday.
Fuck you on your birthday. It was my worst birthday of my life.
This, you know what? It's utterly graceless. Never mind anything else.
It was my birthday. They made me cry on my birthday.
But you'll be stronger for it and better for it. And I think you've been an important voice in this. Because the Democrats need people on their own side to put their hand up and go, hey, guys, here's the problem. Right? You may not agree with everything I'm about to tell you, but you've got to hear it. And there is a stench of loss. I would go further. There's a stench of political death about the Democrats. Looking at Biden, still the Democrat president, barely able to string a sentence together. Looking at Kamala Harris popping up when nobody wants her to. Trying to tell people to fight. You just tried to fight, and you barreled $2 billion down the drain in being crushed by Trump. But Lindy, before we change the topic to the last one, where do you see this going? What are the Democrats going to do?
Oh, you're
right. Are they going to carry on villainizing people like you?
You're right. Here. Why am I hogging the you're right. There.
Or do you think that the coffee is going to get smelled at some stage, and they're actually going to wake up and find a candidate that is more electable, and find people like you a place in that tent to try and drive to an election victory?
Nope.
Piers, I don't want that. I don't want to be a part of this tent. I don't want to be a part of this craziness anymore. They're accelerating my rightward shift. I don't want.
Okay, well then don't be. Honestly, I mean, you got maybe 2 more months until you're completely irrelevant, and you'll only be brought on here, occasionally just to be used as the political tool you are.
This nonsense. It's just crazy.
That's gotta suck. That's gotta suck to know that you're such a POS grifting, or a grifting POS. Gotta get my grammar right. Just to know that that's all you are, is just a tool. And you're more than happy to be that tool.
And honestly, they're shrinking their tent. They're basically telling me they're pushing me to bring my...
Go ahead, pack your shit, go to the right. Again, somebody actually said it right here. Anna, personal grievance politics. Yeah, you know what?
Tens of millions.
You didn't have any actual beliefs that were outside of who could make me the most money.
The dollars that I raise and can continue to raise to a different team that treats me better, that treats me with
Piers Morgan makes me Bricky McBrickson.
Just common
are you
decency that doesn't call me a communist spy. By the way, the communist regime in China killed my great-grandfather. They don't know my family's history. This is the first time I'm really saying it on air. They are calling me a spy for the regime that killed my great-grandfather. Let that soak in just for a second. That's how disgraceful they are. Yeah. And these are the people who call themselves a social...
Guys, the mean Democrats are calling her a communist because you know how this tracks with how, the mean left totally uses this on their side. Yeah, they use racism and they use the term communist. This dumb broad, you know what? No, sorry.
Justice warriors.
I'm gonna go 20s with this dumb broad over here.
They are dabbling. They are going headfirst into racism anytime someone dares to disagree with them.
Oops, I just did a sexist.
I don't want to be a part of this nonsense anymore. I want to be a part of the team that says men are men and women are women, and then men shouldn't play in women's sports. And I'm an athlete myself. I'm a marathon runner. I don't want to run against a man. I know I'm going to get trounced. That's just biology. It's science.
Of course.
It's not politics.
Of course. And
it's science.
It always has been just a matter of clear, obvious fact. And people who've tried to defend it, smart people.
I have such little legs. It's just science. The big strong man will run faster than me. Come on, science.
To defend it, have been disingenuous at best and actually disgraceful liars to themselves and the world at worst, because what they've allowed is this to continue to the point where we had that farce at the Paris Olympics when somebody who's got male chromosomes, reportedly, but it was pretty obvious, battered one female boxer into submission after 45 seconds, and the poor boxer said she had to quit because she'd never been hit that hard in her life. Ridiculous. People will die. People will die at the altar.
He's still on it, man. Again, born as a woman, lives as a woman, doesn't take any of the testosterone or any of that. Nope. But here he is, she has an XY chromosome and I don't understand things like that. So that just means she must be broader shoulders, more muscles. Make sure that she doesn't hit too hard.
Of this bullshit. I want to just pivot to
bullshit. No, bullshit is what you're doing. You disingenuous fuck. No, seriously, this one should be fucking called out by every single fucking person on this panel. The fact that he doesn't have a better example of an actual trans person in a fucking professional sport, he can only go to the one that was an actual woman with XY chromosomes, is beyond disingenuous, and he fucking sucks.
We've got a few more minutes. This is the story of the shooting of the CEO of the healthcare company, Brian Thompson, and something that the NYPD Commissioner, Jessica Tisch...
Well, I know what his chromosomes are. Cro-Magnon.
...said yesterday. Take a look at this.
Let me say this plainly. There is no heroism in what Mangione did. This was a senseless act of violence. It was a cold and calculated crime that stole a life and put New Yorkers at risk. We don't...
Oh my God, I'm a police commissioner.
...celebrate murders, and we don't lionize the killing of anyone.
A report came out that said a huge number of young people in America were actually fully on board with this hot assassin and approved of what he'd done. To which I replied on X, effing morons, which is what I believe they are.
Of course you are, because you're of the class that has to worry about this.
What does it come to in society? Putting aside legitimate concerns about the healthcare system, and I have more than any of you, by the way, because I live in a country where healthcare is free for everybody, and if you came over here and fell over and broke your leg, you get world-class free healthcare, and no one will be over you asking for a payment for the bill. So I have strong views about it. But that's got nothing to do with the cold-blooded execution of an executive. And this hero worship of this guy, Luigi Mangione, he's not a hero, is he?
No, he is. No, he is. He absolutely is. I'm so fucking tired of anybody pretending that he's not. No, this is what happens when you allow the system to keep permeating the way that it does. And you sitting here being a fucking apologist for it is going to get you lumped in.
So, Piers, I abhor...
And that's the reason that you are reacting the way that you are. Anybody who has the opinion that anybody who supports Luigi is just a bad person and they want bad things to happen.
Violence, and you know that on every topic, including Israel, Gaza, I always say the same thing, which is violence is both deeply immoral and deeply counterproductive. It's a surrender in the battlefield of ideas. So, but as you see that poll...
Also, will totally acknowledge that violence is what started every revolutionary idea,
Piers,
Yeah, okay. See, this is how we keep being told, don't worry about the boot. Don't worry about that boot. That boot, I mean, yeah, sure, it's there. We all see it. We all know what the boot does, but don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it.
You can call them morons, and I disagree with them, so I understand your frustration. But at the same time, if you ignore why they're having this unusual a reaction to a killing, you're making a mistake. And the reason they're having that reaction is because we live under corporate rule, and now both right and left hate that corporate rule. And health insurance is an excellent example of it. According to studies, 76,000 people die every year because they don't have health insurance, because they can't afford privatized health insurance. So the core job of the government is to protect us, military, police, firefighters, and yes, health insurance saves our lives. We're the only nation on earth that doesn't have universal health care. We let our own citizens die for profit. So that is the frustration that is built up, and now being shown in an unproductive way through this killing and the support of the guy who did the killing. But if you don't go address that massive health insurance problem, you're going to get more and more of this, and you can get angrier and angrier, and we can all go into our separate camps. but that's not going to solve it. What's going to solve it is ending corporate rule. And the number one issue is that the establishment takes money from those corporate donors and serves their corporate donors. Both Trump and Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris took $700,000 from the health insurance industry to make sure that nothing fundamentally changed. That is a core problem. And if you're a Democrat or you're on the left and you push people out for saying things that are true, all you're going to get is a weaker and weaker party. Let's address the root causes.
All right, Dave Rubin, the poll was by Emerson College. 41% of 18 to 29-year-olds believe Thompson's murder was acceptable. The cold-blooded murder of a man, of a husband, a father of 2 kids in Midtown Manhattan is acceptable because he happened to be an executive at a healthcare company.
He didn't just happen to be, he chose to be, and he was not a good person. Enough of this. Enough of this.
And they disagree with some of
No, enough of the whole, he was just an innocent man. He was just an innocent father.
The policies.
Why don't you go fucking cry with that guy from CNN that was, you know, really, really sad that he didn't see any memorial down there for him. You know, oh, what happened to our humanity?
I mean, if it comes to that, then
it's fucking putz.
If that is taken and extrapolated across the country, that's the future generation now in America. They think that murdering executives from companies whose opinions you don't like is now acceptable. America's in a very dark place.
And but you can only look at the fact that Americans think that way is why it's the dark place, not why they would think so. Mask off, baby.
Yeah, well, I can basically give you Cenk's answer without the but. There's no but there. It doesn't matter what you're aggrieved about. Everyone is aggrieved about something. Everyone has been wronged by somebody, a former employer, a health insurance agent, a doctor, a former boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever it might be.
Cool. Let's go back and replay how these guys reacted to Nancy Pelosi's husband getting hit with a hammer.
You cannot take the law into your own hands, period. If you wonder why so many people think that violence is okay, again, I would only point at the progressives who for the last decade have been calling everybody racists and bigots and saying this country's run by white supremacists and capitalism's evil and the very founding of America.
Fucking cough button, you fucking unprofessional asshole.
Evil, and then they telling them that climate change is going to cause the world to end in 6 years and a litany about, and that their genitals don't match their gender. All of these things have led to a certain psychosis in young.
Sorry, this one has actually really pissed me off, and I'm gonna just I think the writing is on the wall. Piers Morgan content on my channel might be limited soon. Because honestly, he's getting very insufferable to watch, to the point where I can rail off his arguments before he even does. I mean, I can almost pinpoint the exact moment in these debates that he's going to bring up the trans issue. And specifically, Ayman Khalif.
Also connected to the endless doom scrolling on the phone and social media, which made
suit jacket was made by Toyota.
Everyone much more antisocial than social. But if you tell everybody that
it looks more like Yamaha, because we all know that Yamaha, because they spread themselves so thin, they don't make a good thing at all. Whenever I see a Yamaha piano, I'm just like, oh.
Boogeyman's coming to get you everywhere at all times, and you live in a horrible place with evil people who want to kill you, then you are going to have a mass mental health problem, and it's going to lead to people doing horrible things. But
you know what's sad? I'm pretty sure that my piano is a Daewoo.
Second, you do what Cenk just did there, which is but. So, okay, we've got all kinds of problems, but, well, then congratulations. Anyone can go out there and kill anybody because everybody's got a reason to be aggrieved. We are a nation of law and order or not. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, Dave Smith, I actually agree with that. I think the moment you equivocate when you talk about something like this, you are opening the floodgates for everyone to equivocate. Whatever their cause is, whatever their gripe is, the moment you start saying, well, that murder was terrible, but... in other words, trying to find an explanation for why it's not as shocking and heinous and disgusting as it obviously was, I think you're on a very slippery slope.
Really? Again, remember this, guys. Remember this one. Because there may come a time that we'll be able to go, hey, look. And then they'll go, well, you know, it's a little bit different. We're living in a different time. Goalpost move.
Whatever it is.
Well, I would certainly agree that, and I've seen a disturbing amount of it online and stuff like that. And so, look, obviously it's horrible to execution style kill somebody. And the whole premise of Western civilization and the Enlightenment and everything that we should consider good and advanced in civilization is that even if that guy was guilty of horrendous crimes, well, he gets a judge in a robe and a lawyer in a suit, and he gets to present his defense before he is convicted by a jury of his peers. You know, like the idea that you can just execute. First of all, it's evil. And also, no matter what side of it you're on, the outcome of vigilantism like this is just chaos and an awful place to live. I do think, though, that for us, for people who feel that way, we should look at a poll like that and have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
And I don't think that, like, I don't think Dave is completely off. I think there has certainly been a bunch of toxic garbage that has come to dominate university life that is very bad for young people's minds. I will say, though, that as a society, we have put the young people in this country in an awful position in many ways where they do have legitimate grievances. Now, I'm not saying that justifies, supporting anybody being executed like this. But the truth is that the big banks and the government got in business to prop up this college, which is essentially a government program at this point. The loans are given out by the government after many years of them being guaranteed by the government. We've cattle carded these young people into going into six figures in debt while they learn, for the most part, garbage. They come out of this, they're working at Starbucks, they're 150 grand in debt. My grandfather, in a much poorer, much less advanced economy, could go wait on a line and get a job after high school and support his wife, who didn't have to work and raise their kids and have 2 cars and own a home. There is simply no path toward that for a huge portion of young people. And if we don't address that and we don't try to fix this situation, I think we're going to be looking at this very disturbing reality where more and more young people kind of celebrate the person who just went out and made what from their perception, somebody who was like in the establishment or in the winning class, made them pay. I'd also add very quickly that in the middle of that, just to add insult to injury, we still have Social Security, which is considered like a third rail that nobody, even the Republicans, will dare mention trimming at all, which is nothing but a wealth transfer program from these young people to a much richer group who have higher net worths and higher incomes and a lifetime of saving. It's the way young people have been screwed over in this society is very disturbing. And so, again, just to be clear, Pierce, I'm not equivocating and saying like, oh, that's why it's okay that some of them are celebrating this. Yeah. But I think we should recognize this.
Yeah, Marlo, what are your thoughts on this?
I agree with what Dave Smith just said. We should recognize the problems that are maybe underlying in this guy's motivation. I obviously don't think that retributive justice is the answer in any way, shape, or form. But to somebody else's point, I think somebody said the response to this has been sort of unusual or dramatic. I kind of want to push back on that. I feel like this is becoming a common response to anybody who, we disagree with losing their life. I think
I'm glad she looks so dumb with those cotton ball frickin' earphones.
For a lot of us on this panel, maybe one second.
She's going to look back at this in 2 years and be like, oh, I really wish I would have just gotten normal headphones.
That we've said on this show today will now lead us to our deaths being celebrated. God forbid they happen. And it's a really interesting sort of common response that we're seeing in today's time. I'm reminded of, the Titanic submersible. Now, that wasn't an assassination, but those people dying was celebrated all across the internet in a very disturbing fashion. And I think it's about this sort of redefinition of violence.
Guys are literally trying to make us believe like they wouldn't sit here and be okay with like the violence against their political opponents when Donald Trump is literally threatening that and they're saying nothing about it. At what point do we just stop? Do we just stop engaging and be like, I'm not doing this. I am not engaging with somebody that is this bad faith who, again, you want to talk about the grift? What?
Violence that we're experiencing right now. Your words are violence now. Your actions are violence. Your silence is violence. Yep. This CEO, the violence that he was committing on the daily basis was being a CEO.
And I think
that redefinition is really taking root specifically in young people. And when you mix that with the agitation they feel over their economic standards, the world that they're living in, the society that is increasingly becoming sick, we're going to see, unfortunately, more of these actions take root.
Yeah, I think you make some great points. Lindy, final word to you.
Yeah, and you know what's really rich? Leftists love to talk about gun violence, and I am a huge advocate for gun safety. But where was that? Where was that energy when this happened? Yeah. Suddenly it didn't matter at all. Suddenly they were worshiping at the altar of Luigi with no mention of guns, no mention of ghost guns, which is one of their favorite topics. But all of a sudden, you can hear a pin drop because no one is mentioning it. And I do want to mention, if this guy weren't hot, there wouldn't be this mass hysteria around him. I think a lot of
if he'd executed a female executive, there wouldn't have been the same reaction, right? It was the fact it was a guy who was a middle-aged white guy executive. He fitted the narrative they wanted, which was perfect hate figure for the whole health.
And we learned he wasn't even a client of United Healthcare.
Right.
Neither was his mom.
Yeah, I think this guy, Mangione, is a total fraud. And the idea that he's some kind of Pied Piper, Robin Hood figure, forget it. He's just a cold-blooded killer with a twisted mind who thought he'd make a name for himself. Got to leave it there. Merry Christmas to all of you. What a great panel that was.
Yes, he was going to make a name for himself.
Merry Christmas.
He's going to make it. We could say it again. Merry Christmas. Because you know how Happy Holidays isn't just all-inclusive to anybody here that might be Jewish, because we're just assholes. Yeah. God, I fucking hate them. Well, hope you guys enjoyed that, because that might be the last of the Piers Morgan segments. I'll be honest, that one put me in a fucking really bad mood. So. Oh, God. Yeah, honestly, I can't even with this shit anymore. I really can't. I can't engage with people that are like this. And yeah, right as I'm about to get into like debating, yeah, that might be my problem with the debate sphere. It's like, no, dude, like you don't even believe this shit. Like, you only believe what's convenient for you and makes you feel good in this moment. Like, no. Nope. Because let's see. On this panel, realistically, Dave, definitely a grifter. Because you know that his positions will change the second that he starts becoming the victim. The second they start coming for his, legal marriage or his... actually, it's not even going to be the marriage that bothers him. It's going to be the fact that they won't allow him to claim his husband on his taxes. That'll be the fucking bridge too far. Why I left the right. Expect that in about 10 years. Fun times. All right. Human rights. Some humans want them. Yeah. Put one finger down if you've never. It is bizarre to me. Every political commentator isn't educated on politics and can't identify a liberal or a leftist. Our society is in a fallen state. Yeah. Well, no, dude. It's not that they can't. It's that they're choosing not to. It's that they're like, dude, this is framing. This is all the way that they control the framing of our new place in politics. Because think of it this way. If that is the left, then at least they can work with that in the future. No, they're trying to demonize the far left at this point. Whatever. I have to rebuild an old farmhouse. The upstairs isn't special. It might go. Every once in a while, true, you'll just pop in with something and I'm like, what? Like, huh? Order up some metal I-beams. Oh, the I-beams. God, I remember going to like some rich dude's house. He talked about his I-beams. I'm just like, what? I-beams? That's how you know I'm of a certain tax bracket. Which, by the way, guys, if you want to help me possibly reach another tax bracket, feel free to donate to the stream. I will link that in the chat below. Also, you can become a member, and I will be having some members-only content coming up here. I think that my first members-only stream will be this Saturday, so look out for that. Also, if you are a member, actually, Lex, can you let me know if you were able to see my members only video pop up yesterday? Because I didn't get a confirmation on it. So yeah. There's a Junker bank repo. I'm not rich. Oh. It just happened to be like one of those houses that was, back in the day, or at one point it was one of those big ass houses. Let's see. There you are. Members only is topless. 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 Yeah. Go topless over here. Sorry if you're not into Howard Stern. I just realized that might have been lost on you. It's an impression of his limo driver Ronnie. He used to be like a big... used to be. He's still kind of a creep. Yeah, we go to Scores, go see the strippers. Yeah. He was like your average New York fucking creep. Loves him some Donald Trump, that's for sure. Not just saying that either. Wow, that was I need to calm down from that one, so I'm gonna watch something that might bring me back down to earth and make me laugh a little bit, because holy shit.
One of their political weapons is cancel culture.
I don't think all the Republicans would agree to it, too.
Who
they're
knows
all
what
there.
they knew? They're all there live while he's doing it?
Yeah. You got Mike Johnson behind you. You got them all in the audience crossing their hands when they don't like what you say. It's got to be live.
Let's see.
I don't see anything. State of the Union wasn't live. I added watch.
It could be some troll.
Anything about
They
that.
got me.
Yeah.
They could have got me. Well, there was no Biden's watch. Look at Biden's watch, incorrect time, State of the Union. No, President Biden's Oval Office address wasn't pre-recorded. A fake
No, that's
image
the Oval
with the
Office,
wrong
not the State
time
of the
floating
Union.
around. Yeah, there is a fake image. They got me.
Like, come on, man. You were duped into thinking the State of the Union was somehow pre-recorded. And then you just say, they got me. Imagine all the other stuff he gets duped on when a guest does not care to question him and just goes along with it or cries political indifference. Because let's be clear, that's the only reason he got caught, is because his guest was like, no, that can't be right. In the meantime, Anthony Jeselnik, during his newest special on Netflix, was rather blunt. Here's what he said. Guys, do not get me wrong. I like Joe. Joe's my friend. Joe's a good guy. But if you listen to his podcast, you're a effing loser. From the Newsweek piece, the comedian cited his crazy conspiracy theorist brother-in-law as an example of one of Rogan's target demographic, and described him as someone who doesn't think 4 hours is long enough for a podcast episode.
There's a lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Tony Hinchcliffe, the man who would have received a ton of blame if Donald Trump lost the election.
Oh yeah, that was the only reason I was really hoping he'd lose. I mean, mine was much more stupid than most. Mine was because I just wanted Tony Hinchcliffe to be like, would
also be in Jeselnik's crosshairs. In an interview with the Vulture magazine.
Why does it lie? He thought, yes! Why does it lie? That's one of the funniest things.
The Tom Brady roast was his big moment, even though I think those jokes were hack as hell. After the Puerto Rico joke, Catherine Van Arendonk, the writer, follows up, and Jeselnik would reply of Hinchcliffe, he is a troll basking in the shadow of Joe Rogan. Well played.
Hey, I appreciate you watching. Now,
that's pretty good. What the hell? Oh wow, they embedded a few videos together on this one. Weird. Oh, I enjoyed it. There, see? I'm already in a better mood. That's all I needed to see. All right. God, the fact that Jeselnik is just like, yeah, man. We get it. You know. The fact that it's a conspiracy brother-in-law. Yeah. One of my good friends that listens to Joe Rogan, well, used to. He actually hasn't listened to him as much, according to him. But, yeah, sure as shit, he's a person that doesn't believe that, like, COVID was even real. He thinks that it was just a way to control the markets. You know. Just knocked my camera a little bit. All right. What the hell is going on with this thing? It's like staring directly in the sun. Seems like guaranteed brain damage over the time with all those impacts. Oh yeah, dude. That's why, like, watching Eddie Bravo come on Joe Rogan's show, like the way that he would think about stuff, and what bothered me about Bravo was like how many people would listen to him and just go, yeah, you know, he seems like he's a pretty smart guy. It's like, that's what you took from that? Like, really? Oh no. It started making me like really worry. All right, what else we got? Nothing for now. Cool. We're gonna relax and just kind of chill for a minute. We're getting there. We're at 3 hours and 47 minutes, so got a call, BRB, cool. No worries. No worries. We'll still be here. No copyright strikes, so I'm still doing pretty good there. Alrighty, but I do want to say that if you have not left a like on the stream yet, please do, because it really helps me out, and also, like, I keep saying this, but it does make you just a better consumer of YouTube. It's just a good habit to have. I know that I feel good when I like somebody's video, because I feel like I know I'm in the know, man. Like, I know exactly how it goes. So you boost that person in the algorithm, and they get a little bit of help. So yeah, America needs healthcare at this point. The fact that they're trying, like, do you guys understand why I was so mad about that? Like, with Piers Morgan doing what he was doing, especially with the Mangione thing, because he's only focusing on how, it's these people, the reprehensible. How dare they celebrate anything like that? That's just barbaric. That's barbaric. See, now I would actually bring up, I'd be like, so did you think that when Saddam Hussein got killed by his own people, the same thing? Like, you thought it was absolutely barbaric, that it shouldn't have happened? Gaddafi, same thing. I'm sure that I'm sure they're so consistent in their fucking outrage about how people are, murked by their own, by the very people that they have screwed over. Yeah, I'm sure that they're so consistent in their outrage. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm not sure if you can tell I'm a little passionate about this one. Like, maybe, just maybe. Cults are never a good enough idea. What? I used to do idiot things on bikes when I was younger. I nearly died a few times. True Tech, just real quick. I'm just going to say, these two comments, like, back to back, don't really make it... It doesn't make sense. Just to me, and I know that I'm on a 6-second delay, so, like, I have a feeling that you're live responding to me. But I just, like, it did that thing where it broke my brain where I'm like, what? What the hell is he talking about? Jim and Scale, lucky number 7 on the likes, so suck it, slowpokes. Yes. Really? Only 7 likes? Should be at more than that. Thought. Maybe not. Damn. Okay. Whatever. Not gonna cry about it. Good evening. Good evening, Rome Dog. I'm glad that you are able to join us. Talking about healthcare concerns. Yeah, we're... Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, sorry. Didn't George Washington have a dog like that? Yes. Yes. I think I brought that up, though. I think... I can never see you. I can see 16. That's what I thought. Yeah, I saw 16 likes. Yeah. You know what I'd like to see? Some new members and some super chats and super thanks and all that stuff. Honestly, man, I gotta get a lot better about that. Also, if we have a stream where I start having more than like 50 people in the chat, which that's not now, but it happened, and it kind of offset me where I was like, oh boy, obviously I'm gonna give you guys preferential treatment if I know you, so gonna be figuring out who gets the blue name and such, but yeah, just want to let you guys know that that might be the easiest way to get some of them comments in there down the road. This is future concern. Don't worry about it. As I said, you're all good. So, chapter 8, I believe, of the Republic talks about the forms of governing. But he also talks about two-party system and a need. Thank you, Lex Thompson. I really appreciate that for the one gifted sub. Jay Sands was gifted a membership by Lex Thompson. Thank you so much. And Jay Sands, you owe Lex Thompson a thank you. Also, Lex, when I was talking about with my members only video, I released my Kyle Kalinske video for members. So if that hasn't popped up yet, that's actually kind of concerning me. Also, I did one that was the Destiny and Luke Beasley on Piers Morgan. I also released that one as a members only. I'll have to check that out, because that's not supposed to be how it is. Yes, you get the peppers. You get the peppers, you get all the fun stuff. Also, you helped me out a lot, because this has kind of become a thing. I can honestly only say thank you guys. Like, seriously, all of you. Anybody who's watching, anybody who has watched, I really appreciate every single one of you. Like, you guys really make this so much fun for me, but so much, like, more real. Where I was kind of like, oh, wow. This is happening. So, I appreciate it. Okay, good. I was hoping that you saw those, because, yeah, that was a problem. Alright. Now that I'm done doing the thanks, and, yeah, cheers. Also, we're going to be prepping for the 420 moment, and then after that, I got a few things lined up for our fun time here, so... Hope you guys want to learn about crypto scam, because that's going to be fun. Also, I'll just say it, because I think I said it in the description here. I'm going to be checking out the Superman trailer with you guys, because, yeah. The Superman trailer... Oh, no. If you thought I was going to cry over thanking you guys... Nah. Superman trailer, though. We will see, because that's a whole different story, man. I bought a nearly cooked through. It isn't even top shelf. Yeah, True Tech. That sucks. I mean, I was about to say, if you have that in top shelf, though, woof. We need to learn about the American Labor Party and what happened to and how to revive it. Oh, you know what? Let's see. Let's see if I can find a video on that. Oh, Jacobin did it. Periodic attempts to form labor parties in the U.S. going back as far back in the early 19th century had all but eventually failed. Coming out of the 1996 convention, the Labor Party had strong leadership, institutional backing, favorable external conditions, and high hopes. The rise and fall of the Labor Party. I might be able to do that. Here we go, TED Talks. That should be fine. Here. All right. I'll bring this up. Not telling me what to do? Well, I found something that fits the criteria for what I want to do here, and also fits your question, because, yeah, I wanted to keep it informative before we hit that 420 fun half, so let's... Oh, Jim, I found you as a recommended video at the end of Majority Report. What? Dude, that's crazy, because yeah, I was talking to the guy from Modern Day Debate, and he was telling me how I was recommended to his channel twice, and that's kind of why he even got a hold of me. I was like, what's going on here? Tech, I mean, you probably know more about this, I mean, considering your channel name, but realistically, man, I don't know. I've seen the Tesla robots. I've seen like the military grades robots even. I don't know. Bunch of... I just think it's too stupid, because, like, yes, they have robots out there that can function like that, but they're so expensive that there's no practical use for them in these fields. That's like the ultimate union that, like, Elon Musk, that's what he wants. That's why he's trying to put everybody, like, to have the microchip. Oh my God, no, he's from the future. No, it is it. It's the start of the Borg, and that's exactly what it is. They even imprinted them into pop culture just to make. No, because again, they don't see it that way. They just see it as, this is so much more expensive at grocery store.
Workers. The pandemic gave us the term essential workers. If those in grocery
and then they
warehousing,
get charged, like, dude, look at McDonald's. Look at McDonald's. Perfect example. For how long did we hear that, if that happens, a cheeseburger is going to be like $4?
Food processing, delivery, had strong
Look
unions.
at what we're living through now.
Any unions at all. There would have been no need for federal programs.
I'm not getting pigeonholed into wearing the pink all the time. It's laundry day. This was the sweater that I had out. Hold on. Guess this is protected. Well, that ends that. Let me see. Who's it from? Really? You're not able to watch TED Talks videos? What? What? Okay, fine. Jesus. Heads up. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's not in the red yet, so I don't think stream's getting canned. So stupid. All right, whatever. Oh, we're going back to just having fun then. All right, guys. Give me 1 second. There we go. I mean, for the little time that I had it up, that was interesting. I was enjoying it. Wear whatever I want. Oh, I will. I mean, it's my stream. This is like, dude. Ah, come on. Come on. I stopped it. What the fuck? What? All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm still up on Twitch if you guys want to hop over there for a second, but just give me a sec. Oh, wait, am I back? No, not yet. Okay. All right, hold on. All right, cool. Sorry about that, guys. I thought I beat it. This is the thing. Error. Please use key rate. Okay. Cool. That one was close. That one got real close. All right. We're good. We're all good. Just so you know, anytime that my stream goes down like that, I actually was still up on Twitch and I didn't have any issues. No copyright issue there. So that was interesting. But thank you for sticking with me. I appreciate that because that was kind of crappy. Man, I even stopped. Like, I got that warning and I immediately stopped, but I think that it was just like, you used too much of it. You're gonna have to go back. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to Here. I'm gonna have to edit this real quick. Give me a second. Okay, we're good. All right. Well, better safe than sorry, right? Ugh. Especially in this fucking situation. God, I can't believe that just happened. Again. Okay. He's probably double dosing on the stuff that... What? Oh, you're talking about... Are you talking about Poutine? Is that who you're talking about here? Because I just looked up and I'm like, what the hell? What's going on over there? Here, just... You didn't see nothing. You didn't see nothing. There's nothing over here. I don't know what you guys are talking about. All right. We're going to get ready for... we are so back. Yes, we are so back. Tin of poo. Did you spell that with a P-O-P-O-O-H? Perhaps you misspelled it. Did you know that if you say it 3 times fast, that I come out of the 100-acre wood? That's my mission for every single one of you. I'm going to ruin that bear for you forever. Especially Anna, if you're still here, the fact that you live so close to Disney and have to pretty much see that bear like a lot. Turning Worlds, hey, welcome. I appreciate you popping in. Saw Politics tag, and now I'm interested. Cool. Number one, did you catch the name of the show? Because there's also a other part of that that we practice here. I hope that you understand what's if you catch my drift. But also, yes, we actually just had a little issue over on YouTube where I was watching a TED Talks about the Labor Party and unions, and it got shut down. So that was fun. But avoided the hit, got the stream back up. So we're all good. But yeah, we talked the politics here. My YouTube chat is pretty popping off. So if you guys want, if you want to engage over there, feel free to do that. I will also link my YouTube. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subs, so if you can help me out with that, that'd be great too. Oh, Lex, thank you. Oh, Adrian, you did Adrian Vixen, thank you. I know she wasn't too happy with me. I gotta apologize to Adrian because honestly, I know that we had like a little difference on, I think it was like Monday. And she's just like, yeah, it was about the cop thing. And I was, yeah. You know, I was in a bad mood. But the drift is not catching me. Are you 420 friendly? That's the drift that I am doing. And if you don't get that, then welcome, but also then yeah, you might be a little lost on the back end of the program. It's okay. But Turning Worlds, you know what? I don't do this a lot. You're a new viewer. Tell me a little bit about yourself and the politics that you follow. Who are some of your favorite streamers? And yeah, let me get to know a little bit about you. Also, it's 4:16, so in 4 minutes, we go to the fun half. Lex Thompson, thank you for gifting the 1 membership to Adrian Vixen. I figure I should probably shout you out a little bit better. Low inventory, high prices, and Catholics won't wear rubber. True Tech, you're confusing me, dude. Like, honestly, you're just like boom, 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 boom. And then I'm like, I get lost. I'm like, was I talking about that? I don't know anymore. Whoa, hey, buddy. And then we got this little guy. Well, little guy. My big boy. Oh, hey. You're right. He's a good boy. Yeah, Turning Worlds. Just sound off with who you listen to, because I'm genuinely interested by that. And you just happen to be the newest one to pop into the chat, so I was kind of uh-oh. Or I put you on the spot too hard. Ah, crap. Him's a handsome boy. He is. He is a handsome boy. Unless they caught the drift finally and they're just like, oh, I am not friendly. Hey, actually, I have had some people pop in here where all of a sudden they're just like, oh, Turning Worlds. My bad. I moved over to YouTube and I consider myself a mix of libertarian and anarchism. You are in a good place. Yes, we welcome the libertarians, because I actually like to talk to libertarians. I'm kind of learning from Sam Cedar that maybe, just maybe, I am a little bit, in the debate space on that one. Also, Duke of Bread here in our chat would argue that I am a little, in the debate sphere or debate space, specifically, going towards religion. But yeah, the anarchism, I think you found yourself in a good place. Also, I was talking specifically about, a little bit of the, if that's the drift I was going with. So, also, we're at 418 and coming up to 419. So you know what that means. When I disappear from the screen, that just means, don't let that happen. Why the hell that happened? Here it is. Welcome. No. Okay. We're gonna go with this one. Pep Talks will return. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. True Tech. All right. Reality Firms. Oops, Reality Firm. Can we smash that like button and share this out to your friends? Yeah. You guys are so much better than me at that. Yes, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We are making our way to that 1,000. We're gonna get it. My goal is to get that 1,000 before Christmas. So, also why I'm probably gonna be doing a weekend stream this weekend. Just so you know. And guess what, guys? Guess what? It's time. It's time. All right. All right. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, so now, cheers, you filthy animal. Nice. Oh, man. Stir-fried pepper. That's me. Feeling a little spicy today, that's for sure. Damn it, now I want a salad. Well, go make yourself a salad. That's the whole point. And also, welcome to the fun half. This is now my version of the fun half, so I should eat today. True Tech, that one comment right there embodies everything I think about when I'm on stream, where I'm just like, I should probably eat today. Yeah, I got that type of ADHD when I'm down here. Man, I totally forget. Except for yesterday, I had a stew cooking while I was down here. And I left all my my doors open. That was a mistake because I was just sitting here smelling it the whole time, just like, oh, I'm so hungry. You're on the buying electronics diet. Oh God, you're one of those. You're just like, I'm trying to save for my new graphics card, so that means I eat 1 meal a day, but on the plus side, I am looking fantastic. God, I had a friend that did that. The only thing that sucks is that his hair started falling out. It's because he's like, yeah, you know, I'm gonna just eat, maybe do the fasting diet, and then I'm gonna just eat like 1 meal a day. And yeah, I just noticed, I'm like, hey man, are you okay? And he's like, no, I'm not. It's like, I'm so hungry. I made an awesome cheesy tuna casserole. Ooh, see, now that's a hit or miss, man. A cheesy tuna casserole in general is really hit or miss. Like, you got to get that so it's not like that awful, you know, fishy, like you just smell it and it makes you gag. I've had really good tuna casserole where it's like, it was perfect, but that's one thing you got to get over there. Like, that's it. If you can make that and not have it stink, congratulations, you done it. That boy doesn't have a clue about water pipes. That sound was pitiful. Yo, no, that was my microphone. Are you kidding me, bro? Do not knock on the zong. You knock on the zong, then I'm gonna be mad about that. That thing's my favorite. Get the garden going. I got the garden going. I believe that individuals should be free to choose whether or not to use can, as long as they aren't harming others. Well, yeah, that's my opinion. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Well, yeah, and that would kind of be weird with your I mean, even like libertarians. When I was a libertarian for a hot minute when fucking Ron Paul was the thing while I was in high school. So. Actually, no, I was just out of high school. I was like a freshman in college, which I only did 1 semester in community college, and I dropped out, so college dropout, bro. But no, your opinion is definitely welcome. So I actually always think that it's kind of cool when people do not partake, but still are part of my show here, because number one, I think it's awesome when we just have, you know, the hangers out. You kind of remind me of like when I had a bunch of friends that were in the military, so when they would come back, I'd be sitting there, you know, just getting high, but it was all like around like cigarettes, so they'd be smoking their cigarettes. I had quit by that point, so I was just like, I guess this is how we're gonna bond now. One of them would partake, but he's no longer part of that mindset. So he's definitely ex-military. Actually, one of my really good friends, he is ex-military and very left-wing. Being in the military kind of radicalized him, and he's got a really interesting story about it, where after his deployments, he came back with a back injury, and he learned just how much they didn't give a crap about him. And he was done. He was just like, man, I've had it. I have just had it with being used by this government. I've had it with the idea that either side gets to sit there and claim patriotism when we are blatantly just, you know, failing the people who, you know, protect us. But cool starry bra. Oh, cool starry bra. Yeah, bro. Cool starry. Like, totally, man. Totally. Ask me a political question. You want to? I'm free, France. Oh, cool. You know what? Actually, you know what? What's your, who would you say, like, your influences are as far as in the libertarian movement right now? I am genuinely curious about that. Military left wing, huh? Yeah, right? Oxymoron, for real. But, No, the thing is, he's not like he even said, he's like, if I had, like, he has kids, so he just says, I'm not gonna push my kids to go into the military, and he's just like, nah, I would never push anybody to go into the military unless, he even says, like, unless they need schooling and it's the, like, easiest way for them to do that, which he said surprisingly it sometimes was. So military for Abrahamic authorities running investment strategies. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean by Abrahamic authorities? Authoritarians? Not that big of an oxymoron. A lot of former military are anti-war. Well, yeah, I know. What I mean is, like, the perceived notion of, you know, military bros coming back and just being right-wing. Like, that's been a thing. I mean, at least in some of, like, the streaming circles that I've been part of, like, there's been a lot of just, like, assumptions that that's how that works. My grandfather fought 2 wars and he was left-wing till the grave. Yeah, my grandfather died in war. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Yeah, my grandfather was in World War II. He was in the Navy. He was pretty left-wing. He was left-wing, but he always did talk about, like, guys like Eisenhower, you know. But Eisenhower was based with his, you know, views on the military-industrial complex, as we hear in the bumper to the Majority Report every morning, so. I think a lot about vets that get into the real shit come out and lean left. Yeah, that seems to be it, but I don't know. I've had the opposite. I got a friend that, you know, he lost a friend in the military. Like, one of his oh my God, I forgot. I was not part of the military, so squad mates, whatever. Yeah. But it was his best friend, and he got radicalized the other way, where he's just like, I feel like not supporting the military is shitting on his memory, type of thing. So I think a lot, as Putin says, he wants to F around and find out. Does he? I mean, he did say that he was weirdly aggressive, kind of pointing it at Trump, just like, oh, if you think you're going to mess with me, I mess with you, fat orange man. Don't you want to think pee-pee tape? Yes? Alleged pee-pee tape. You know he laughs like that. Dude, what happened to that whole thing where, like, he was, like, totally on the way out and, you know, had the big cancer and all that? Yeah, what happened with that? Also, what happened to the Jay-Z story? It keeps getting buried. Like, there's a hint that it's like, oh, Jay-Z was part of this? No. Jay-Z was part of this? No. Okay, I can't anymore. The ruble replaced with BTC. Can't so much sanction much or such a form of currency. Actually, just on the Majority Report today, just learned about how the sanctions kind of backfired on us because we're upkeeping yachts that are apparently way more expensive than we thought. Rome Dog, we can support our military and not support the military-industrial complex. Yeah, I agree. Turning Worlds, yes, that is what I do at Rome Dog. Rome Dog. The bankers bought into it. The layers of monetary system emanates. Okay. Turning Worlds. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm not sure if you got my question, but like, who are some of the influencers that you like follow in this space? And just then I can ask you a little bit more about your politics, because the way that I'm looking at it is that if I have an idea of like who you're listening to, then I kind of have an idea of some of the arguments that you know, like that you have. Not that I'm assume your positions like that. Assume the position. But yeah. Sorry, that did hit me a little bit hard. So just give me a minute to kind of just go and collect myself. The company man had a bed sitter. Oh, really? So the accusations around Jay-Z are pretty weak. Oh, breakdown. Okay, so the company had a breakdown about how the accusations... Okay. Okay. Then, yeah, maybe I'll just lay off. Overpriced boats require a boatload of cash. Yeah. I had a crazy political experience. I went from a hardcore MAGA Republican to communist to a libertarian to... Holy crap. Shit, Jesus. Just reading that gave me fucking political ping pong. Ping pong. I actually meant pinball. Because you went... Bing, 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 bing. Like... My God, dude, you were a freaking... You're like the political pachinko. Like, holy crap. That's... All right, man. That is... Not understated at all. You did have a crazy political experience. You went from hardcore MAGA... Okay. Attorney Worlds, if you don't want to say, how old are you? Because that might make this even more interesting. Because if you started as hardcore MAGA Republican, and then you went to communist? Okay, yeah, now I got questions. Okay. Hope this catches up, because this is hard to do in chat. I might have to have you go into the Discord. Yeah, this is nuts. This is nuts. Like, this is nuts. Damn. Was not expecting that, okay? I will just see. Yeah, I didn't see it. It's on YouTube. Oh, okay. Did anyone hear about the dude that shanked his company president and walked out on a meeting? No. No, I did not. The narcissism is sometimes there in the direction. Okay. Damn it. Oh, Attorney Worlds, I hope that you're typing, because, dude, you have one hell of a story, and I can't... And dude, the questions are backing up. You're turning 8? You're 18? You're 18? And you've already gone from hardcore MAGA Republican to communist to libertarian to anarchist? Dude, you've had, like... I gotta say, you've had more, like... I'm 38, and I thought I had a... Jesus, I'm 20 years older than you. Alright, that just hit me. Well, number one, I'm not trying to denigrate you because of your age. Actually, I commend you for being so politically aware and, like, studying up on all this before the age of, like, 8. Wow, man. That's crazy. Okay, so you're 18. So did you start your political journey just like with the last election then? And is that kind of what made you, like, if you can answer these two questions, when did you start your political journey? Like around what age or dash what year? And how did you get into MAGA? Like, was it your family? Was it friends? Was it just like media influence? Damn, yeah, I could definitely interview you. That's Oh, Duke took the wrong time to take his phone call. Yeah. Sorry, guys. He's typing, and this is really hard to do through chat when I have a 6-second delay. Oh, actually, it should only be 4 seconds now. Give me a second. Stream is healthy. Error, poor. Fucking come on. Here. Oh, God. Here. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna have to... Oh, I'm gonna just turn my latency down. All right, if you guys have any issues on like with the stream, specifically with this like kind of cutting out, just type the number 5 and that'll let me know, okay? All right, political journey really started during pre-COVID. And what was the other question again? LOL. No worries. No, so my question is, how did like you get your start in the MAGA journey? Like, because if it's pre-COVID, that means that, yeah, it was the 2020 election. So did you like really like what Trump did, and then you were just like, when he lost, you were just like, no, I miss it so much, man. And you might as well ask Beetlejuice about politics. Yeah, nah. 4. Jim. Dude. All right, man. Fine. I'll allow it. I'll allow the funny today. Although that was one of the most smart-ass things I've ever had happen in chat. Believe it or not. Just the 4. Oh, fuck, dude. Ball busters. God. Can't even call you guys the Pep Squad. It's just like the frickin', you really are the ball busters, but nope, this is the Pep Squad. Which, God, you guys are too funny. Yeah, man. It sucks. Because I really, yeah, because Turning Worlds also, if you, here, I'm gonna link the Discord link. Might be easier if you just type it through there. Oh, hey. Oh, thank you for the link. I'm gonna read this. Just worker stabs boss and possible copycat of CEO. Killing Michigan man has been arrested after allegedly stabbing the president of his company. Eric Denslow, the president of a manufacturing company in Michigan, was stabbed during a staff meeting on Tuesday. The suspect stabbed Denslow in the side with a knife and then fled the scene in a vehicle. He was arrested 15 minutes later. Doesn't sound like the guy passed away, so okay. Interesting. Also, Turning Worlds, don't be afraid to like make your comment almost like max out. If you need to break it into 2, don't be afraid to do that either, man. Because okay. MAGA. I strongly agreed with Trump. Read up on a lot of Republican literature and aligned myself with the youth Republicans at the time. Oh God, really? Sorry, my brother was part of them. But then I really started to see, in my opinion, both parties wanted the same thing in war, and that is aggression for imperialism. Wow, it's a really base take to come at, especially like when you kind of were like there for the end of the Afghanistan conflict and all that, but yeah, because they definitely sold that on you guys a little bit differently. I mean, I'm not sure how that actually is being sold to you guys as far as like the world policing, and if your generation, God, I hate that using that term, but if you guys like have that thing where it's just like, oh, hold on. But then I really started to see, in my opinion, both parties wanted the same thing. Oh, why did that just pop up twice? Damn it, it ruined my train of thought. Uh-oh, I was in top chat. You know what? Alright. I'll take my lump for that one. Okay, so you saw that there's and that's what made you communist. But then now you're saying you really do bounce around. Because God. Oh, wait, you're 18? What, have you been studying this since you were like 13? I mean, damn, it is crazy to me. Like, I honestly am wrapping my head around the concept that like a lot of like, you know, they joke about this on other streams, like Vosh and those guys are just like, yeah, you know, my audience is like 15 years old. It's like, nah, no way. It might not be wrong. I mean, geez. I get that streaming is definitely, you know, for kids in some way. But, yeah, this is crazy to me, man. This is... All right. And then... Yeah, that's the most important takeaway. Sorry for the jabs at Turning Worlds. Yeah, ignore Jim and Skidum. He's in a jokey mood. So don't get scared off by the Jim and Skidum. I'm just trying to see like how that is. So are you still technically communist then? Are you like, because when you say libertarian anarchist, now I'm a little confused. Like, what do you think makes you like, if you can explain why you think you're a libertarian anarchist, I think that would be the simplest thing to tackle here at Turning Worlds. Because I'll be honest, my brain's going like 1,000 miles per hour with this one. And I'm also trying to... not assume too much, because like I kind of feel like a jerk for even saying like what were you, 13, like when you got into politics, because I don't mean that in a bad way. Like, I'm almost jealous where it's just like, dude, oh man, I had like a interest in current events and like news, but yeah, I couldn't really tell you what my political affiliation was until I was like 18. And even then, it was kind of wishy-washy because some of it was steeped in me being in the church. And then it, like, I had that weird thing where because I actually, you know, read the Bible and read Jesus's word, which I'm not a Christian, by the way. I just came out of that. That everybody that it was in my school was telling me, no, this is, you know, Jesus would be a right-winger. I'm like, that doesn't track. That doesn't track at all. What are you talking about? Oh, shoot. Really? No way. Okay, give me 1 second here. Yeah. Also, hello, Unimoogle. Just saw your message. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. All right. Patriotism, nationalism, and imperialism were taught to me that these words can be used to replace each other. But that education was certainly wrong, and in my opinion, it's certainly moral. Oh, sorry. Oh my god. All right. So, do you mind me asking, was this like your parents teaching you this, or was this like your school? Because patriotism, nationalism, and imperialism being taught to you like as the same thing. So now I have to rethink my stance on that. Yeah, it is well, the imperialism obviously was immoral. Not a Christian, but he plays one like a Hallmark. Or like, he plays one on Hallmark. Did you catch me on, what was it, Hot Frosty? God, I can't believe that movie was as big as it was. Outside information that I learned. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so was this like, do you mind if I ask if it was like YouTube influencers? That's why I was asking, like who you watch as far as just, like streamers, like political streamers or any of that. Mostly because I'm just like, okay, you have a very interesting political swing here, man. And thank you for being here also. I appreciate it. Okay, so also, I'm sorry, I'm gonna just ask you to explain one more time. Like, what's your idea of libertarian anarchism? Would you say it's like literally just... God, then... Because I'm mixing it in my own brain and I'm like, is it communism? Like, wait a minute. Buddy, I appreciate you doing this because that's funny. All right, I'm gonna also do something in the background here for all you waiting here, because yeah, this is much easier to do if I just have like somebody call into Discord or even just typing it through Discord, because then I can at least like read out the conversation. But yeah, for some reason YouTube chat is just not it. Like I can keep up with you guys on YouTube chat. Definitely, you know, priority chats, I think they pop up automatically. But also on Twitch, shout out my Twitch viewers, by the way. I appreciate you guys. I got you guys something over here. There we go. The main push to communism for me was I saw the extortion of the middle class by the rich and the big corps, but I wasn't a communist for long due to me having some differences with notable communists. Okay, so like you identified as a communist and we're just like, I agree with a lot of it, but I don't know, man. That's why, like, at 18, I'm not sure if I would be comfortable identifying with anything at that point. Like, you're still finding yourself in your, like, political journey at that point. But, I mean, I also understand why you did, or why you do, because I did too. That's why I was like, yeah, I think I identified as a anarchist at your age. God. Dingaling, say the thing, you keep it. You're keeping up pupper nuts. What? Alright, you guys are making me, hold on. I am out of water. Give me a second. Oh. Hello. Are you ready to wake up? No? You look like you are still very, very comfortable. Look at you. Guys, he is, he's loving this. He is very, very, very comfortable right now. I mean, look at him. He keeps giving the side eye too, like he's almost looking at you guys, like where he's looking at the camera, just like, Although I did just watch something that explained that, did you know that your cats and your dog, when you turn your camera on your phone, they can see it kind of like it's flashing? I did not know that. And that explains why sometimes, like, when you're just like, oh, smile for me, come on, the picture. And they're just like, no. It's because they don't want to look at it. Okay. Imperialism isn't an ordinary word for an entry-level observer. To me, libertarian anarchism sounds like a warlord city. A little bit. Neanderthals were libertarian anarchists. I feel like... Don't be rude, okay? Come on. Okay, here we go. So from communism, I became a libertarian because at the time I was strongly against government intervention, which is anarchism as well. It fits into anarchism as well. A lot of modern libertarians, unfortunately, shifted to one party, the Republicans, nor the Democrats. And that has a major value for me because as libertarians, you are supposed to fight for less government, not fight for a specific party. Okay, so you do have an interesting view on this. It's not necessary. I don't want to be like it's not right, but I also don't want to be like it's very simple. So the modern libertarian shifting to one party, that is just modern politics as far as like trying to build a coalition. This is where I'll give modern libertarians their the little bit of credit I will give them is that they're way more serious than people like Jill Stein and the Green Party, where Jill Stein she just wants to show up for attention at this point. Like, I don't even believe that she cares. I really don't. Either that or she really is just that delusional. Like, she just doesn't get it. Like, every single time she comes out, yeah, I could totally be president. They're gonna vote for me. You know, I'm not an upset candidate. And then she goes to Dearborn specifically. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not gonna harp on that one too much, but wait. Oh, wait, you weren't a libertarian at that point. I was just about to be like, wait, so were you a fan of Gary Johnson? So when you say you believe in less government, what's your idea of less government? Sorry. And then now I'm here. I plan on staying as an anarchist. LOL. Oh, anarchists are cool. They're misunderstood. Like, they're fundamentally misunderstood. Like, most people hear the word anarchism, they think, 80s punk rockers that want essentially the alternate 1985 from Back to the Future 2. Which, sorry, that was a very specific reference, so I hope you get that. I'm 18, not a child. God, I hope that kids are still watching Back to the Future. Like, it's required viewing at this point, because it is. It's one of the best movies ever made. Just hands down. I'll die on that hill. Oh, wait a minute. Speaking of, it's time. All right. I'm excited. We're doing a segment. And it's an exciting segment. Wait. Damn it. I gotta look something up. It says I can. Okay. We'll know if I get another warning. I feel like I'm pushing it though. Let's see. No, it says I'm fine. Okay, cool. All right, guys. This is important to me as a comic book fan. I really feel that I almost said James Gunn right off the get-go here. I really feel that Zack Snyder got the last Superman franchise way off, and that whole Snyderverse was so dim and just gloomy. I was not the biggest fan. I was a big fan of the Batman aspect of it, but it was just, again, the meme of the Martha, all of it. Like, yeah, not good. It was not good. So now that the Marvel Cinematic Universe is kind of, on the rocks, we'll see what happens in the next few years here. I'm going to give them a chance with Doctor Doom because it's going to be really hard to screw that up, especially with Robert Downey Jr. But this new Superman movie is coming out, and I'm shocked at how much I am hyped for it just from seeing the little bit that I have. So I wanted to do a live react with you guys. Okay, I'm ready. This is gonna happen. I just realized that's not even up. There we go. I throw up in my mouth a little. It's all right. Whatever. This is why I don't have a comics channel. Hey, let me have my fun, okay? I don't do this. I don't push a lot of my my interests on you guys. So just, what is this? It's 2 minutes and 19 minutes, or 2 minutes long. So let's go. Man, I am whew. All right. I guess I can't watch it. All right. I'll stop. Hmm. Hmm. Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Yeah, man, I'm still on Twitch. Give me a second. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Okay. What the fuck? Why is it not coming back up this? Okay, this could be a problem. Shit. All right, guys, sorry about that. I apologize. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Well, that sucked. Really? Like, I'm looking at it right now, and it says that it's fine. You're back here. Yeah. It's on the allow list. What the fuck? What is going on with this lately? Exempt from... yeah, that's... Alright, whatever. Too much inside baseball, but for real. Like, I don't understand why YouTube all of a sudden... because... it's marked for streamers. Like this one specifically is marked for streamers. It's the same as watching a video game trailer. Like, what the hell? So, are you telling me? Turning Worlds, that, I'm a pro-gun leftist, okay? I'm not pro-gun. I'm not, like, full-blown, like, misunderstanding Second Amendment. Like, I grew up, during the assault weapons ban, and I can tell you right now, the world was safer. Like, I was one of the last classes that didn't have, like, lockdown training. Okay. Give me 1 second, too, because I'm just going to clean up stream. There we go. All right. So, I am going to edit this out real quick. Goodbye. Goodbye. Got this going. 2 more. Okay. All right. We got 2 minutes removed from the stream. Which I did that voluntarily. So. Sorry about that, guys. And also, did you see that? Did you at least see the puppy? Did you at least see Crypto? Because, like, dude, that's all I needed. Now I want to watch the rest of the damn trailer. You know what? I'm gonna just watch it off. Oh, wait a minute. Nah, I'm not gonna do that lame thing and just react off stream. Someone's downstairs. But yeah, Turning Worlds. Just so you know. Hey. Ooh, what's that? Sweet. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hell yeah. Cheese ball. She gave me a crunchy snack on stream. That's the one problem. Probably not going to be able to eat that, though. And actually, I promise I will not eat that. I can't do that. Oh. He's back. Alright. For an ideal economy, I like the barter system for most. I don't know. I used to think that way. I used to think it would work out, but there's too many dishonest actors, man. Like, I can tell you right now, the second that you start dealing with contractors in your life, that might change your opinion on that, because, yeah, man, I've dealt with some less than honest people that also, you know, they presented themselves like, you know, honest actors who were up for, like, a barter kind of thing. And like, oh, yes, we're very ideologically, you know, similar. Yeah, right. Oh, guys, I just got an update. Apparently, it was fine to watch on Twitch. It was not okay to watch on YouTube. All right, that explains it. All right. My bad. I gotta get better about that. Here. Okay. Thank you, YouTube. Okay. Oh, hey. Shout out. Cool. Okay. I don't know. Crap. Damn it. So when my stream went down, it took my who left the donos. Give me a second. It's fucking Streamlabs. Okay, thank you for the $3. I don't have your screen name on here. And I don't want to read your full name, but thank you for the $3. Unless if you know who you are in here, can you please just let me know if it's okay to shout out your name like that? Because I don't want to. If it's not okay. Also, thank you for the $5. Man, thank you so much. Like, dude. Thank you. I definitely need it after tonight. Man. I'm trying to think if the barter system would even work, like, in the perfect world. Like, I'm back to thinking about barter systems. Oh, man. Making me feel like I'm back in high school there, Turning Worlds, because legit, I had a very similar political journey to you, just not as much. Like, I can just tell you where I'm coming from. Like, I grew up, like, in a Christian, like, a hardcore evangelical Christian background. And they not only were kind of like doomsday, but they were super conservative. You know, this was super conservative before MAGA was even a thing. So they like would do these things where they would tout Jesus as being pro-gun, where it's just like, but if he even learned the concept of a bullet, he would just be like, what? Like, wait, what? No. So I kind of started my whole thing where I was arguing like left-wing points against them just for arguing for Jesus. And then it was kind of funny because from there I kind of went into Rastafarianism, which was just like Christianity light mixed with the, sacrament of smoking some ganj. So, did that, but while I was in that's when I started my leftist journey, and yeah, it was interesting. Hey Duke, you missed me getting booted for the Superman trailer. Tried watching it and it booted me. 'Cause, yeah, I done fucked up again. Bob Marley was Rasta? Yeah. Yes, he was. He was the most prominent Rastafarian. Duke, you just popped in. Okay, so our guy Turning Worlds here, who I really appreciate you being here, dude, and being so open. Yeah, so our guy Turning Worlds here is... Where's your first message? Because that was crazy. Yeah, he says that he had a crazy political experience. He went from hardcore MAGA Republican to communist to libertarian to anarchist. Yeah, you're right. I do need to eat. Being reminded to eat. Give me a minute. All right, guys. I need to find a video to watch. And I'm at that point of the stream where I'm just so nervous to watch any videos because I'm just like, I keep getting booted. I can't do a third one. I know that if I do a third one tonight, then that will be end of stream, 7 days, 7-day hit. So you heard that right, Duke of Bread. You heard that right. He said left it. Well, yeah, I mean, no, he said that he is, yeah, no, what'd I just say? Hardcore MAGA Republican to communist to libertarian to anarchist. I'm a fan of Leo Tolstoy. If you, yeah. Yeah, yes, I know who Tolstoy is. Do you know who Saul Alinsky is? I think you would dig. Man, these cheese balls are the shit. Say what you will about processed garbage. Some of it. Every once in a while. God, it hits. I know, thank you. I know you brought me a sandwich. I'm aware. Yes. The witchcraft of my watch brought me the sandwich. Spooky. No, so Turing Worlds, just so you know, this Duke of Bread in here, he is he's kind of our resident debate lord, I guess. Not trying to be too charitable to you, but just he's also genuinely curious about things, so he might even have a question or two that I might not think of. So that's why I'm just kind of like, yeah, definitely get the full, perspective here, because gotta say, this is interesting, man. You are aware? Why did I read that like Nicolas Cage? Oh! You're aware? God. Not the bees! Not the bees! I'm gonna take your face off. Have you guys seen that movie? That movie is fucking ridiculous, and it is one of the most overacted pieces of garbage, but it's somehow, because it's overacted, it is somehow enjoyable. Like, John Travolta does this weird thing where, like, anytime he sees his wife, he just, like, he, like, puts his hand on her face, or he's just like, ugh. So, like, when they do the face swap, spoiler alert, the face swap version does the thing, and she's like, oh, my husband. Oh, man. Oh, his son just ended stream? No shit. Damn. He really does just go until like 10:30. Holy crap. I should probably just start playing Marvel Rivals and get into that. Because every time that I look over, it doesn't even say that he's in chat. It says that he's in Marvel Rivals, and I'm just like, I want to play Marvel Rivals. I'm trying not to do the games. Like, I don't want to be a gaming streamer. But because I'm not a gaming streamer, I might be more interested because I am definitely, yeah. Go get a sandwich. It's almost midnight. You've sucked all you can possibly suck. Oh my god. Bro. Ow. Ow. With chatters like these. Oh. Now you really are turning me into Nicolas Cage. Oh, my heart. Oh. God. Alright. What is this? Notifications. 5. Yeah, no. Thank you. That did actually kind of hurt my feelings there, Jim. Not gonna lie, man. I know, you guys are just trying to keep me healthy, but damn. You don't gotta be so mean about it. Fucking A. Alright. And no, there's one thing I do want to do while I'm here. Yeah, dude, Jim going in for the kill, right? For real. Like, that one hurt. That one did hurt. I was like, wait. Did I suck today? Oh. I thought I did okay. I guess not. I guess I'm not good at this anymore, guys. I'm just gonna go. I'm sorry. Alright. I'm kidding. I'm done anyway. Have fun. Jim. Wow, he's being such a salty Susan. Alright, going to. Fine. 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 Just for you guys. I will eat. On microphone. No, fuck you. Yummy. Feel like you're my mom. Eat. You need to eat. I missed a bit. I imagine you just yelled racial slurs while you were gone. Oh, for why I got booted? Yeah. No, I didn't. But I agree with you, Jesus would not be right wing. No. No, the fact that they, like, even thought like that, that was really weird. You know? And I understand, like, the want to think like that because they want their Lord and Savior to think the way they do. But then they get that little dose of reality that apparently they just are kind of, selfish people. What you gonna do? Oopsie. Oopsie, we don't actually care about anybody but ourselves. Oopsie. Hey, by the way, if you guys can leave just one more like, then we hit that 20. That makes me happy, because even numbers. So. See, you were just hangry. I was a little bit hangry. I'll be honest, I was a little scared, too. I'm also a little pissed because that Superman trailer is literally it's covered by everybody right now. I can't fucking watch it. Jesus would most likely be an anarchist. Well, he would be labeled as one. Turning Worlds, I just realized you might actually have a decent punk scene. Like, I don't know where you're from, but getting into the punk scene would, I'm not sure if you like punk music, but it'd be a good scene for you. I think. I know that the punk scene is, like, mostly anarchists. If not anarchists, hardcore communists. Duke, I have said that before. I just read that like you were just like, I've said that. Hey! Okay. There we go. Here. You know what we can do? I got an idea. Michael Malice. God, I don't like Michael Malice. There we go. Noam Chomsky. I listened to all the Nirvana, AC/DC, Metallica, Dinosaur Jr., etc. And the punk scene has everyone now from MAGA Republicans to hardcore Stalinists. Wait, do you think they're punk? That's not, that's all just rock. I mean, well, Nirvana's grunge, AC/DC's technically classical rock at this point. Better day, but not bad magic. Cool. Here. You know what? I'll give you here. I'm gonna just type out one of my favorite bands. Just look them up. Just literally, you can take this and look them up. They're awesome. So I happen to have a punk sweater on. It's like I'm labeling myself. Are you okay? Did I get you? Alright, cool. Alright, we're gonna watch a Noam Chomsky video on anarchism. And I'm gonna eat my sandwich.
Should I go ahead and ask you a question?
Sure, anything.
Okay. We're led to think that anarchism is bomb-throwing mayhem. What is it that attracts you to anarchism?
Anarchism has nothing to do with bomb-throwing mayhem. It's anarchism is a point of view which, first of all, it covers a lot of things. You know, political rhetoric is not the clearest, it's not a model of clarity, and anarchism has covered quite a lot of ground. But the mainstream of it has just been the basic principle, which I think comes straight out of classical liberalism and the Enlightenment, that any form of authority and domination has a burden of proof to bear. It has to demonstrate that it's legitimate. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's inside a family or you know, in the global economy. If it is a form of authority and domination and coercion, it has to show that it's legitimate. If it can demonstrate it's legitimate.
Anybody else think that he looks like Sam Cedar looks a lot like Noam Chomsky?
Heavy burden to bear. If it shows that it's legitimate, okay. If not, it ought to be dismantled. That's anarchism.
Okay, now what is considered legitimate authority?
It's the task of those who have the authority to demonstrate that. So, for example, if I'm taking a walk with my granddaughter, and okay, and suppose I'm taking a walk with my granddaughter and she runs out into the street, okay, and I grab her and pull her back. Well, that's authority, and it's my task to demonstrate that it's legitimate. And I think in this case, if anybody challenged me, I could make an argument saying that's legitimate authority. But the burden of proof is always on those who exercise it. That's true if it's men and women, parents and children, owners and people they rent, the state and people who serve it, the IMF and people who follow its orders, wherever it is. So there's no general definition of what legitimate authority is. It's the task of those who exercise authority to demonstrate their legitimacy. They're the ones who have the burden of proof. And if they can't meet that burden by explaining why what they do is legitimate, then they have no right to exercise the authority, and whatever institution, any institution within which they exercise it is illegitimate unless they show otherwise. And the anarchists are just people who believe that and try to do something about it.
So the members of that institution, is it their responsibility to make a judgment call about the authority of the person who is trying to prove their legitimate authority?
Well, I don't mean that every minute of the day everybody has to be saying, look, this is my legitimate authority, but they have to be prepared to meet the challenge.
Sure.
if it's like suppose it's a formally democratic state. Mm-hmm. Well, in principle, that challenge is met by interchange among the population, which recognizes the authority of actions in the public arena through constant interaction, debate, struggle, and so on. In theory, that's what happens if it is a democratic state. To the extent that that doesn't happen, it's not a democratic state and it is illegitimate. When you move to other systems of authority, like say private corporations or fascist states or other forms of totalitarianism, there's no question of legitimacy because they have none. You know.
So, but it's the responsibility of the other people in that institution, whatever that institution might be, to question and to challenge.
No, it's not their responsibility. It's their responsibility to meet the challenge. It's the responsibility of people to make the challenge. So it's the responsibility of, say, women to challenge a framework in which they are supposed to wash the dishes and put the children to sleep and that sort of thing. And it's the responsibility of men in a traditional patriarchic family to answer that challenge. I mean, it would be nice if the challenge could be raised by those in positions of authority, but that's pretty rare. I mean, usually when you're in a position of authority, you kind of internalize the values that say it's right and just. And the reason is because most people are sort of decent human beings, and it's very hard to look in the mirror and say, I'm a bastard. So usually what you do is look in the mirror and say, I'm a nice guy, and I do these things because it's right and just and legitimate. And that's pretty standard, you know. I mean, everybody knows that from their own experience. We don't have to go into it. That's what people are like. And therefore the responsibility of raising the challenge is typically in the hands of those who recognize that they have a subordinate status. It's very hard to recognize that. I mean, people live, you know, for millennia, you know, without recognizing that they are being subordinated in systems of power. I mean, that's true of women, for example. Or slaves, you know. I mean, most slave societies were accepted by the slaves as legitimate and in fact necessary. A large part, and the same is true of, for example, people who have jobs today in our society. Almost without exception, they consider it legitimate for them to be in a position where they have to rent themselves in order to survive. It's certainly not obvious, you know. And in fact, if you go back a century ago, it was not only considered not obvious, it was considered outlandish by American working people. I'm not talking about Marxists or socialists or anybody like that, but say mill hands in Lowell, Massachusetts, who never heard of socialism, who regarded it as a form of slavery and were complaining that they had not fought the Civil War to replace chattel slavery by wage slavery, and that therefore those who work in the mills ought to own them. Because that's the Republican rights that we won in the American Revolution and so on and so forth. So, you know, it's not obvious. But by now, I think enough indoctrination and propaganda and so on has taken place, so people do regard that form of subordination to external authority as legitimate. Whether they should is another question. But the fact is they do, just as for most of history, women have accepted a subordinate role as correct and proper and so on, and slaves did, and people living in, say, feudal societies. In a feudal society, people had a place, you know, some kind of role, and quite typically the societies were stable because people regarded those structures as legitimate. The same is true of religious structures and I mean, throughout human life, there's a whole variety of systems of authority and oppression and domination and so on, which are usually accepted as legitimate by the people subordinated to them. When they don't, you have struggles and revolutions and sometimes changes and sometimes brutality and so on. That's, as far as I understand it, anarchists are just people who take this seriously.
Man, oh my God. That's when I thought Noam Chomsky couldn't get any fucking better. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was his position on anarchism. Give me 1 second. Let's see. I just got recommended my own video. That's cool. What else we got? What else we got? Here we go.
Who, in your opinion, is the most important anarchist thinker?
Oh my God, this guy looks like a cartoon character. He looks like a Disney-like character.
Well, any person I would mention is automatically disqualified because any honest anarchist thinker would simply immediately reject the description of being the most important anarchist thinker. Actually, probably the most important anarchist thinkers, at least that I know of, are poor, illiterate peasants in Aragon and Catalonia in 1936, who actually constructed a successful live anarchist society over a large area, industrial and agricultural. Most of them were illiterate. They left documents. So there are some documents left which are extremely interesting. And it wasn't spontaneous. This had been after efforts that had been going on for 70 years. Efforts that were attempts, crushed, try again, educational programs, all sorts of things. Finally, in the first year of the Spanish Revolution, it broke out and flourished. And it was so terrifying to everyone that every single power combined to crush it. The fascists, Russia, liberal democracies, put aside their differences to ensure that this would be crushed. And after they crushed it, they went, they fought the war as the War of Succession. Well, they were probably the most important anarchist thinkers. And the same's true everywhere. You take a look at the, say, IWW in the United States. I mean, those were important anarchist thinkers who actually carried out actions, which led finally to the development of the American labor movement, which had been bitterly suppressed. The U.S. has a very violent labor history. Actually, you know about it around here. But their activities and others like them finally did lead to substantial successes. There's major attacks against them since, but those are successes of people who are constructing worker-managed, community-run societies, which is kind of an anarchist ideal. And this is very deeply rooted in the United States. People forget what it's like. I mean, there was a period in American history in which there was substantial victories for democracy through the 19th century. It was called, people who write about it call it the period of self-rule. It was based on the assumption, which is very widespread in the United States, that wage labor is not very different from slavery. I mean, that was the slogan of Northern workers who fought in the Civil War. In fact, it was even the slogan of the Republican Party. It was, slavery is, of course, unacceptable, but so is wage slavery. You have to control your own fate. You read the newspapers written during the period of the freest press in the United States, the late 19th century, where working people were running their own newspapers, communities, and others. People in the mills in eastern Massachusetts, origins of the American Industrial Revolution, their press is what we would call anarchist. These are, Irish artisans from the slums of Boston, farm girls from what they called factory girls, young women coming off the farms into the mills. They just took for granted that those who work in the mills should own them, and that we should we should create our own self-managed society, integrating with others. That's
Turning Worlds, were you familiar with Noam Chomsky before I started watching these?
Deep part of American history. It takes a lot of effort to crush it.
All right. Okay, good. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. I was just like, man, if you haven't read him, I got some stuff you need to definitely put it on your reading list. Illustrate to educate. You know what? Screw it. Let's do it. I'm pretty sure this will be fine. God. Checks say it'll be fine. Okay, we're going for it. Guys, I still got more sandwich to eat. And honestly, might as well just learn about anarchism.
Welcome to Illustrate to Educate. Please subscribe and ring the bell for more simple and objective videos on topics that matter. In this video, we're going to look at a simple explanation of anarchism, as well as arguments for and against it. Anarchism is a political philosophy and social movement that advocates for the abolition of centralized systems of power.
All right, guys, I'm watching this very closely. I'm pausing this for a very specific reason, is it'll read it right about now. Come on, come on, come on, come on, let's see.
Power, such as governments and hierarchies, in favor of decentralized, self-governing communities. Anarchists believe that societies can be organized in a way that allows for the maximum amount of individual freedom, equality, and cooperation.
Way more basic than I thought it was. I mean, I get what the whole channel is, but I hate to say it. You know what? No, it's a little too... I don't know. Nah, you know what? It's still a good video. As far as
there are many different forms of anarchism, but some of the most well-known include anarcho-communism, which advocates for the abolition of private property and the establishment of a classless, stateless society based on communal ownership and cooperation. Next is anarcho-syndicalism, which seeks to abolish the wage system and replace it with a system of workers' self-management and direct democracy. Also, there is individualist anarchism, which emphasizes the importance of individual freedom and autonomy and is often associated with the writings of figures like Emma Goldman and Max Stirner. Anarchism has a long and varied history with roots in both classical liberalism and socialism. Some of the key figures and movements associated with anarchism include the French Revolution, which inspired many early anarchists with ideas of liberty, equality, and fraternity, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, who is often considered the first self-proclaimed anarchist and wrote the
Let's be clear, this is one of the good things the French did.
Influential work, What is Property, in 1840. Mikhail Bakunin, a Russian revolutionary and writer who was a key figure in the anarchist movement of the late 19th century, and Emma Goldman, an American feminist, anarchist, and writer who was a prominent figure in the early 20th century. Anarchism has been influential in many social and political movements throughout history, including labor movements, feminist movements, and anti-colonial movements. Anarchist ideas have also been influential in fields such as education, psychology,
I thought that was a pepper for a second. I was like, ooh!
and environmentalism. It is worth noting that anarchism is a diverse and contested philosophy, and there are many different interpretations and variations of anarchism, and its advantages and disadvantages depend on the specific form of anarchism being considered. However, generally speaking, those who support anarchism emphasize the importance of individual freedom and autonomy, as well as equality and cooperation among people. They also point out that anarchist ideas have inspired many social and political movements and have sought to challenge oppressive systems and hierarchies. Next, supporters point out that anarchism is often associated with a strong commitment to direct democracy and grassroots participation in decision-making. Lastly, those who support some forms of anarchism, such as anarcho-communism, envision a society without economic inequality, where resources are shared and the needs of all members of society are met. Those who are against anarchism often criticize it for being unrealistic or utopian, as it calls for the abolition of centralized systems of power that many believe are necessary for maintaining order and protecting people's rights. Next, they point out that some forms of anarchism, such as individualist anarchism, have been criticized for placing too much emphasis on individual freedom and autonomy at the expense of community and collective action. Also, those against anarchism point out that it has often been associated with violence and extremism, particularly in the forms of bombings and assassinations carried out by anarchist individuals or small groups. Lastly, those against anarchism say that it can be hard to put...
Yeah, but how many of those were plants? Like, just how many of those were the false flag attacks? At the risk of sounding like a certain, you know...
into practice, as it often calls for the complete overhaul of existing political and economic systems, which can be difficult to achieve in the real world. What are your thoughts on anarchism? Feel free to comment below. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to subscribe to Illustrate to Educate to support more simple and objective videos on topics that matter.
Okay. Alright, I criticized it for being a little too simple, but honestly that was pretty... Yeah, it's actually kind of what I need to start sending my family right there. It's just like, okay. Yeah, you guys have a very hard misunderstanding on what anarchism is. Better term for me would be syncretic or anarcho. It's just pacifism. Okay, now I really do have a question because you're 18 years old. Well, wait, you know what? I don't want to ask who you voted for, but I am curious now. Like, yeah, who did you view as the better candidate in this last election, man? I got a lot of questions for you. I really hope that you join the Discord. Here, I'm gonna link it again, because, dude, yeah, we gotta have a conversation. Turning World, you're an interesting cap. I've just never been, like, I've never met somebody that had that, like, jarring of a political journey. Like, that's a lot. All right. He's happy. All right. Alright, I gave that to you so you didn't do that. Okay, you good? Jeez. Alright, guys. Let's take a look at this. Where's my...
I got bribed to make this video.
Nope. That's for me for later. I'm not gonna watch that one with you guys. Alright. What do you guys think? Number one, I'm just gonna say this. I think that I need to go bust out my old Noam Chomsky books, because I'm starting to get to that point where I think that the ye old education is starting to peter out from a little bit of the cannabinoid. Because, yeah, man. I think I also, like, got so used to hearing him speak in, like, now. Well, before he passed. Wait, did he pass yet? I don't think so. I think he's still alive. No? Oh, no. He is totally still alive. Oh, no, but he can't do interviews anymore. That sucks. The best. How Chomsky revolutionized. Oh, God, I could totally watch that. Not going to, but I could. Actually, you know what? Here. MAGA will destroy Chomsky if they get the chance. Well, again, the fact that so many, like, MAGA heads would probably identify as, like, anarchists if they just had the choice. Honestly, that's why I'm giving our friend here, Turning Worlds, a lot of credit, because they already had their journey in the realm of MAGA. And then somehow found their way to the, you know, the left side here, which I'm very happy, I'm very happy about. But I think one criticism I have Turning Worlds is that I think you're putting a little bit too much emphasis on finding the label for what you are right now, because I kind of feel that the more like you read, that you're gonna keep shifting, because you're only 18 right now, and I'm speaking from experience on my end. Like, by the time I was like 26, dude, I had already gone through, had gone through as many political journeys as you had. Mine was a little bit different, because like my journey into libertarianism was more steeped in like Occupy, like the Occupy Wall Street movement, and then also like my joining the anarchist movement here, which again I have to remind you guys, Tim Pool used to be part of. Like, he used to identify as an anarchist for a hot minute before he went super corpo. God, I do remember like when he got hired in New York, it was kind of like everybody in the movement immediately just went, But he had some influence here in Chicago, I gotta say. Like, he did some pretty good work with one of our little local chapters. Went down to the financial district and protested outside the John Hancock building. It was fun. Turning Worlds, what's your take on Israel-Palestine? Not to put you in the hot seat or anything. Also, just kind of do want to know. Twitch chatters, what's up? I feel like I've been neglecting you a little bit, so I just want to say, what's up? God, Squishmallow Dragon, you still there? I mean, I know that you said that you like to do the lurking thing occasionally, so I also really appreciate you always popping into the stream. It's fun. Israel needs to stop killing kids and taking land from other countries. Romdog, you gotta quit being so base, man. Make me vote for you. Fuck. Tell me where you're running there, bud. God. I hate to say that's the scariest prospect, is like the thought that I might actually have to run for like a local office in order to affect some change. I don't wanna be part of the Karen squad on the... Like, I'm definitely not gonna do like this, what is it, the school councils or whatever? Like, no, not doing that. Or, not school councils. What the hell am I thinking of? It's like the school board. School council. Sorry, I still use terms from my school. We had elders, by the way. Like, dude, I'll never forget the day that I had to go and face the elders, where they got called in, and it's almost like they chose to do this. Where, like, the theatrical version of it, because we had this chapel, right? And in that chapel, it had two stages that, like, kind of, like, stacked on top of each other. So, like, you had the first stage that had, like, the stairs, and then you had a second stage that had a dais, and behind the dais, there was, like, this giant organ, right? So, behind these guys, there's fucking 5 of these people, right? They are sitting behind, like, they're sitting on this dais, and they're all staring at me, and they, of course, they give themselves a little bit of extra pageantry. So when they're sitting there, they have literal fucking robes like they're the fucking Supreme Court justices. Well, they're not black or anything like that. They were school robes that had, they kind of, I hate to say, they kind of looked like lame versions of a graduation robe where they were just missing the cap. But yeah, these five people just staring at me, like, and they're asking me like why my GPA was the way it was. They were asking me if I had said some things about, like, did you indeed say these words? And, you know, at that point it wasn't even like the full, I'm not a Christian anymore. It was me just being like, but why? And yeah, if you ask too many questions, it got you like, you got like your first strike was detention, second strike was like a harder detention, but they just kind of like put you over into like the like where the principal's office was instead of like a homeroom. And then the third one was you had to meet with the elders. I had that one a few times. The last time I met with them, the one that was like the final time where I did like, I remember just telling them, I'm like, I don't believe in God anymore. And they're just like, so are you saying you formally denounce your faith? It's like, yes. And then the, God, then we go back to this fucking little like conference room that had like a big table with the elders. And then they get the principal of like the school that I went to, and they got everybody like together, and that like they had to make it so formal, and I had to sit through the entire thing. That was fun. Yeah, church, the way that church like schools work, it every time I read about them wanting public funds, it scares the crap out of me, because like these motherfuckers already get away with murder as far as like getting like not paying their taxes. You don't think that everybody there takes a tax exemption? Like they donate to the school to take it, they donate to the school and the church to, you know, maximize their tax exemptions. Trust me, that's all it's about. Ugh, so gross. And then like you see the shit that like my school did, like, or like the church that I went to. If you saw the productions that they put on, you would think that you were at Disney on Ice, and I'm not kidding. Like, they spent that kind of money, man. Leaving a cult is better than joining one. Though it might not seem like it at first. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I also didn't necessarily have a choice. Like, I did, but I didn't. Like, I always kind of thought that I was on the outside looking in, to be completely honest with you guys, because of the way that, like, my dad was. Because my dad was very secular. He wasn't... I don't even think he was a Christian, to be completely honest. Like, he claimed he was, but I think he was doing it just to placate my mom at the time, and, like, to kind of just placate me. Because the only reason he wanted me to go to that school is because he viewed it as, like, that's where the well-off kids go. You know, my dad was very new money about the way he came into his wealth. Or he was just like, I worked on a farm, I'm gonna send my kids to private school. My dad was 100% the, I'm gonna give you all the opportunities I never had. It's like, yeah, but I don't think you wanted these opportunities, specifically the one to feel like, to be told that you're not good, that the only way you'll find yourself is through, you know, not just God, but through the fucking structure of the church. Cults often try to pull him back in, ha ha ha, or your spouse goes along with it. Then a dad. Yeah, usually. The thing that really, and I mean, like, dude, I don't like talking about this one specifically because of how uncomfortable I am with the thought of how many people that I went to high school with are still in it. Yeah, man. Like, they never left. They went and had their 5 kids, sit there and judge people the way they do in their miserable marriages. And I only say it because, like, dude, come on. We all see it. We all know. We all know the ones from high school that share a little bit too much about their, you know, home life and their kids. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm literally just like, here's everything about me. Minus, you know, important details. Oh, speaking of important details, I first off want to thank my man who gave me a $5 and a $3 donation. I'm gonna call him Walt. Walt, I really appreciate it. Also, God, where else is it? We also got Lex, who came in clutch and gifted 2 subscriptions today. I'm very, very, I'm honored. I appreciate you guys. You guys are, you really do. You rule. It is kind of funny though. Just how bashful I am about this, because for real, like it. You guys make it so real for me. Yeah, I'm gonna just include the link one more time, just because I feel like it's the right thing to do. I'm not going anywhere, just so you know. I'm gonna be taking a piss here. That's why I'm taking a minor little break. How about you, dude? You doing good? You already got the sandwich. Oh. There's a bunch of cheese on my sandwich, like shredded cheese. He got it all, man. He's so happy. Hats off to you for sorting that out. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, because yeah, it was rough. You know, there's one thing that a lot of people that leave religion, that I think that it's because they don't want to face it, and that's legit. Like, there's like this breakup angle, right? Like, you have the same kind of hurt in like your heart that you do when you break up with somebody. Because like, all I can say is, for me, I was a true believer as far as just believing in God and just having like Jesus being there to have my back and all that kind of crap. But, you know, I, like most Christians, I didn't really think past that, except for just, well, you gotta have faith. Then on top of it, it was like Bible studies. Like, they started really going hard into Bible studies when I started high school, and I had this weird realization where halfway through it, because we had like that cool youth pastor that was trying to like make everything a joke, and I did kind of like through that realize that he was just kind of seeing it the way he saw it, and then telling us like, well, this is how I see it, so it's all a personal journey with God. I'm like, I don't know. That doesn't make much sense. I was pissed off at the adults that lied to me about flying reindeer delivering the same things. See, I never got that. The way I found out wasn't fun, because I was a sneaky little fucking shit. I snuck downstairs. I think I was like 7 years old. I was like 6 or 7, and yeah, I snuck downstairs, and I totally saw my mom and dad just bringing in like the grocery bags. And then they're like, "We're just helping Santa. Don't tell your sister." I was like, "Uh-huh." I kept it kind of secret though, like from other people. Like I played the game. Like I let my friends believe it. My best friend believed in Santa for 2 more years before he got that. Like, dude, all right, there's no funnier conversation than when you're just like 2 little kids, you know, 9 years old, and it's your best friend, and he's just like, "Hey, can I ask you something? You think Santa's real?" And you're having it like it's an existential fucking crisis. And then I'm also doing it like, "Nah, man, I figured that out 2 years ago. I was just fronting for you." It's like, I just wanted you to have the magic. Actually, you know what? Sound off if you're a parent in this one. I've always wondered this, just like from other people's perspectives. Do you guys like see it happening in your kids? Like, do you get the hint that they maybe don't believe anymore? And then like, is it just instinctual to be like, no, especially if you only got one? I started to understand marketing. True talk, dead serious. That's actually so I did a little marketing work after that, and I'll tell you what, that's why I understood it. I understood how marketing worked because of the way that religion, and my religion specifically, would totally like market to us. The church I went to was real, like, I'll say what you will, they were great at selling shit. They kind of, gave me that idea. I started to understand marketing, and you hear mom down the hallway wrapping presents, ask Des, the air hockey table on us. Now I know you're just fucking with me, but it's funny. Yeah. I also had a little sister at the time. Well, at the time, I mean, it was just me and my little sister, I should say. But yeah. Fun times, fun times. Also, nobody let me know the little secret about when your kid knows. What do you do? Gotta make sure your friends don't lose that childlike wonder. I mean, according to somebody in here who thinks I'm a freaking human golden retriever. Yeah, actually, no, Duke, you made fun of me yesterday, like, for having whimsy about my birthday, which, by the way... I've been saying it's my birthday week. Disclaimers to keep them out of a cult. Yeah. No, I still have my childlike wonder. I'm not sure if it's because of the election or what the fuck, but like, dude, my neighborhood is just so much less Christmassy than it usually is. Like, I know all the houses that like usually go wild for like with their decorations. None of them did. And even me, I hate to say it, like I usually go like all out. Nah, this year, like I got a bunch of nutcrackers that are kind of like heirlooms. I just didn't even feel like putting them out this year. I'm just like, nah, I don't give a shit. Put them out next year. I'll put them out next year when I'm not feeling so depressed. The headline is ridiculous. Framing for the story. We know nothing. Okay. All right. Not sure if you're still there, Turning Worlds. Sorry to put you on the spot, but you were definitely the most, and I'm sorry for everybody else, but you were the most interesting chatter today because, dude, just by merit of how freaking many political ideologies you've hit in the small time that you've been into politics is crazy. I can't wait. I hope that you're still watching me like 10 years from now where I can just say like you'll be like 28. Oh man, that's gonna be a crazy freaking political journey for you. And I can't, oh man, I really hope that you're still part of this audience when that happens, because that'll be interesting. Also, it'll be interesting to see where I end up. Holy crap, I'll be 48 years old at that point. Yikes. Bloodstone by Stars, my office gave us mini trees to decorate, but I am too lazy to decorate my own apartment. You know what? I mean, it's like you said, don't lose that magic of Christmas. Don't lose the whimsy. As Duke says, don't lose the Dude, you motherfucker. You realize how bad I was about that? It's just like, alright, so we'll hear a golden retriever, apparently. Alright, I'll take that joke, but just taking the whimsy out of my birthday? What's up with that? I'm in the drive-thru. What are you yelling at me for? Quit eating that garbage. I'm just kidding. I mean, actually, no. What you getting? I'm not gonna yell at you. I am just legitimately wondering, like, what the hell are you eating? And also, is it Stonalicious? Okay, man. I love the fact that our little back and forth. Sorry if that was a little private there, guys. Yeah. Our boy Duke in chat, he holds it. Yeah, he holds it down for us, so keep saying that. Oh man. What do we got? Nothing in the history books. Nothing here. Fuentes. No, I don't want to do a Nick Fuentes. No, I don't want to do TYT. Goodbye for now. No, I don't want to do that. Politics and money? No. Guys. I think we like did the thing where we like went through all of the Wait, we got an update on the crypto scam. Well, crypto, you know. Oh, Ben Dixon was on Leftist Mafia today? Cool. Very cool.
So around 2 weeks.
I watched the first video of this, so I should be able to watch this with no problem. That's gonna be like every video I do now. Great.
Weeks ago, I told you guys about a potential crypto scam being promoted by a girl named Haley Welch, who found fame earlier this year after she went viral during a street interview.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing. You get me?
Still funny.
She took these 15 milliseconds of fame and seemingly turned it into an hours-long event. She was getting paid 30 racks to show up and party at a club. She was topping off the podcast charts Hawk Tua style. And overall, she had taken this bit much further than anyone had thought possible. But now, after she was called out for this scam coin,
this is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
she has disappeared for the last 2 weeks after saying this.
But just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's an actual, like,
Hey
source
guys,
of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Well, hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed.
Anywho, I'm gonna go to bed. Good night.
And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Man, that's some sleep she got. About 336 hours if my calculations are correct. It's almost like when you're talking to a chick, everything's going great, and then she tries to claim that she fell asleep at 7 p.m. and doesn't wake up till noon the next day. Talking about, wow, that was the best sleep of my entire life. Fuck outta here. Now, personal trauma aside, it's hilarious that Haley Welch did this shit and thought that she could just dip out. No more cringe tweets, no more brain rot podcast. Just running off with the alleged crypto scam bag. I mean, even when this all first went down, a lot of people speculated that she would have to talk to a judge one day. And now it looks like that might actually be happening, as 12 investors in the project have stepped forward to file a complaint against.
Oh, you simpy simps. Who did it? And did they do it with the intention of suing
against the
her?
people who developed the coin, as well as the Tua the Moon Foundation. This action arises from the unlawful promotion and sale of the Hawk Tua cryptocurrency meme coin, known as the Hawk Token, which defendants offered and sold to the public without getting proper registration. Defendants leveraged the extensive social media following of Haley Welch, a prominent social media personality known as the Hawk Tua Girl, to market the token as a groundbreaking cryptocurrency project. Through aggressive promotional campaigns and promises of future growth, defendants created a speculative frenzy that caused the token's market value to spike shortly after launch, reaching a significant market capitalization. Now let's be real here for a second. Anyone who thought that this was going to be anything groundbreaking, or really that any genuine utility would come from the Hawk Tua coin, in my book really did deserve to get scammed. Now with that being said, those involved in its creation committed what I see as fraud, and I do think they need to see their day in court. They go.
Yeah, they used her for. I mean, that's a.
Want to list the ways that Haley teased the coin, like during her podcast with Mark Cuban.
Do you do anything with crypto?
Yeah, I do a lot with crypto, actually. I've got a shit ton of Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Oh, yeah. If I want a meme coin, can I give you some tokens?
Yeah, I'll give you my wallet. I'll give you my wallet.
Okay.
And other videos that she posted onto social media in anticipation of the coin's release.
Okay, y'all, drop your Solana wallets. I'm giving out some meme coins for free. Coming to you December 4th. My Hawk meme coin is live!
The Hawk token launched on the Solana blockchain. The launch had rapid growth in trading activity and market capitalization. However, the token's value experienced significant volatility, losing a substantial portion of its value in hours. The token launched with a market cap...
Hours? Who the hell? Guys, can you please explain to me who the hell is into this? Who is propping this industry up? It seems like it's the dumbest people.
Capitalization of 16.69 million. Within hours, the token's market value surged to 491 million. However, shortly after that, it plummeted more than 90%. Now here is where it looks like these promotional videos and tweets really might come back to bite her in the ass, as the victims believe that she did enough promising with statements like Tua the Moon that they should be held liable for the investors' losses. Many of the investors were first-time cryptocurrency participants drawn to the project through Welch's involvement, The rapid decline in the token's value caused substantial damages to investors who relied on Welch's participation and the project's stated roadmap. Specifically, they are claiming that the people involved in the project violated the Securities Act of 1933, claiming that this Hawk Tuah project never filed with the SEC, aka the government, to register all these tokens for sale. This can be seen as a form of fraud, and these types of violations can result in civil lawsuits, criminal penalties, and even imprisonment. Like I said before, 12 people have come forward with this motion, but now that this has been officially filed, I would not be surprised if many more people jump on board. As for these 12 individuals, they claim to have suffered damages in excess of $151,000. One dude is even claiming that he lost over $70,000 on this alleged rug pull. And the people specifically listed as defendants here were most of the people involved in that train wreck of a Twitter space, including this guy Doc Hollywood, the web developer behind Over Here LLC, and of course the To the Moon Foundation, which many believe at this point to be primarily owned by Haley Welch. And I did find it very strange that this foundation was based in the Cayman Islands, known for being an easy way to not only avoid taxation, but also to keep the US government from spying on your illegally funded accounts. So in them establishing the foundation there, I think that looks extremely suspect. The lawsuit then goes on to explain the world of meme coins, and how the primary promotion for these projects is executed on social media, even admitting that most of them have little to no actual use in the real world, but are mainly based around a sense of hype and community. Next, they break down who exactly the Hawk Tuah girl is, how she rose to fame, and I guess kinda why all of these idiots who invested in her coin trusted her. Welch's influence extends across multiple online spaces, where she is recognized as a trendsetter and a trusted figure among her followers. I mean, come on, if you spend more than 5 minutes listening to this chick talk, common sense should tell you that you want her nowhere near your money. In fact, she seems to have the brain power of a feral squirrel. But the thing is, when you start making these promises of community engagement and bridging mainstream culture with the cryptocurrency world, you really do start forming more and more liability for your part in this scheme. In crypto with stocks, these phrases can be seen as buy signals, like when she tweeted To the Moon, as well as many other things. By highlighting Welch's role in uniting her diverse community, the statement emphasized the token's potential to onboard hundreds of thousands of non-crypto users. This messaging directly tied the Hawk's success to Welch's ability to engage her global fan base, creating an expectation that this widespread adoption would drive the token's value upward. Many investors, drawn to the project through Welch's outreach, suffered significant financial losses as they were left holding tokens that had lost
like the last
value.
2 weeks.
So here they're really hammering down the idea that she was the driving force behind this project. And this is when they get into the actual Securities Act claim. An investment contract includes transactions involving an investment of money in a common enterprise with the expectation of profits to come from the efforts of others. The Hawk tokens are investment contracts and are therefore securities subject to regulation under the Securities Act. I mean, recently guys, now that the government has been involved in crypto over the last couple of years, and now things like this are actually going to be taken a lot more seriously. And like we've seen in more and more lawsuits recently, they're relying mainly on tweets and statements made on podcasts as evidence of public manipulation and potential fraud. The use of phrases like big announcement and secure your spot emphasize exclusivity and urgency, encouraging potential investors to view early participation as a unique opportunity to benefit from the token's anticipated growth. They say that the website further framed Hawk as the meme coin for everyone and promoted its accessibility to non-crypto investors by describing Hawk as the entry ticket to begin your degen roller coaster ride. And listen, this Hawk Tuah ride would be like being excited waiting for hours in line to ride a roller coaster, but then as you're finally on it, the kid in front of you throws up all over you and it hits you in the face. Maybe a little even gets in your mouth. So now these plaintiffs are seeking a trial by jury where they want at least their $151,000 back in damages, and they also want to take away all the profits from the people who were involved in the rug pull. So obviously this is getting all very interesting, the drama is getting much deeper, and we're gonna have to see how everything turns out from here. But as for right now, it's not looking good at all for the Hawk Tuah girl. And I don't think that she's ever going to be returned to the internet at this point. I mean, they really hammered down the idea that the widespread popularity of this coin is almost 100% due to her likeness to promote it via various channels of communication. It's just so funny to me that someone like her, with seemingly zero talent, can have the world literally handed to her on a silver platter. And she was given the ability to become infinitely more rich than she likely ever dreamed of, and she still got greedy and fucked up the entire thing. But hey, I just call that bad karma after the way she was hating on the very guys who made her so famous.
I was about to say,
Have you talked
that was
to that
insane.
dude? Have
That's
you
a
said
good
thank
question.
you?
Tell him thank you for what?
Making
Yeah,
you famous?
that, nah. Right there, that was the beginning of your karmatic journey there.
I know what you guys think about this Huck Tua lawsuit down below. I also want to thank you guys for watching today's video, dropping a like and subscribing. But
Fuck yeah. Look at that. I did the like, I did the subscribe. Now, if you could do the same for me, that would be wonderful. Yeah, if you haven't already, like the stream. It really helps me out. And also, trying to reach that 1,000, and I'm almost there. I think we're almost to 990. Let me see. I did just check in them a little bit ago. 987. 987. We're getting there. I appreciate you guys all hanging with me tonight. This has been fun. But she seems so nice, honest and personable smile. Yeah, it was also the, the adorable Southern accent is the way everybody was trying to sell it. Again, what I actually, I thought she was cool because of the way that she donated to two, well, not only donated, she actually opened another animal shelter. Now, I thought that was pretty cool, and honestly, to be commended, but, yeah, shouldn't rip off people that are trying to support you, That's a no-no. And that was the get rich quick, scheme for her. Her hobby sounded interesting. But the Huck Tua. Just even saying it now. You're right. It's past. It's passe. It's done. It's done. Her 15 minutes are over. Nobody gives a shit about Huck Tua anymore. We're all kind of just like, all right, why don't you, up until the scam coin. Yeah, I mean, spit on that thing. Sounds like she bit off more. Jim. Oh, sorry, Dave. I thought you were Jim for a second. That's too funny. Oh, man. Oh, no shit. Hey, thank you for popping over on Twitch there. Whoever my new Twitch viewer is. She bit off the wallets. I mean... Wait a minute. You know what? I think I can do that. Here. I was being a little scaredy cat before, but I think I can watch this.
This video...
Yeah, I can. It's CoffeeZilla. I can do it. All right, let's see what CoffeeZilla has been up to with these casinos. Because I'll be honest, I've been very bothered by the rise of the online betting markets and just how brazen they are with stuff. Like, once I started seeing that you could bet on wrestling events, it started really hitting with me where I'm like, maybe, just maybe, this is not a good thing.
Twice, actually, to expose a casino's business rivals. Here's a screenshot calling it a bounty and a sponsorship in exchange for a video. Now, I didn't take the money. In fact, I'm quite angry about it. Not just because these people thought I was for sale, but because they offered me a dollar amount that was way too low. Now, everyone has seen those headlines of casinos paying millions a year for influencers to sell their soul. So when they approached me, I was expecting a lot. Instead, they offered $20,000 to the guy in the $10 million studio. Ladies and gentlemen, that doesn't even cover the
to the guy in the $10 million studio.
Electricity bill. Now, to be clear, we would never take a bribe of any size. This show is funded by $5 a month on Patreon. That's where the real money is. But either way, I had a dilemma. Clearly, these people thought I could be bought. If I ignored their bribe, new viewers might be confused. I needed to send a message, and I needed to send it fast. So I decided on this. Rather than expose just their competitors in the gambling scene, what if we exposed everyone? Starting first with the people who offered me money.
All right, hold on, real quick. The True Tech. I feel like a meatloaf. Sometimes I meter my cooking portions way off. I ate way too much rice. Okay, can we just acknowledge that it's very hard to portion out rice of any kind? I don't care if it's jasmine or, your standard white rice. It's very hard.
Welcome to the Counter-Strike
I think
Gambling.
it's, what is it, 1 cup to like 1/2 cup?
Investigation, a multi-part series where we're going to be talking about a video game that has created an underage gambling epidemic that makes hundreds of millions, even billions a year. Now, some people thought it stopped in 2016, but they couldn't be more wrong. The world of Counter-Strike gambling is still massive, and nobody wants to talk about it because most of them are making too much money.
I used to play CS Original. We would literally have to agree to something in the internet cafe with hard cash. Back in my day, we played physically in internet cafes and we had cash on hand. We also paid 50 cents for a pop and for a candy bar.
Those who do speak out have faced consequences, so we've got to be careful. Either way, let's get started.
Bloodstone by Stars, I measure food with my heart. Who are you? My dad? My dad literally had a heart attack while he was eating a fried bologna sandwich. And I'm just like, what do you think did it?
I've got to say, Coffee, I'm really proud you're taking on the bad guys. He's defusing. I've been playing Counter-Strike for years, and honestly, the bots are really out of control.
The bots? We're doing a gambling thing. Besides, you're a bot.
Not according to them. Woo! Another ace.
I don't have time for this. You begged me to be my sidekick. Are you gonna help or not?
Hey, I can multitask. What do you need?
I need to find the bad guy. I've interviewed 40 people for this story. They all claim to be the victim. They're all pointing
Guys,
fingers.
I think I just may have had that moment of pure innocence here where I'm just like, wait a minute, does he voice his own robot?
Sounds pretty human to me. Maybe all you really need is a more objective view. Go ahead. Lay it on me.
Well, you're beautiful. Your father sounds like a beautiful and wise man.
Everything comes back to one moment when protesters raided the tournament.
Wait, protesters? At a tournament?
Yeah, protesters at the peak.
Bloodstone by Stars, my father, while that was happening, drove himself 45 minutes to the hospital and then he literally told the doctor, you're bullshitting me.
EGL majors in Copenhagen.
Dude. And then when they admitted him, he got mad that he couldn't go deal with the painters at his house. He was so mad. Yeah, my dad's a wild man. Priorities.
It was one of the biggest esports tournaments ever for Counter-Strike. 1.8 million watching, over 1 million in the prize pool. It was hosted at Royal Arena. It was a big deal. And everything was going smoothly until suddenly people rushed the stage. The crowd was panicked. No one knew what was going on. Someone broke the trophy on stage. And turns out there were people handcuffing themselves outside. Nobody knew what was going on. They were upset about CSGO Roll, a gambling website that sponsored one of the teams called G2.
Huh. Some kind of overzealous advocate, maybe?
No, not like you'd think. I found out that the protesters had been paid to be there by a rival casino called CSGO Empire.
A casino protesting a casino.
Oh, that's
How'd you
totally
find that
different
one?
than what I thought
Funny
was going
you should
on.
ask. Let me introduce you to our first character, the owner of CSGO Empire. He calls himself
Kanye
Monarch.
broke the trophy.
He live streamed himself doing the whole thing.
Oh, an exhibitionist.
You have no idea.
If G2 is gonna be playing on the stage, I was planning if somebody's going to Germany or if you have any friends in Germany, I can pay you a good amount of money. Just come to my DMs and I can pay you a good amount of money if you run on the stage in the middle of the game and glue yourself on the stage. Or even better, if you put handcuffs. If you can handcuff yourself on one of the computers or one of the tables, I will pay you decent money.
they need to go in, even if there's a security guard, even if they're gonna be taken away. If somebody goes home walking, they will be fired.
And I'm so...
Okay, guys, I'm starting to think that maybe, just maybe, there's a lot of money laundering going on the internet.
I'm so dedicated to this, like,
Just
if I'm in a
saying.
war, I'm gonna be fighting to the end.
Wow, this guy is just shameless.
Yeah, but it gets much worse. Someone from Monarch's team at this point decides to text me. He offered me a bounty to cover the story. I'd already gotten a similar email offering me 20 grand to expose the scam casino in that group.
Obviously, you said
No.
yes. No. Right.
Obviously, you said
Right. Of course, I said no. I can't take their money. But I did
say
want to
it.
speak with Monarch. I texted them back saying I'll take the info, but I also wanted to text CSGO Roll's owner and ask them the same thing. I want their side of the story too.
And?
Well, CSGO Roll's owner is named Killian. He said it's a one-sided harassment campaign. Monarch, on the other hand, says something much different. He admits to attacking CSGO Roll, but basically says he's attacking all the influencers they work for him. They're on this wall of shame that he's going after.
They have made millions and millions of euros from illegal casinos. And what I am going to do is I'm going to be delivering justice to these motherfuckers. Tax investigations are coming. People are gonna be going to jail. YouTube channels, Twitch channels, Kick channels, Twitters, they're gonna be banned. And I will deliver justice to these motherfuckers.
Wall of shame? What is up with this guy?
Like I told you, Monarch sees himself as like a scam buster or something.
He thinks he's you.
No, he said something else actually.
I identify myself as some sort of a hero in this story. It's very important to note actually that Killian is not the only target. We are having war with other sites as well, and I have a track record. Like before this CS:GO drama, I've been doing this thing for many years actually.
That's really his main defense. He does this to everyone.
Maybe it's true. Maybe he's just got a screw loose.
No, the attacks here are more personal. And I found out Killian and Monarch aren't just competitors, they used to be business partners.
I made a company 10 years ago with Killian, who stole my company. The second company I made, he bribed people to have my company shut down. The third company, which is my current big company, which I made all my money, bought my castles and he's been trying to do. Killian has been trying to do everything to take me down, get me arrested, get me killed. Killian is a f***ing psychopath, and these motherfuckers are Killian's minions, and I'm going to be taking down every single one of these motherfuckers.
So Killian betrayed Monarch.
Depends on who you believe.
Cheers.
The point is, this isn't so much about justice, it's kind of about revenge.
The beautiful thing about revenge is that there is no deadlines. You know, you can do it whenever. You know, life is long and you can do it whenever. By the way, I don't mind the guns and stuff. It's like just fun games. What is coming for you is something different. There will be people going to prison. There will be severe consequences. There will be interesting stuff coming.
Coffee, I'm starting to worry this is a BetterHelp segue into couples counseling.
No, I wouldn't scam you. Look, I'm just trying to show who this guy is and what he wants.
Look, I'm not trying to ruin your Mindhunter episode, but sometimes it really is as simple as an unhinged internet tough guy.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too, but it's how people talked about this guy. When I interviewed them, they would just freeze when I mentioned his name. Honestly, it was bizarre.
The thing that honestly upsets me about the whole Monarch thing, and this is what's been so hard about this story, people will not give their real opinion because everyone says they're scared. You and I were having a nice chat. Can't talk about the Monarch shit. Why?
Bro, the weather was like really nice today outside.
Dude, come on. Tell me what's going on.
I can't.
Everybody talks behind the scenes. Everyone talks behind the scenes. Everyone talks. Nobody talks in front of the camera. Why? He intimidates you guys? Well, no. Not you guys. He's intimidating someone else and everyone doesn't want that to happen to them. Is that it?
I think it's just... No, I'm not gonna say anything.
That is crazy. It's like a real-life Voldemort.
I know. Most people were scared to even talk, except for one of the names on Monarch's Wall of Shame.
Yeah, I'm Grim. I've been doing Cisco gambling for about a decade, and I have been doing it as a content creator for probably like almost 8 years now.
Can you take us from the beginning of your relationship with Monarch and just tell the story?
He's got the, that's the Dyson humidifier.
As you see it.
Right, so it's been like almost a year now, so it's a little bit hard to like get the timeline like completely right.
Talking about online gambling.
May last year is when the
through CS:GO, Duke of Bread
beef initially started. It was mostly just on Twitter. He essentially started like threatening me and told me that I needed to drop CS:GO roll or else, right? I then responded by posting a tweet myself with the screenshot of what he said, calling him out for it and telling him to come at me with everything he's got. Which, you know, in retrospect, massive mistake. I've known him for a while, a few years before this. He's never done anything like this that I have seen before. He might have done it like privately without, like you said, you talk to other people that had similar stories, right? But I just haven't spoken about it. And I think maybe that's what has happened before. But that's initially how it went down, yeah. Is he DM'd me, I made my tweet, and he went after me ever since.
So you say, come after me with everything you got.
Yeah, I think I use the word full thrust because he keeps telling me every time he does something, was this full thrust enough? Like it's like stuck in his head that I use the term full thrust.
Go all in, full thrust. If everybody goes full thrust, that's again when we go full thrust again.
Did he really just like hire a bunch of Asian like alleged prostitutes to just dance in the background for him?
People that are inside one of his Discord. He's got multiple ones.
What is happening?
That he uses for his quote-unquote cult, the Jofa cult he calls it, where they were talking about spraying some flyers around my city, this and that.
Whoa, this guy's a fucking psychopath.
A lot of crazy ones that he luckily didn't do, but then nothing really happened for a few months because this was back in May. And in around September, I all of a sudden wake up to a bunch of missed calls from family, friends, everything, right? I get told that they had posted flyers everywhere in my city. And I mean everywhere. High schools, malls, people's cars, in their mailboxes. Monarch himself said they did around 30,000 flyers, and there's about 30,000 people in my city. So they basically spread it everywhere. That had like a picture of CS:GO roll, me, my house, my cars, saying that like I'm scamming people in my city. That's essentially how it started with the flyers.
What the Coffee? This is like a personalized harassment campaign.
I know. But what freaked me out is that Monarch doesn't deny any of it. He thinks it's justified.
Yeah, there's this one case, this YouTuber called Grim, who lives in Norway.
Yeah.
We work times about like various things. So he's one of Killian's main advertisers.
He reminds me of someone I used to hang out with.
He's made
looks just like
at least $6 million from blatantly promote.
Duke, the whole thing happening here is essentially you got two CS:GO gambling firms fighting against each other, and then this guy apparently he had false accusations against them, but he is way better at gaslighting and going after and doing like everything that he could possibly do to make their lives miserable.
He's basically, for many years, he's been streaming like every day, playing on CS:GO roll and making YouTube videos there, just blatantly scamming his audience and making tons of money. And he has this.
Oh, and he's claiming to be like a CoffeeZilla himself.
It's like kind of like has this mansion in
Eugene,
Norway.
His name was Jake.
Where he has like his Lamborghinis parked outside. We gave these flyers to like the full town. The full town got these flyers that has.
He used to call every woman that we would meet female.
Grim's face on it, and it explains like how he's made his money by scamming people.
He just admits to it.
Oh, he takes credit for a lot more than that.
So what happened just a month ago now, when they sent 18 people to show up at my city, outside my door having a quote-unquote protest.
Wait, 18 people to your house?
Yeah, there was 18 people.
And this is, to be clear, a competitor casino to the one you're working for.
Yeah.
Is harassing is the only word that comes to mind here. Well, I don't even know if it's... I mean, what was it? What do you think it was? Was it intimidation? What was it?
Oh, it was definitely intimidation as well as harassing. Because, like, obviously when they show up at my house, they make it incredibly difficult for me to be here because they're gonna be right outside my house. Like, again, I live in Norway and our rules are way too nice.
Coffee, I'll admit it. This is a little bit more than an internet tough guy. These are mafia tactics.
It's insane. I mean, Monarch is still trying to say this is all fair game.
Yeah, so we did this funny protest one day. We sent the cute little cult. There was maybe like 15 people outside of his house with the infamous Sticky Hand, who claims to have lost his house to CS Coral scam.
It's Sticky Hand! I'm a Calden because CS Coral's got my house! Grim, I'm coming for you! Killian, I'm coming for you! Give my house back! Give my house back! Give my house back!
They were there, they parked with their like tents like outside of the house, and they had like microphones and they had the pitchforks and stuff. And they were just like marching in the neighborhood. And Sticky Hand did also. He went to knock on his door.
That's with all the American cosplay.
Just to speak with him.
I have to say, this is an insane level of harassment. I mean, I get that you believe he scammed people, and let's say he did scam people. That should be left to law enforcement, not to like, you know, y'all are basically like video vigilantes, you know, going to his house. I saw Warren also posted something about like he'd pay money for someone to break into his house in Minecraft. That was a joke, or
that obvious joke. Yeah, that would be crossing a line. Yeah, I can agree. Somebody could say that this is like it might be pretty insane,
but that's how much you believe Killian has scammed people. I think it goes to what you detest this company so much you think basically it's worth the price to for this war.
So we have the numbers, we have the facts, we pretty much know exactly how much he has made from CS Coral. We've had extensive conversations with Grim himself. We know that he understands exactly what he's doing. He's consciously scamming people. And we have consulted lawyers about this, and we are actually planning to take legal action. But the unfortunate thing is that there are ways how they can evade this kind of like legal justice. And probably there's not going to be real like legal consequences for him. And if there are, it's going to be kind of like, you know, years down the line after CS Coral has exit scammed.
That's sort of my problem. This is clearly harassment, but Monarch's not wrong that the people in this industry usually get away with it.
But he's in the same industry.
Well, exactly.
Well,
and that's what kills his argument. Either way, this whole thing is so heated that both sides now think they're in danger. Let's talk about security.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's probably is shaking you up, made you rethink how much you need to protect yourself. Have you taken any steps to try to... Obviously, you said you did go to the police. They did nothing. What else did you do?
Right now, I have 24/7 security sitting outside. So that's the precaution I have currently.
That's expensive.
Yeah, no, it is expensive. It is. Like, I'm not paying for it, but yes, it is expensive. I've heard the figures.
Who is paying for it?
CS Coral is paying for it.
So you got your rival casinos and one is paying for 24/7 security for the influencer because an opponent casino is gonna go to their house and harass them and possibly do more.
We live in the dumbest time.
Also, like I'm genuinely...
Yes, I actually brought that up. That is the Dyson humidifier. I very much want that.
I'm genuinely scared for my life. I'm genuinely scared for my family, like because of this whole thing. Like I am with like huge security guards, and I need to be like super careful. I don't really like. I need to be careful where I move.
We really live in the dumbest time, I guess.
I need to be super careful about like my location being doxed.
Idiocracy.
Because I think he has all the reasons to kill me. So.
Do you think he would cross that line? As you said, you would never do that. Do you think he would?
No, knowing him as a person, he's pure evil. Has no morals. It would be literally plus EV to get me killed. So now I'm doing my best to, first of all, not have my location leaked, but also I have like significant security because of that.
That has to be a serious expense. I mean, it's like 24/7 security is expensive, right?
I mean, it's not cheap. Plus also like have to take a bunch of like precautions for my family as well.
I think I may be dying of what humans call irony. They're both scared?
Yeah, everyone's terrified of revenge. And it explains why people not involved wouldn't want to be involved. Even just recently, I heard another YouTuber has been getting the Monarch treatment. Flyers, house visits, confrontations. Who would want that?
You, apparently. What's to stop Monarch from coming after you?
Nothing. I mean, I would say the harassment is usually limited to influencers in the gambling sector, but recently an esports journalist got threatened as well.
These people are dangerous, and these people are clearly willing to do anything for money. Let's get them out of esports once and for all.
We are looking into it. We might actually do some legal action towards him, like some defamation lawsuit or whatever. I think it would be fun to do just for the lore, just for the memes, and it could be like this could be a fun marketing campaign. And for this reason, the cult is coming for Richard.
I tried to confront Monarch on it. I also tried to confront him on this bounty thing. I'm gonna do this story, and obviously I'm gonna try to tell it how I tell all my stories, which is as neutral and like to the facts as possible. But I don't want anyone going after me either. I don't want anyone showing up at my house, to be very transparent with you.
Yeah. I'll be transparent, and I'm not intending to send any sticky hands. So.
Oh, I also have to say, did you know Warren offered me a bounty to do this story?
I did not.
Y'all shouldn't tell journalists that. That's not good. Y'all shouldn't pay people to do stories.
Noted.
Yeah, because it just makes it hard to, because I can't obviously can't accept that. That would completely compromise everything I stand for. To be like, it'd be biased. It'd bias me towards your side if I was to accept that. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I just wanted to address it.
And I respect your approach. You're a great journalist.
Oh, how reassuring that someone you're making a video on likes you before the story.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if he keeps his promise on that, but I also wanted to confront the guy who offered me $20,000 to do the story too.
Let me guess. He dodged the question?
Sort of. He said that he didn't know that I was a journalist and that I wasn't someone to offer money to. He also claimed that this industry has cooked him and that everything is money oriented.
I mean, that part might be true.
Oh, for sure. I mean, for all the talk about justice and scams, it's about money too. Just recently, Grim says he got this message. Monarch would stop the house harassment if he dropped CSGO Roll and took a match deal at CSGO Empire.
So that's that then. You've had the villain the whole time.
Not quite. I mean, we had to address the bribe. We have to address the harassment. But our story is not about gambling influencers being the victims, who are also millionaires, by the way. Remember, we're investigating everyone, and Monarch's just kind of the tip of the iceberg of the problem.
I want to know who's really behind this thing, who's really the victim, and who's really the villain.
Oh.
I started gambling on Counter-Strike when I was probably 13 years old.
13 years old. 14 years old.
I think I was 14.
I saw it online. I saw a bunch of these YouTubers playing it.
Yes!
They see their favorite influencer playing on some
Kind of glad that I missed these arcs.
third-party case opening site, and they just go deeper and deeper into this rabbit hole, and soon they are addicted.
Maybe the solution isn't with the casinos at all. Maybe it's a good time to talk about the influencers who promote it instead.
All right. We're good. Woohoo. No strikes. All good. CoffeeZilla is a friendly YouTuber who understands fair use. Yeah. Sorry. I just wanted to go through that. The video game mafia. Yeah. I mean, as I said, we're living in the dumbest timeline. Ah! So loud. Alright. Alright. We really are at this point where, like, I just kind of want everybody who plays these video games lose their revenue. But then again, I don't want to wish that, so I'm not going to. I've actually kind of changed my mind on that since I've started streaming. I'll be honest, maybe I was a little bit, salty, but at the same time, like, did you watch enough XQC just adjacent videos where you got somebody like, Vosh or even Philip DeFranco fucking talking about him? You're just like, I don't. Working that 9 to 5, and you're just like, what is happening? We are really propping up the dumbest people. And the one difference is they're not going to be like the NFL, like guys that lost their, fortunes before because, yeah, they hired people to invest their money. So these idiots are going to be the next investor class and the next, ugh. You gotta love it. You gotta love how we're just going to placate to all of them. Same with, I don't know, I've been saying this like all day. Elon Musk, the fact that he's been not just cozying up to Trump, but he seems to be doing a little more than influencing, It seems like there's something not just fishy, but there's something going on there. But we need to just kind of lean into the calling Trump Vice President Trump. So he's, I'm not the goddamn vice president, okay? Wait a minute. You're telling me that Elon has more money than me? I don't play video games much. A high-end, high-res Google Earth-based street racing game. I'm in. Oh, cool. Yeah. I was debating doing like a, what did you call them? The flight sims. Simulators. Ugh. I'm tired. I'm getting to that point. Almost 7 hours into stream. Okie dokie. We got no other stuff to get to as far as that goes. User suggestions. Give me one sec. Nope. Cool. All right, we're hanging out. This is kind of weird music. I don't like it. There we go. You should trip? I mean, you ain't gonna hear an argument from me on that one. I'm a big fan of the chocolate versions of those. It's been groovy. Oh, I'm not taking off yet. I appreciate it. I appreciate you stopping on in. Also appreciate all the engagement, and man, we have 2 gifted memberships today. I got 3 different donations. Man, you guys have ruled today. Oh, despite the fact that I couldn't finish the Superman wait a minute. You know what I can do though? Here. You guys might care about this. I'll just do it over here. I'll just react to it where you guys can't see it. How about that? Okay. I like the hair. And the fact that the dog is, I mean, come on, Crypto's in it. Crypto's in it. Whoever they got to play Lois Lane, perfect. I think this is probably the best Lois Lane yet. And dude, this guy, I thought that cat, like, I'd miss Cavill more, but, ugh. Oh. Man, he's got like a special thing with Pa Kent. Ah, the dog. The dog. The fact that like this kid just puts up a Superman flag. Stag Industries, and then you have okay, I don't know who the villain is. They have like 4 different villains that I can see from this. Mr. Terrific. And Lois and Clark. Cool. All right. Hey, you know what? It was cool. I mean, it was beyond cool. I'm just going to say it. I just seeing Crypto really did it for me. Like, I'm just, oh man. When he whistles for him, take me home. It's like, oh, you know how many times I wish I could do that? Like, there've been a few times where I walk out of a party. I just want to lay down for a minute. Then you're just like, dog, take me home. But surprisingly, it's usually just me going, take me back inside. I'm crashing on your couch. God, I haven't done that in a while. Sometimes those are the best, like, sleeps, though. Like, let's be real. Sometimes just, like, passing out on a foreign couch, like, in one, like, your friend's basement or something, as long as they leave you a blanket, you know. You're a bad homie if you don't leave them a blanket. I know it's like a meme, but for real, it's happened to me so many times. I used to crash at my buddy's place, and he would give me like the you know, like those hand stitched, like really itchy blankets, that like the quilted blankets that like your grandma would make, but like this was the most itchy thing on the planet, man. Every time I spent the night there, I was like, I'd almost rather sleep with a towel than sleep with that. And I'd always just be like, So there's a double-edged sword there, where it's like, yeah, those weren't the times I'm talking about. You know, there were the ones where, okay, so I had like one really, prison wool. That's the prison wool blanket. Oh my God, True Tech. No way. You nailed it. That's exactly what it is. It's that prison wool blanket where you're just like, why does this itch so bad? It's like, I feel like I'm being punished for wanting to sleep. But then you do the thing where you're just like, nah, I don't need it. I don't need it. But then you find yourself, you're like, but it's so cold. Dude. Yeah, you know what? God, I should have seen that friend, he was not looking out for me. He was not looking out for me at that time. Should have seen the signs. Should have seen the signs. Man. Dude, I also, no, I'm talking about, so on the other side of that, what I was saying is where your friend has that really comfortable couch, but they give you like the quilt. Or not the quilt, but the, you know what I mean? Like the nice, like the down blanket. And you're just like, all right. And then you wake up and you're like, you get that perfect night's sleep after maybe, getting a little drunk or maybe having a nice reactionary, like a nice little, night with some fungus. Yeah. Those were always the best ones. Although, the fungus ones, it wasn't always like fun, Gus. Haha. It smells like cottage. Dude. Oh my. True Tech, you're nailing this right now. You are nailing this. Cottage. Like the fact that you just, like, it smells like cottage. Yes. I know exactly what you mean, but at the same time, I'm like, wait. I gotta try and explain that to the audience. Like, come on, guys. You know what? Like, just like that wooden house with a little bit of mold and a lot of dust. Yeah. True Tech's right. It's like multi-generational sleeping bags. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I can tell you all about this. So, my buddy, like in the northern region of Wisconsin, and I'm talking like woods. It is very, very remote. He's got this cabin, right? So we go into his cabin, and he's like being really coy about it, where he's just like, yeah, we haven't been here for, we're the first ones here. We're, cause it's one of those summer places. So he's like, yeah, I'm going to prep it for my folks, and we'll just get this ready. Right. You go in there, and I'm looking around, and when he says smells like cottage, immediately I'm just like that. It takes me right there. Cause I'm just like, the fuck is that? And, yeah, it turns out there was a bat. Yeah, there was totally a bat, like, living in there. And then, you learn about, how bad bat guano is and, like, how toxic it is. And, like, yeah, my buddy just had us sleeping in the space that the bat was. And, maybe not. The blanket could have had something on it. We don't know. Gross. Yeah, that was one of the most uncomfortable sleeps I've ever had. That and so back with my old job, I used to have to travel across the country, right? So, me and the partner that I had for this job, he was getting tired before me, so he's just like, we gotta call it. So we're at this rest stop that's right by, God, I forgot. I want to say it's like rural Kentucky. It was like one of those places, but it had the guy's just like, yeah, the only hotel we really have here is the Red Roof Inn. I was just like, oh joy. Always heard about the luxuries of the Red Roof Inn. And this was like a company job kind of thing, so we could have definitely gotten a better hotel. And we get there, and this guy is being weird as hell, and it was kind of like a horror movie, like where it had like this really, really large lobby with this, like, what I can only describe as like age-stained carpet, where it had like the like a green and like gold edged like pattern on it, and there was this fish tank in the background that was empty and just had a bunch of crap in it. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh, dude, this is, yeah, it was sketch. It was sketch as hell, man. The rooms were metal sheds. LOL. No, they weren't that bad. But no, it was, no, but get this shit. No, the truth is, it almost is creepier. So, number one, like, nobody was at this hotel, but for some reason, he's just like, yeah, I can only lease out one room to you guys. And we're just like, what? Like, we wanted 2 rooms. Like, I did not want, like, dude, this guy, like, he was one of those guys that, like, yeah, he was a freaking snorer, where I'm like, no, I don't want to be in a room with that. But dude, I was so tired by that point, and I knew I was gonna go outside. I was gonna go have me a nice little burn session. So I kind of didn't care by that point, where I was just like, fine. But my my partner on my trip, he just looks at me. He's like, that was creepy, right? I'm like, yeah, that was very creepy. Like, what the hell was that? He's like, I don't know, man. Like, because like the guy was old. Like, he was like, he actually reminded me of the grandpa from A Christmas Vacation, where he's just like, you haven't seen anything for over 40 years, or you haven't heard anything in 40 years. She's just like, I think I hear Christmas bells. Or whatever. But yeah, looks just like that guy. Skinny, like, all right, guys, so you guys are going to have to go down this hallway, and into the right is your room. So, didn't think anything of it. And I just remember looking into the courtyard, because, like, we were on the bottom floor, and I look in the courtyard, completely empty, and, like, you had the remnants of what was, like, the pool, but it looks like the pool hasn't been open in, like, 10 years. So, like, whatever. I go outside, I burn one. Well, burn more than one. And, dude, like, I come in and I'm ripped. And this guy's looking at me real weird, man. Like, real weird. Like, it's the most uncomfortable I've ever really been. Where I'm like, what the hell, dude? Yeah, and this sucked too, because this was one of those trips. I wasn't able to have a concealed weapon, so I had to. Yeah, it was one of those just like fight or flight, mother. Yeah, so I get back to the room. Try to sleep. Had the worst sleep of my life, because like between the guys snoring in the other bed and like just me, just be like, what the fuck? This it was so uncomfortable. And on top of it, I'm like, I usually was able to do like a sweep of the room where I'm like, okay, bed bugs. Like I had like a whole system that I would have, but now I have a system because of this trip specifically. So there was a window, and as I said, it was the ground floor that, like, as I said, went out into the courtyard, but it had like the standard hotel curtains that like have that crack in it. So I wake up in the morning and there's a fucking chair. There's one of those chairs like from the pool facing our fucking window. Like, and I'm talking right outside of it. I was like, what the fuck? I remember I was just like, yo, dude, check this out. And he was like, yeah, no. Yeah, we both, like, we flipped out. We go to the front desk. It's a totally different person. We're just like, hey, where's the guy who was here before? We got a problem. Like, we got a big problem. So we just, they're like, do you want to report it to the police? We're just like, no. Which, I have to say, me and this guy, like, anytime that I got partnered up with him, I did not like it. Like, he was kind of an ass. But there were two things. He listened to some funny radio. He actually was the one who got me into Opie and Anthony. And then just the fact that he was kind of like, I don't like cops. I was just like, all right. It's like, all right, we'll get along on that one. I remember the first time we had an incident. This guy was not cool with me smoking reefer. I almost said. He was not cool with me smoking because the way that like we did these transports, it could have gotten us in trouble. I'll admit it. But one time, it was his fault too because he didn't do the paperwork correctly for where we were going, and he gets pulled over, right? And this is like one of the jobs that we have like 2 people working. He's like, "You got that shit out of you?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's just like, "God damn it." So, I'm thinking he's gonna turn me over or something. He's just gonna be like, "Oh, if you smell anything, it's this guy. I know nothing." Kind of shit. Dude, he had my back. He had my back, man. And he played it really cool. Like, honestly, it was so much. That was one of those moments where I realized I'm like, we're gonna have a good professional career. Like, yeah, we may not like each other like personally a lot. Even then, he had really right wing politics. I'll never forget the trip where, for some reason, it was the Mitt Romney and the Reverend Wright saga, where they had Obama's old reverend, and they were just like, "Listen to what this guy's saying. It's super racist, blah blah blah." And you had a comic, Nick DiPaolo, who was just like, he made it his whole thing where he's just like, "This should just disqualify him. This should disqualify him immediately." It was like, God, I miss the days when that was like all that was talked about with this crap. But yeah, he was just like, "Yeah, this is ridiculous. Have you even heard about him? Have you heard about him?" Yeah, and it's just, oh God, he starts going off about it, and I kind of remember I was listening to more like Majority Report at that point because they had also TYT was on Sirius, so I was listening to TYT too. And this was all like when we were together, and he would seethe throughout the whole thing. He'd just be like, "Oh, this is bullshit. This is bullshit." It's kind of funny. Yeah. That's when we made. That's actually because of TYT, and then he used to listen to this guy Dave Ramsey, and I hated Dave Ramsey. So we agreed that anytime that we had to work together like that, it was like, all right, we're just listening to Howard Stern and Opie and Anthony, and it worked out. It's just a lot of comedy. The cop didn't know the herb smell, I guess. No, I mean, no, he did. It was more so the way that he did it. Like, he had my back. Like, I can't say too much because I don't want to. Like, I literally signed a bunch of confidentiality things about it. So, all I can say is there was a way that I was able to hide, for lack of a better term. I was able to hide. And he was very cool. Like, he actually he held it together, man. Because the only reason I'm even saying this is because it's like, no, I thought he was kind of a narc ass. You know what I mean? Like, when you meet somebody and you're just like, "Oh, you're a narc ass narc." Like, nah. Nah, I don't trust you. I have that problem, like, to this day. It's something that, a lot of people in my life have just said, "Are you ever going to grow out of that?" It's like, I don't think so. I really don't think so. Like, you're either a narc or, you're one of us. Never have I had to wonder, like, some of the whitest shit, especially like in the suburbs, when I was growing up. It was so funny how many times you'd hear, like, my friend's dad's just being like, "Oh, in the city, did you know that this is the reason that the crime rate is so high?" It's just like, oh my God. Like, the way they would talk about the crime rates in the city. "Oh, you don't want to go near Cabrini Green." Well, Cabrini Green was rough, but I like how they used to use that stuff though, where it was just like, yeah, but the whole place, you know, it's Chirac. That's where like Chirac started permeating from, is those fucking myths. I hate to burst your bubble, guys. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. You know, you just gotta, like, if you live in a metropolitan area, like, be honest with me. Like, if you guys are living in a city, let me know. Do you guys have, like, just your crime stats come out? I mean, for some reason, we get them, you know, reported to us almost every 2 weeks. And they do find a way to let us all know. Like, for some reason, like, even the people that don't really keep up with the news somehow know. It's just like, yeah, did you see the crime rate report? It's like, wait a minute, you don't follow politics. No, but I follow that. And then they'll talk about, well, before they would just be like, and Kim Fox. It's just like, oh God, here we go. It's a lot of that stuff. Oh my God. It's just so weird. And then, well, I mean, I hate to say it, in Chicago, it is one of those places that I'm worried we're about to get a right-wing mayor next election. Because, yeah, last 3 have been, you know, Dems, and it just does not seem like it's going to be that way for much longer. It seems like we got a lot of disaffected people. A lot of them. And Brandon Johnson, I hate to say it, man. I thought he'd be a lot better. But what you gonna do? It's not like you can do much about that crap. I'm rural now, though, raised in the city. Okay, so you get it. Yeah, that was a suburban raise. Yeah. What do you call them? The, like, worst type of middle classer. Like, I'll admit it, my dad, he was like the worst type of middle class. You know, thought he was rich, so he voted, like, well, would, if he did vote, like, that's, I think it's even worse that he would have, like, this really, like, he would be so opinionated about politics, but then he'd just be like, yeah, I don't vote. It's all sham anyway. It's like, oh my God. It's infuriating. Makes me wonder if he actually did vote in this last election. Who knows? I'm not going to ask him. That's one thing about my family. We have, well, we were pretty strict about it until, you know, we had a little bit of a situation. So, that agree to disagree situation. My biggest thing, though, is I have, unfortunately, a few family members that have been, you know, very openly anti-trans, and that makes me, it's not okay. Because, I'm sorry, I am, well, I don't know why I'm saying I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm just, yeah, I'm not for it. I don't do that. I don't play that game. Someone I care about very much is, in that boat, so. And I wish it didn't have to be like that, but also, you know, because it is like that, I'm just very honest about it, so. Individually voting for those, ideally, wait, sorry, ideally able to pass each, to vote on each bill passed, okay. Ugh. All right, so how rural are you? Because wait, when you say rural, are we talking, actually just say like how big your community is, like estimated, if you know. Because like I know my township number, which that doesn't actually like play into like the larger city, so. Which I've always thought that was weird. I'm like, wait a minute. It's like, but we're all part of the same city. Mile to the nearest neighbor. Oh. How about to your grocery store? How far is that? 10 miles outside of... Damn, dude. You did that by choice? You know what? I'm sorry. I don't mean to... You know what? No. I openly recognize how I'm... Nah, I'm city boy. I always will be. I need stuff. I need to be around people. I need to be around stuff. I need noises. Like, the best sleep in the world is when I'm by the L. Like, oh my god, I don't know why. If you guys watched the Blues Brothers, Elwood's apartment, oh, dude, that would be the best night's sleep for me ever. Ever. I don't know how, but it would be. No, I know exactly how. I grew up right by a train. So and then I got a apartment, like when I first moved out from with my roommate. I got a apartment right by the train tracks that were by my house. So yeah. Oh boy, that was awesome. God, I haven't slept like that in years. I don't know how I'm reminiscing about, like, just missing the train so much, but yeah. And it's funny because most people would see that and they'd be like, I'm not moving there. Why would I want that? Why would I want that? Why would I want that? It's like, trust me. I don't, again, the noise, dude, the more fucking street traffic, oh, I don't know why, but it works. It's when it's silence. Like, I'm in an area where I don't have enough anymore. And that's where I'm just like, oh, man. My best sleep is with the trains in the distance and the cars below going by. See, you get it. You get it. You get it. Bloodstone, you totally get it. The silence frightens me. No, that's it. It's totally that. As I said, like, this place is a little bit farther away than, like, from the main roads that I want. Oh, I wish I was closer to the trains. I can't even hear them near me anymore. Oh, it sucks. I want the trains. I just want them all. For some reason, that damn Metra. It's so crazy. I hope you guys realize that, like, when you watch Home Alone, the train that is in that movie is, like, literally, that's it. It's the same one I take. Also, the Home Alone house is not far from me. I think I've said that before, though. So, I literally live in a town that is, like, it might as well be out of a John Hughes movie. Like, if you have ever seen, what you all have, every single person here has seen a John Hughes movie. You guys have an idea of what my town looks like. I do love that about also, like, where I live is because, yeah, any Christmas movie you're watching right now, there's a good chance that it takes place right here. Or 16 Candles. Let's see. I'll just name off all of them. No, actually, which one was... Well, yeah, Home Alone, obviously. That one was, like, literally right down the road. True Tech, you're in Oklahoma? No, I'm in Chicago, bro. No, Chicago. Why you say Oklahoma? I said Home Alone. John Hughes. Wait, what? Do you not know who John Hughes is? Really? No. No. You know who John Hughes is, right? Like Pretty in Pink, 18 Candles, or Cider. Or Cider. Go Cubbies. You got me, buddy. You got me. It's all right. I always love when somebody's just like, oh, North Side. It's like, tip of the hat. Also, Bad with names. Yeah, we call it Northside, but it's all right. Don't worry about it. No worries, no worries. I don't expect it. Dude, I ran into a situation yesterday where somebody was just like, how far is Chicago from New Jersey? I'm just like, are you for real? Like, what? I think we figured it out at the beginning of the stream. It was like 16 hours. It's like, yeah, that's a lot, man. It's got to be a little bit more than that. I feel like it's almost 20. Nah, let's see. You know what? Chicago to New Jersey. Time. $11 It's actually not that bad. It's actually a little bit better than I thought. I should know that. No, because it always felt like... Well, oh no, it's because we always broke it into twos. We had to. Never mind. It's a long walk or a mini bike. Hey, cheers! You know what? I can cheers you right now. Give me a sec. I need to cheers. Actually, cheers. If you guys are ever in Chicago, just you guys have any questions, I am here for it. Like, for real. I'll give you guys exactly where the best food is. And that's, in my opinion, the most important. Oh, Rome Dog, thank you. Yeah, smash that like button if you haven't already. Dude, we have 222 views. Yeah, man, I'm a fan of numerology. God, I wish I could go into the whole Corey Feldman thing, because there's some Corey Feldman lore. I'm a big fan of a show called The Bonfire that, like, they made a whole segment about Corey Haim and Corey Feldman. And if you haven't seen the documentary, The Two Coreys, highly recommend it. And that's where that comes from. Somebody ruined the numerology. I'm just kidding. 223 views. Nice. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Hey, still have fam in the Chi-Town. I want to come visit some... Hell yeah, Rome Dog. That'd be cool, man. Having a little viewer meetup at some point. Like, that'd be dope. I'm down. Because you guys are cool as hell. Like... And honestly... I would love to, like, hit some of, like, my favorite places with you guys. That'd be so much fun. Chicago is worthy of... for driving. Oh, dude! Dude, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, when we got the NASCAR thing, I was fucking excited about that. I really was. It just sucked because it rained both days, and it just ruined it, man. They could only do the turn, like, they could only hit the turn so much. You could barely see it. Like, there was no, like, area for spectators, so, like, I was out. The tickets were, like, $400. I was just like, hell no, I'm not doing that. But they also closed it down for, like, they have an Indy circuit race that they were doing, too. I love that stuff. Hey, you old enough to remember the Ark pet store? That used to be a field trip, man. Dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think they just made it a normal pet land now. Or something like close to that. I know it's still a pet store. I know they got a pet store, but in the old location. Yeah, it's a track on most games. That doesn't surprise me, man. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, they probably have the LSD track where... Sorry, I keep forgetting. Not everybody's from here. Lakeshore Drive track. I also got to remember, I'm like, no, YouTube, no, Chicagoan. Not talking about the other stuff. But Bloodstone by Stars, Time for Sleep. Night. Cool, guys. Bloodstone by Stars, thank you for so much for hopping on tonight. Appreciate you hanging. I'm also going to be jumping off here in a little bit. I'm going to unlock for a little bit. I got nowhere to be. So. Usually I go to like 3 a.m. on these streams, so. Also, I'm kind of sad. I haven't seen my, my favorite, Curious Christian over on Twitch. Jesus Saved Justin. Good kid. Real good kid. Oh, shit. I just realized I showed something. Alright. Yes. True Tech, you've been an awesome chatter and viewer today. Been very kind to my community. Jesus, dude. I think you won top chatter today. Yeah, you did. Congratulations, True Tech. I'm sorry to say. Duke of Bread, he has taken your throne. And it'll take you a good long while to get back if you want to. So, just don't spam chat, because I'm not going to count that. That ain't happening. With over 14,000 species of grasshopper. Rural isolation. I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck are you talking about with these grasshoppers? I mean, did I mention that I'm from like a, Christian doomsday kind of thing? So I hear something like, even with that number of grasshoppers, I'm like, no. unless you don't call them locusts. Although we're dumb, like, I don't know. Dude, I'll never forget like the first time that I made a joke when we were talking about, the plagues coming. I was just like, do you think that people would keep them for pets once the like frogs start falling? And they're just like, what's wrong with this kid? I was a smartass. Oh man, maybe I did have that ODD. I know I had ADHD for sure. Like, I've had that pretty much my entire life. Like, the second I got my diagnosis, I was like, this explains everything. Everything. Like, all of it. The thing that it doesn't explain, though, is I don't have, like, this weird adrenaline thing where, of all people, Destiny was talking about this. About how his ADD, when he finally got medicated, like, he could read. Yeah, see, I got this opposite thing where I hyper focus on things already. Like, and I know, like, I've talked to people about this and they're like, that sounds like when I'm medicated, like on Adderall. I'm like, no, that's just like how I function. That's what makes, like, that's why I can do this. But like when I'm painting, I have that thing where I'll like legit lose time, where I'm just like, oh my god, I've lost 8 hours. What time is it? And then all of a sudden my kidney's just like, hey, you gotta piss. Bladder's right behind it, just like, yeah, you gotta piss. I don't know why it's always the kidney that hurts though. It's always like Quasimodo to the bathroom. I have a bit of dyslexia, trying to make sense of some concepts and descriptions, how to interpret those. Hey, I understand that. Get lost in the syntax. True Tech, you strike me as somebody that really enjoys Mystery Science Theater. Am I wrong? Oh my god. Oh, I've been sitting too long. Oh. Devilman. Devilman 13. How the hell did you get that name? With a crown? Wait a minute. All nonfiction is my domain. Do you read a lot of science fiction there, True Tech? Super Raven. Uh-oh. I started something. Oh no. Soon we're all gonna just be singing sodium. Sodium, sodium. Oh god. McLeod! I researched some electrical engineering and began spotting a scam community within that led to politics. Wait, for real? You're kidding me. That's how you got into politics? Is you researched some electrical engineering, spotting scams. So what do you... Wait, what scams in electrical engineering? So, here, True Tech, you'll appreciate this. I used to work at Radio Shack, and I used to... I mean, it's long gone now, so I can just fucking... I don't care. It was over by Fermilab, which is, you know, in Illinois here. Yeah, and you know what? Because of that, I got to learn a lot. Actually, I learned way more about like electrical components than I ever did, you know, even from the job, just because of the people that came in there. Where they're just like, "Do you want to learn about this stuff?" I'm like, "I got nothing else to do." But no, that makes me wonder, like, what kind of scams that would lead to. Lots of scam plan sellers, so like so-called over Unity stuff. So no, so you asked how I got the Devlin man name, the White Zombies. No shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. God, bro. Sometimes I feel like I'm your age. I'm just like, dude, I got to see White Zombie like right before that whole breakup happened. Like that was wait, I think that was here, let me see. When did White Zombie play Twisted in Q101? Because that was the one I saw him at. History, concert archive. Oh, that's right. It was White Zombie without Rob Zombie. And it was not Twisted. It was... What year? Ozfest 2002. Crap. Yeah, no, I saw Rob, which Black Sabbath? Dio? Because I saw him open for Dio, Black Sabbath, before Ozzy came back. And then I saw Ozzy's return show, which I hate to say, that was the year that was not a good one. That one seemed forced. God. Oh my god. That's when he was definitely still, you know, working through his demons. But, to be fair, I got to see him 2 years later, and he was much better, so... With Ozzy at Ozfest, cool. Yeah, no, I'm a Dio guy. Sorry. I love Ronnie James Dio. Actually, we were just, I was talking to, somebody yesterday about the band Rainbow, and I didn't realize that Dio was in it, and how it was started by the guy from Deep Purple. So, been getting into that a little bit. Also, I'm in my Chris Christopherson arc right now. I'm really big into him. But, yeah, no, I used to go to all those shows, because they used to be so close, and I used to, like, my cousin and my brother, well, number one, it took me getting older and, like, wanting to go to shows and, like, always getting an extra ticket, just being like, yeah, you know what, I'll find somebody to get this. No, you won't. No, you won't. Even your best of friends, even if they love that band, if they're not already planning on going to that show, and you buy that ticket, you're stuck with that ticket. I'm sorry. It's either you're stuck with that ticket or somebody who totally was not planning on going to that show is going with you. It never goes the way you think it is. Never. Not once has that ever happened where I was just like, bro, I bought you a concert ticket. Yo, did you? About a week before the show, I can't go. It's like, but that's how I got to go to these things because, yeah, my brother was that way. You'd buy like 4. It was just like, you want me to go where? That's how I got into the punk scene. He took me to one of the first Riot Fests. One of my first Riot Fests, I should say. It was hilarious, man. Because my dad, I was grounded at that point, and he was just adamant, where he's just like, no, I'll get you out. I'll get you out. That's the weekend that I learned it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. It's legit. I'll never forget my brother looking at me and saying that shit. And it was like, it seared in my mind. It's just like, and you're forever going to live by this moniker now. Oh, bro. That was so much fun, though. God, I love that shit. Who was playing that show? Because I remember that. Like, it was, I think it was 2003? No. No, it had to be 05. No, it was 05. Man, it's all blending together to me. Oh my god, it was the first one. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, because that's where I got to see NoFX for my first time. Dude. People leaving concerts after they share a feeling that we survived the loudness, no ear bleeds. Dude, I had that. I went to a festival this summer, and it was the best night of my life. Like, hands down, don't care. I can say that because I don't have kids. It was legit best day of my life. But I spent it with my wife, so it's still romantic. Yeah, we went to a legal festival here. I got to see 2 of my favorite bands, like legit 2 of my favorite bands, and just try everything. It was the greatest experience of my life. It was so cool. Also, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like, Riot Fest is probably my least favorite show that they do. Lollapalooza is my second least favorite. It's just too damn crowded. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I also hate the gate. Let's see. I'm not a big festival guy, I'll be honest. I like doing like venue shows. People because the bass is trying to play on the acoustics of the human skeleton, usually a party. True Tech, you would have loved if you could have like shared the exact same experience I had. I went to go see the Midnight, and because it was in Talia Hall has some of like the sickest acoustics in all of Chicago. So I may have taken I took 2 bars of fungus chocolate, which yeah, it's not like I saw the music, like I didn't see the music, but I felt every vibration in that entire place, to the point where I started having like a mini panic attack where I was like, oh, Guys, I think this is a problem. You'd walk in with a stash of pre-rolls. Good luck. Unfortunate. Well, no, actually, here, you'd be fine. You'd be fine. Wait, Lakeshore Drive? You talking about Lakeshore Drive? Yeah, no. True Tech? No, for real. It is. Also, I'll just say, like, the Midnight, they're a synthwave band. Very good band for that. Like, dude, oh, God, I had such a good time. I really did. Yeah, I go to a few shows a year. I try, you know. I actively try to go and have some fun, so. But also go. I've been trying to go see more live comedy. Also, we'll see. Maybe do some live comedy. Maybe I'll come to a town near you. That's what I used to do, so. Joints fit under the foot, okay. Oh, yeah. No, I know. Nah, you kind of got our trick right there. So even if you have, like, metal detectors here, the trick is to sock, but you just gotta bottom of the shoe it. You gotta, like, put it on the edge of your shoe. I didn't tell you that. I did not tell you that. Dropped at Ozfest one year. Marine recruits gave me and a friend backstage passes for the rest is history. Me and Kitty and Hapery to know. Oh, wow. You met Kitty? No way. Wow. That's cool. That's really cool. Shut up. Trying to think if no, nothing cool like that happened to me at any of those shows. Oh wait. No, I had one really cool moment where I got to. Well, actually, it was at this last festival I was at. The guy on stage, he had like this rotating piece that, dude, it was insane. It was like a tornado. Dude, that thing got me. Oh, man. I was on a different planet. Rome Dog, I'm only 38 years old, and I can tell you right now. Oh, no. Yeah, concerts should sell Q-tips. Yeah, no, they should sell earplugs. No, the fact that every venue in, like, you know, the continental United States that hosts any type of show that has, you know, loud-ass speakers, no, they need to offer that, man. I hate it. Because I always forget. And I'm always that asshole that ends up right by the speaker. I can never just not be by the stage. I just love it. I love it. Actually, if you guys watch Chromeo's, they just did a retrospective of, if you look up the Chrome Nights tour, I'm in it. I'm in one of their videos. They're literally pointing to my shirt, and I'm just like, good times. Enough to place Carnauba wax for a dealership of cars. I just literally read it as a Kukumba. God, with my luck, that one's gonna be copywritten. I've got to get a better fucking check. So, you know what? I need to find a new copyright check. YouTube's not doing it for me. I've been using YouTube Studio. It's not working. Thank you. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. That was my donos coming in. Again, thank you for the 13? Is that 13 bucks? $8. Okay, sorry. Oh no. No. Alright, speaking of shows, my buddy in Disintegrator is having a show somewhere at a metal festival or something. They're a little bass band, pretty good stuff. Rome Dog, I swear to God, you... if my buddy Valentino pops in here, if you see a guy named Valentino, you've got to talk to him. For real, man. You guys are like, you're damn near similar in age. Actually, wait, you know what? No, because his name is out there. Rome Dog, did you ever listen to The Loop and Danny Bonaducci? I'm gonna just wait for you to sound off. Yes or no. Because if you, if you know Bonaducci, you might know him. No. Oh, damn. Danny Bonaducci was Danny Partridge. He, on the Partridge Family, went a little crazy, but gained notoriety, and he became a rock and roll DJ for 97.9 The Loop here in Chicago. Steve Byrne used to be on that station. Yeah, he, my buddy used to work with him, so. It's kind of the reason that I got into this. Oh, there we go. Been liking the newer car paint stuff. Ceramic spray is $30. Man, you go like a mile a minute. Tech, I agree. I appreciate it. It's just now you're making me go back. All right, cool. What do we got? Oh, really? That actually might help with the little problem I'm having. Also, if you guys have a Twitch, please pop over there and follow me. I'm getting so close to 50. I'm about to reach these stupid arbitrary goals that these platforms are just like, you want to hit these, you want to hit these. Because if you do, you're super cool. I'll be honest. I appreciate all the support, guys, because this is like my whole thing. Trying to kind of do this, so. Hi, what you doing? What were you doing? He just gave me a look like nothing. Why are you asking? All right, fine, be that way. Whatever. Alright, so bring back the chrome and faceplate of the guitar amps. No. Oh, I see what you're saying. It brings back the chrome and faceplates of the guitar amps. Oh, you're talking about guitar stuff. I don't really play guitar that much. I dabble. I got a nice Ibanez that the neck is warped, so it's pretty much just a showpiece at this point, but I love that thing. I played a lot of Keller Williams on that on that guitar. Keller Williams and Dispatch, Dave Matthews Band, Fish, lots of jam bands. Jack Johnson, lots of Jack Johnson. Just auto detailed about 50 die casts. Man, you do some fucking weird stuff with your time. I'm not trying to like shame you or nothing, but damn, you got hobbies, my man. Like, jeez. Lots of cheap used guitars. Well, yeah, I mean, we got well, let's see. Yeah, I mean, pawn shops and all that. Is that what you do? Is that like you restore guitars? God, I wish you weren't in Oklahoma. I got a Squier Stratocaster that honestly, it's not the best guitar. It just has sentimental value to me. My brother gave it to me, so I never want to get rid of it. So yeah, I've been thinking about having that redone. So I smoke. So, and try to do something productive about it. Yeah, I do chores and, like, I mean, doing stream, but not restore guitars in dev. Oh, okay. On a BC Rich Warlock. Oh, bro. You got good taste. You got good taste. The Warlock? Oh, good one. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, and a blood red. Oh, you give me that blood red. Oh. Sorry. Now I'm getting excited. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'll sit there and shred. Well, try to. I won't do it well, but I will sit there and try. I can't read music, so I try to do it by ear. You have a Warlock body? What? Is it like a kit? Like, did you, or is it like a, God, what do you call the fake, not fake guitars, but the kit guitars? About 40 guitars? Jesus. I have 3. Dude. I have 3 and I'm toying with getting a 12 string. Actually, that's something I should probably make for my dono goal is like, hey, help me get my 12 string. I miss my 12 string. I wish I never got rid of it. I had a really nice 12 string. Cheap copy lower end one. Okay. Well, man, yeah, no. I'm with Rome. I want a BC Rich Warlock. OG. Maybe custom paint job. Maybe. Because again, like, God, I just love a blood red. Like on a Warlock. Come on, you know that's gonna look dirty. That's gonna look dirty. God, I feel like dude. I feel like we're having a conversation at like a bar pool table where we're all smoking cigarettes. Like back in '93, I saw, but I'm still the younger guy in this group, so I'm like, yeah, I like this. This is fun. Can dial in most guitars, other than 12 strings, those warp and 90. Yeah, I know. No, it's just why I don't know, man. I got certain things that I like to play that just I call for the 12. Not like, that's the thing though. I can't justify spending money on this stuff. I got a baby grand piano, man. Like, I didn't buy it. I ain't got that kind of money. It's one of those inherited situations where my mom had to move out of state, and she's just like, it's either you take it or I get rid of it. I was just like, no. Thing's been in my life my entire life. No. Yeah. I think I mentioned it. It's a Daewoo. Not the best, not the worst. It's pretty though. Oh, so glad I sold it before I went south. Bought a new 12-string acoustic. It was wonderful for a bit, so I sold it before it went south. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they do tend to get a little wonky after a while, especially like, dude, me? Like, that's my problem buying a 12-string is because I'll have an issue when it's like coming to tune it. Luckily I live close enough to a Guitar Center where I'll just be like, yo, I'll pay you fucking $10. Do it. But only for the 12-string. I got the rest of it. I mean, dude, whatever. They got so many apps, and on top of it, I can most of the time do it by ear, but I don't know, man. I think that all my senses are dulled. I got bad eyes, I got bad nose, got bad ears. The tension of extra strings, the guitar bracing isn't there. Yeah. Oh, is it the neck? Yeah, so it's the neck. You know what? No, shit. Okay. God. I have one bad fret. Got one bad fret. It's on my 12th fret. My 12th fret. And it's got like a sharp edge to it. There's nothing I can do about it because they said that it was like a warp in my in the guitar neck. Sucks. Ironbird to put next to it. Ooh. Nor war page. Acoustic fight, the physics of metal and wood. Well, yeah. I'm not sure if I can show the video, but here. True. I'm not sure if you... Did you join... If you haven't joined the Discord, please do, because I would like to share this with you. There's this very cool video of a... he's a guitar tech who drilled a whole bunch of holes in his acoustic, and man, I'll tell you what, it worked. It worked really well. And I'll be honest, I was very skeptical about it, but I was like, all right, you know, we'll see. Fuck. Yeah, I'm one of those guys that likes to dabble in like almost everything. I'll try anything. And if I get like, you know, decent, I'll keep going. Oh shit. The dog's gotta go upstairs. Alright, that was supposed to go minus dog, and somehow I ended plus cat. Why are you being weird? He's just like, I don't want to leave. Alright. Hey, buddy. Here's a kitty. You gonna come say hi? Well, do not get close to the dog. Here, hold on, guys. I don't think the cat's coming in. That little warrior standing here. Here, I can. So. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah? Oh, fine. Sorry, guys. Cat's, he does not want to, I'm gonna adopt a cat. They are worthy. Well, I mean... Well... my two cats have been... brought to me through the, what is it, the CDS? Cat distribution system? Yeah, he's good. Oh yeah, no, I have way less mice. That's why I've been letting him down here. Because I get some of them field mice. Even in a metropolitan area, we get them. It's almost like we took their habitat or something, you know? No rats, though. I am lucky on that end. Knock on wood. Alright, guys. We're at 8 hours, so... You You guys want to hop over to Twitch? You guys can do that, and I will raid somebody. Who am I raiding? Please follow. It's free. Is that Matt Leck? Looks like Matt Leck. I think I'm gonna go with him. Nah, we'll see. Man, you are just like on your way out. Just give me a second here, man. I gotta like check these guys out. Yeah, this dude's got a pretty good production value. I'm like a bare bones operation here, so. Nah. Seems like he is a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, it just turned 1 a.m. here. That's why I'm like, yeah, you know what? It's time. I'm gonna hit the old dusty trail. I've been doing this for 8 hours today. I think that I did it. I think my work day is in. If you guys feel so inclined, please donate to the stream because I could definitely use the support. I will include that link one more time. Oh, wait, guys. EA's here! Look! All the donos must go to him. He must have, yes, monies. He's the cat. He's the capital cat. I can't do it. I was about to say, he's a capitalist cat. I'm not. But, you know what? He requires the donos. Here. He was? Yeah. This little booger. Come say hi. I want to explain to people that you are... So, he's got kitty dwarfism. Like, his head is bigger than it's supposed to be. Yeah. Does it make you any less of a cute kitty? No, it does not. He's a very good boy. He's a very bad boy, but he's a very good boy. if that makes any sense, but he is like the most mischievous cat I've ever had. I better not be hearing you chewing on my cable there. Nope. Get out. Oh, fucker sitting under there, just eating away. Just yum, 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 yum. Okay, not cool. Not cool. The hell, dude? All right. My yellow lab, she is calling for me, so. Oh, less vacuuming. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not gonna have to worry about that because my cat is kind of a pain in the ass when it comes to this. Yeah, trust me, dude. Trust me. With him, I have to worry about that. He's really bad about it. I've tried with Smoke. It doesn't help that he's also kind of one of those ones where he just goes like this. It's just like great, and then he just gets chill. Then he just goes like this. It just lays down. He's like, "What's up, dude?" Yeah. You know how they say that your animals are an extension of you? Oh, as I said, I'm not really. I dabble in guitar. Why does everybody see my hair and assume that I play like guitar? Like, play guitar. Cat has to be studio ready. Yeah, he does. No, that'd be nice. I would love for him to come in here and spend all his time in here. The problem is, he eats cables and plastic. Like, so, you see his plastic bags over here, right? These are my comics that I have not put away yet. He chews on the corners of them. Like, and the thing is, it just happens. So, I don't know. Whatever. Ooh, I love this tune. Guys, I'm gonna turn this one up just a wee bit. Yeah. I run Mixer Board and Cable World. I learned how to run mixers. And then I started doing this, and you know what? It didn't mean a damn. Well, okay. No, that's not true. I know how to run my mixer through my Logitech Studio app. That's about it, though. Alright, guys. $20 Android. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Like, yes, it's humbling. You know what? True Tech, real quick before I go, you actually have like a strange understanding about like what I went through. So I decided to go to broadcasting school the year that Joe Rogan announced that he was starting his podcast. So that year I was asking my my teachers, and I'm just like, hey, what do you think that I'm gonna have to do to get my own like radio talk show? And I was thinking, you know, intern for 1 or 2 shows, and then maybe, you know, 3 or 4 years down the road, they might start giving you your own time. When they said over a decade, dude, that shit wrecked me. It totally, like, I wish they would have said that at the beginning of the, you know, of the schooling process. Dude, that was so wild. And now, yeah, to be replaced by a $20 app, dude, you realize that half the stuff that I learned how to do, free, just comes with the computer. Or it comes with, like, YouTube. Like, I'll be honest, one of the better editing apps is YouTube Studio. I gotta give them a little bit of credit with that. You know, you would think it would be the worst, but nope. Alright. Rumdog, you still in Twitch there? Can sound off if you want. Appreciate you, True Tech, sticking with me until I'm gone, because honestly, right now, just trying to figure out like how to wrap this up. This is the good old Midwest goodbye. I take forever to just be like, yeah, hold on, let me get my stuff. Oh, dude, I did that yesterday. Totally had that moment where I was, oh, you're gonna jet. All right, cool. I was just about to say, all right. I was about to say, like, no need. Like, you don't need to jet yet. My neck is toasted. Shit, you're fucking telling me. Yeah, Rome, are you still in chat? Because if you are, then what I'm gonna do, if you're still in Twitch, actually, whoever's still in Twitch, just sound off, please. Sorry, at the end here. Sound off, and then I will raid a channel, because I know that helps me a little bit. And yes, I'm gonna be selfish about this, because, dude, whatever. I'm trying to fucking build my community and build this thing that I'm doing. God, I wish I could just send... if any of you guys are part of Adrian Vixen's, chat or, her audience, please just tell her I'm sorry. Tell her it's like, hey, I may have, blown up a little too much. I already did myself, but... Your spine is cooked, S-shaped. You got that spina bifida? My doctor says I need a Beckyotomy. Dude. Damn it. I want to go watch that now. Alright. No Rome Dog. Alright. You're clearly a drummer. You know what? I hate you. The fact that you pegged that. I am. Asshole. Oh, just gravity? Yeah. I mean, I've had hockey injuries galore. Cannot tell you. 24/7 breaking news. Oh, that's actually a really good little gimmick that guy's got there. Infowars.com. Give me one sec. Alright. Just finishing up something real quick. All right. So, what do we got? Person. Cool. All right, guys. I'm gonna do my shout outs to you all. True Tech. Honestly, man, thank you so much. And thank you for your support. I think that you did donate to me, so I really appreciate that. I cannot honestly thank you guys enough. Is it weird that I feel bad doing that every single time? But like, I hope you guys do know, like, I truly do mean it. So, If you guys are over on Twitch, I'm going to... Here we go. I followed. All right, you guys are rating Adrian Vixen. Right now. Cool. All right. Okay, later, Chief. Appreciate that. I'm out. I appreciate y'all. I will see you guys tomorrow. I will be on at 4. So yeah. Hope to see you there. It's more than likely going to be a chill stream, but we got a few things lined up. So, and apparently my cats are having a fight, so I'm gonna go take care of that.